When this little fatty prince challenges the hottest knight in the entire royal guard to a duel, everyone starts laughing, convinced this knight girl is way out of his league. They already despise Idrian. Not only is he fat, but he also has the worst personality imaginable. But the moment the duel begins, something doesn't add up. The knight charges forward with an aura-charged sword, attacking with everything she has. But somehow, Idrian deflects every single strike. He keeps up with all her movements like they're nothing. The knight is shocked and already running out of breath. She just can't understand what's happening. Then Idrian releases his dragon aura, and the sheer pressure is so overwhelming that she actually starts to panic. With the little mana she has left, she gathers everything for one final defense. But Idrian is just smiling. He suddenly rushes forward and slashes through her defense. His strike completely cuts her sword in half. The strongest knight in the guard is left kneeling in the dirt, staring at the broken piece in her hands. Knights around can believe what they just saw. How did this fatty prince defeat and humiliate the strongest knight so easily? But what none of them know is that Idrian spent the entire last month training like a complete maniac. He stops stuffing his face and starts training instead. He runs all day and works on his mana core. Then he trains day and night, swinging a wooden sword over and over again. Even when his instructor tells him to stop, Idrian refuses. Rain or shine, he keeps going, again and again, until his hands are completely rubbed raw and bleeding. Eventually, even his wooden sword breaks. But what made this fatty prince change so drastically in the first place? Well, his body isn't really his anymore. It's now being controlled by the very sword he once stabbed himself with. And this is no ordinary sword. That's the story from the perspective of a hero who was reincarnated as a sword. Throughout many centuries, he was wielded by many legends, but the most significant bond this sword ever shared was with one person only, a hero named Leonberg. Despite this man's humble background as a peasant, he earned the title of Sword Saint through sheer grit and wielded this magnificent blade. Even though the sword had passed through the hands of many, Leonberg was the only one he considered a true companion of the heart. They pilgrimaged from one continent to another, spending decades traversing and cleansing the world together. Eventually, the day to face the final boss arrived, the White Dragon of the Frost Mountains. It was a colossal silver-scaled beast that squeezed every ounce of strength out of Leonberg before he managed to slay it. Alas, while they restored peace to the kingdom, an achievement that granted Leonberg the opportunity to ascend as sovereign of the nation, the victory came at a cost. With the world once again seeing sunshine and roses, the sword was finally put to rest after centuries of slaughtering monsters. It was passed down through Leonberg's bloodline for generations, but no successor could fill the void left in the sword's heart by his beloved friend. With every prince that came in subsequent generations, they grew increasingly incompetent and lackluster. This mediocrity hit its peak when the sword was passed down to a good-for-nothing obese youth. The moment the fat prince swings his rightful weapon, the sword is appalled. This pig is an ill-mannered brat with zero knowledge of how to wield a blade. The sword quickly runs a stat check, and a system window displays everything he needs to know about the boy. His name is Idrian Leonberg, a 16-year-old obese kid who is literally nerfed sevenfold if I'm counting correctly. In simpler terms, his traits describe him perfectly as a useless gooner with little to no stamina. Plus, he suffers from a mana sensitivity disorder. Even though the kid's surname clearly marks him as Leonberg's descendant, his pathetic stats suggest otherwise. The boy is so weak he has trouble just lifting the sword upright. He is all bark and no bite, and his constant proclamations are getting on the sword's nerves. After reciting the name of the saint hero, the kid puts every ounce of strength into lifting the blade and starts swinging the weapon aimlessly, terrifying everyone standing around him. As this fat sack of lard charges blindly, the servants barely have time to scatter to avoid catching a stray hit. The stupidity reaches its peak when the clumsy prince stumbles over his own feet and accidentally ends up pointing the sharp blade right at his own belly. As he falls, there is no plot twist. He actually ends up getting impaled by his own sword. Everyone standing there is horrified at the tragedy and runs to support the young prince. But let's not forget about the sword, who is having the worst time right now. However, I guess the kid's death isn't that bad after all. Let me explain why. Idrian failed to inherit any traits that would make him look like a true descendant of Leonberg. He stood out only for the wrong reasons. He was arrogant despite his lack of talent, and his greed knew no bounds. Long story short, he was the true embodiment of the 7 deadly sins, whether it was lust, laziness, gluttony, or greed. If he were to become the next successor to rule, there would be no kingdom left to rule over. Yet that clumsy mistake that got him impaled is about to change the kingdom's fate for good. The sword ends up possessing the body of the prince the moment it becomes soulless. Within just a few days, the staff working in the castle start to notice an unprecedented, drastic shift in the kid's personality. He is acting as if he has lost his memories. The kid even refuses to recall or acknowledge the master who has always put up with his nonsense. Soon the king arrives in the chamber to meet his son. Just by looking, it's pretty obvious to the arrogant sword that this man must be the brat's father. He is somewhat surprised that the king doesn't look as pathetic as his son. Anyhow, The father finds his son's lack of manners quite disturbing, as Idrian didn't even bother to greet him. Idrian's teacher tries to shield his disciple, claiming the kid is going through some memory loss issues. The royal knights are shocked by the news and suggest having the in-house royal physicians check the prince's mental state. A while later, once the physician is done examining the boy, he concludes that there are no physical brain injuries, though he argues that trauma or psychological shock must have caused this state of amnesia. It looks like the king isn't totally convinced, and Idrian can sense His Majesty's skepticism from afar. The king lets him know that simply claiming to forget all the wrongdoings Idrian has committed won't undo them. Even if Idrian has lost all his past experiences, it means he has also lost every lesson he should have learned from his mistakes. Just the thought that they are literally back to square one regarding Idrian's growth is infuriating. After letting his son know how pathetic he is, His Majesty proceeds to leave the chamber. Meanwhile, Idrian, the sword within Idrian's body, is not enjoying how he is being treated in the slightest. This makes him wonder just how messed up this kid must have been to build this kind of reputation. Luckily for him, there is at least one person treating him like a human, his dear mother, who adores her useless son down to the last drop. Hell, she even finds this sack of potatoes to be quite a handsome fellow. The doting mother is just happy to have her son back. Only God knows how she would have lived without him. The sword could only feel pity for the mother, mourning a son who is already pushing up daisies. Night descends, and the happy mother finally decides to retreat to her chamber. Seeing her so joyful forces the sword to reflect on the reality of his situation. He literally ended up killing the descendant of his friend, even though he was supposed to protect them. Then again, the sword tries to convince himself that it wasn't his fault, and crying over spilled milk won't do any good. Currently, the least he can do is utilize this chance to make things right and undo all the failures of the original Idrian. This body is fat and has nothing good going for it. With that in mind, he figures out his first course of action. Build some strength. He plans to kick off his pursuit of power by forging a mana heart within himself. Confidently, Idrian inhales and starts concentrating mana, only for it to fizzle out like nothing happened. His body clearly refuses to accept the inflow of mana. He tries again, straining as hard as he can, only to end up in failure. Idrian realizes the hard way that this body is broken beyond belief. As he drowns in sorrow, a ray of hope arrives in the form of a servant. The maid has brought a tonic sent exclusively by the queen. The tonic may not taste like much, but it will prove very potent for his incompetent body. As the maid insists he take it, she starts to dread the worst. You see, it's not the first time she has brought this tonic, and given how aggressively Idrian reacted previously, she fears history might repeat itself. But luckily for her, unlike the real good-for-nothing Idrian who never understood the value of this imported tonic, our Idrian can clearly see that this liquid is enriched with mana. Without waiting a minute, he snatches the cup off the tray and starts chugging it down, much to the maid's surprise. Once he is done emptying the bowl, he sternly excuses the maid. With her gone, he tries to consolidate mana within his hands once again. Fortunately, the tonic he drank wasn't a hoax after all. Though the amount of mana he is capable of consolidating is still insufficient, he decides to experiment further. He quickly follows the maid who served him the tonic and asks if she has more of this fine stuff. A few days pass, and the greedy grin on Idrian's chubby face is proof enough that he has finally been successful in creating a mana heart. For him, creating a mana heart would have been child's play if it weren't for his old body. That's exactly why he forgot to take one variable into account. The mana ignited in his heart begins to inflict an astronomical amount of pain. His insides feel like they are on fire, and his chest is about to explode at any second. Yup, creating a mana heart has always been a painful process, and if he fails to brave through it and loses consciousness, he is doomed. So, the kid does the best he can to concentrate and sync himself with the mana taking over his heart. Eventually, he successfully overcomes the most grueling part of the process, and his efforts aren't without fruit. He feels proud of himself, not just because he managed to create a mana heart, but because this time, the mana heart belongs to him. In his past life, he helped his owners wield a mana heart, but this time is different, and he can barely contain his happiness. With the mana heart completed, he receives a system notification, the same kind Idrian used to send to his wielders, but this time, it is he who receives them. With one system window popping up, a barrage follows, much to our fat fella's shock. To put it simply, his weak body is still getting in the way of harnessing the full potential of the mana heart. Thus, he is allowed to use only a few cool skills out of many. For now, he can only access two authorities, Third Eye and Third Ear, and even then, he can only use these skills within a certain limit. As the names suggest, Third Eye allows him to see more clearly, while Third Ear allows him to hear a wide spectrum of frequencies. He can even hear the maids gossiping about him for all the wrong reasons. But before he can surveil the servants any further, a veil of exhaustion takes over him as the mana consumption causes him to lose his sight. Of course, Idrian doesn't appreciate these restrictions slapped on to limit his potential. Back in the day, when he was a mere sword, he had the ability to see and hear everything in all directions. but right now he can only squeeze out barely enough mana to utilize the third ear and third eye for a brief moment. However, he is optimistic that once his overall mana capacity increases, he will be capable of performing much more than just that. While his mana capacity may be low, his appetite is equally huge, and he is currently starving. In the pursuit of power, the sword almost forgot that he is inhabiting a human body and must get used to it. A while later, he gets to see his doting mother once again, and she is far happier than we had seen her before. The source of her happiness roots from the fact that her son actually consumed every last drop of the tonic she sent. Just as she is busy giving him maternal affection, a new character comes into view. When his mother asks if he recognizes this person, Idrian brazenly denies it. While this seriously intimidating-looking man is his mother's brother, basically Idrian's uncle, the mother is hoping that her brother will help her nephew with his lost memories. However, the uncle has a different perspective on the kid's situation. The memories Idrian held weren't of any significance to begin with, so it is basically a wasted effort helping retrieve that useless collection. This crude remark makes our boy realize that this man has a deep-seated vendetta against Idrian. For now, the man can only promise one thing: to help Idrian drop his extra fat and gain some muscle. Expecting him to do anything beyond his current capabilities would be too much to ask. Well, the mother is grateful even for this much. Meanwhile, the way this dude is staring at our boy like Diddy with predatory eyes tells Indrain he is fucked, figuratively speaking. In the next scene, the poor guy is kicked hard onto the ground. The bastard is literally staring down the harmless kid like a starving wolf. He makes himself clear: Idrian isn't allowed to even breathe unless he is given permission. Only if he feels like it will he teach Idrian the family's most coveted and sacred swordsmanship. Of course, this just ticks off our fat fella beyond belief. For someone who is responsible for the success of this family, it's quite humiliating for these guys to act so ungrateful toward the very person who created their style. The enraged Idrian stands back up and vows that within 6 months, he will make the uncle acknowledge him. If he fails, he is willing to become a puppet to his uncle's whims. Consequently, if he wins, he wants his uncle to grant him a wish. Mistaking the kid's confidence for arrogance, the most arrogant man in the world immediately caves in to the kid's terms. Idrian internalizes his situation. Even though he has brazenly proclaimed victory, he knows damn well that this body is going to give him hell. Wrapping his body in mana, he begins a sprint with the intention of burning excess fat. Suddenly, the uncle notices the presence of mana within Idrian's body, which shocks him to his last brain cell. He immediately interrupts Idrian's sprint to pose a curious question. Has he already created a mana heart? My guy doesn't waste this opportunity to brag about it because he desperately wants his uncle to feel shocked. Turns out, his uncle is indeed disappointed, but not for the reason you might think. He is annoyed, wondering who suggested he go as far as to develop a mana heart. Because the harsh truth is, this is a technique reserved for low-grade, bottom-tier mercenaries only. There you go. All the confidence our boy had has been crushed with a single revelation. The shit he learned isn't worth a dime. A while later, his confidence, previously inflated like his belly, has been deflated, and bro is losing it while reflecting on his uncle's words. His uncle demonstrated his strength by forming a mana ring and striking Idrian with it. That single wipe shatters the mana our boy had been banking on so much. The technique his uncle used, namely mana chains, can be used to crush the aura generated by a mana heart. Furthermore, it is far easier and more stable to use. Even the Count Eli family, who clung to the mana heart tradition, fell into complete ruin a century ago. Now no one attempts to use the mana heart anymore. With these new revelations, Idrian is forced to retreat to learning the basic theory of mana chains. Here is a little understanding of how mana utilization is categorized. Mages often rely on mana circles, while knights weave mana chains. The rank of the knight is determined by the number of chains they can weave. The first realm is the single chain, then double chain, and it goes down until the realm of the pentachain. After absorbing the most relevant knowledge regarding this world, he realizes that his uncle wasn't bullshitting after all. He also reads a familiar keyword in the book, Altringen. Reflecting on the past, Idrian remembers a time when a man named Ernest Altringen came looking for him. That man possessed strange arts that were neither swordsmanship nor magic. This reflection puts a smirk on our boy's face, as if he has figured out what he is supposed to do next. A new day arrives with new confidence. Outside, as our boy stretches for the training ahead, his uncle arrives and inquires if he read the books he was given last night. If yes, then Idrian must have realized how stupid he was for making a mana heart. However, contrary to the senior's expectations, our boy's confidence in his mana heart has returned. In fact, it has doubled. The man confronts him, asking if he is just that dumb or trying to act obtuse. Idrian decides to let his demonstration speak for itself. He begins exuding mana and corrects his uncle, stating that different mana hearts have different working mechanisms. Predictably, his uncle doesn't take his words seriously in the slightest, and figures Idrian is just acting like those stubborn runt mercenaries who are too confident in themselves. Those same mercenaries literally failed to surpass even 2 chains before succumbing to failure. Though he does issue an open challenge to Idrian, If he thinks he is indeed different, then he can prove himself by defeating a double chain knight. If he does so, the uncle promises to become his guardian just like his mother wanted. Idrian, however, tries to crawl under his uncle's thick skin, wondering aloud if having his uncle as a guardian is even beneficial. This remark comes off as a serious insult to the knight's honor. He, who proclaims himself a count of the kingdom, commander of the Northern Army, master of the Black Lancers, and one of the 5 silver lions who serve his majesty, a knight who has woven 4 rings, a quad-chain knight, will not tolerate such brazen insolence questioning his competence. The terrifying man begins releasing a horrifying amount of mana, so intense that it shatters the ground beneath his feet, just to drive his point home. He hopes this much is enough to prove his competence. Well, this man is the real deal, and Idrian is learning that the hard way. Before the uncle escalates the situation to the point of threatening the young prince's life, the knights standing nearby have no choice but to raise their weapons against the count. The stakes are high, and Idrian finally realizes that this is going to take way more effort than he had initially thought. A short while later, Idrian is lying on the floor like a bag of wheat, exasperated by the grueling cardio he is doing to lose all the unwanted fat his body loves to cling to. The arrogant image of the count continues to surface in our boy's memories. If he fails to defeat a double-chain knight, that bastard with the smugly scarred face is going to humiliate and look down on him all his life. As our boy gets back to his room, he is suddenly greeted by the physician who had been waiting for him. While the physician does his best to smooth talk with greetings and pleasantries, the fatty wants him to cut to the chase and get to the agenda. Turns out, this man has been ordered by the queen to heal the young prince to help him recover faster. But our boy avoids that healing spell like the plague and kicks the man out of his room because he is not interested in magical healing. After all, healing magic works like time reversal. It undoes all the micro-injuries and wear and tear in the muscles, meaning his body wouldn't be able to grow naturally, and his efforts would be wasted. On a particular day, as our boy is having his meal, his big brother bursts into the dining room. Of course, the sword doesn't recognize this loudmouth, so a knight leans into his ear and fills in the blanks for him. Well, this dude is the 3rd prince, and I can pretty much tell that he is your typical toxic manhwa brother. Even now, he is here to mock Idrian for the recent mishap when he literally impaled himself with his own sword and almost died. Of course, my guy isn't interested in responding to such obvious jabs and wants his supposed big bro to do something productive with his time. The rage-baiting brother gets rage-baited and decides to move on to the next rumor he heard. The word on the street is that Idrian made a bet with Count Belhard, and since the bet includes our boy going up against a double-chain knight, the scummy and malicious brother volunteers to be his opponent. Our boy has no idea who this dimwit asshole was. All he can think about is why the descendants of this family are all annoying. The one who mocked him just now is the 3rd prince, Prince Giliain, known for his talent in swordsmanship. The prodigy formed 2 rings at the age of 4, so he's absolutely a force to be reckoned with. One maid comes along to interrupt the fray and reveals a bunch of letters for Idrian. Our boy has no clue why all these letters have come his way, when there wasn't any interest in him before. Suddenly, his attention catches the subject of the letters. Many of the letters are requesting a duel with the prince. Some are offering themselves to become his sparring partners. Long story short, all of these people are basically trying to plot their scheme to beat up the prince for free. Our boy is royally pissed to see the sheer audacity of these people. To help them vent their frustrations, he calls out this maid and orders her to write down all the names of the people who sent these letters. In the next scene, Bro's having a training session when suddenly, the northern commander tosses him a wooden sword, strongly believing in the idea of coaching the prince some level of swordsmanship. He doesn't want to hear the excuse of being blamed because he couldn't teach the prince. Idrian gets down to pick up the weapon, a little irked that this dude couldn't just politely hand him the sword. But right then, something happens. His entire body jolts as his muscles spasm out of nowhere. This makes Balorhard wonder if the boy has yet to receive healing magic treatment. Our boy taunts him for not knowing the reason why, even when he's a knight. After all, once you receive healing magic, the muscles merely return to their original state and refuse to grow. Balorhard agrees with that point and turns around, sharing how he wasn't trying to focus on healing magic anyway. For now, he's going to demonstrate a skill that he wants Idrian to watch with utmost attention. This technique is the kingdom's secret sword technique, one that its knights use when building their core foundation. The weapon swings with ferocity as the knight slashes in every single direction. His immaculate display of swordsmanship ends in a gorgeous spiral finish, as Balorhard leaves the prince at a loss for words. By the end of that beautiful demonstration, Idrian questions if this is truly the foundational technique for knights. Balorhard takes it as an insult and explains that training weapons lack sharpness, but it's better to stick to the basics for learning swordsmanship. Suddenly, Bro starts laughing in his teacher's face. Idrian has realized how sword mastery has evolved. The great swordsmanship that slaughtered the Mad Dragon is actually now being used as a lowly training technique. Bro's face is devastated, while his master urges him that this technique won't be enough to win him the bet. So after the basics, he could always go to another teacher. Prince Idrian rejects the idea of other swordsmanship, strongly believing that this technique would be more than enough. His words leave Balerhard slightly ticked, but ultimately he goes with Idrian's desires. Back to the training session, our boy is practicing the swing of his sword, analyzing why the Dragonslayer technique is being treated as a lowly technique. He understands that nature is supposed to evolve in this direction, and that Balerhard's technique actually lacks the spirit of dragon slaying despite its execution. The people who rejected the mana heart eventually forgot how to breathe their own spirit into the sword, so they couldn't possibly understand the value of Dragonslayer technique. While he's lost in his thoughts, Balerhard clashes his sword against Idrian, correcting his stance and advising him to put strength into his blade instead of his arms. He smacks the prince's belly and then his legs, forcing him to correct his posture to distribute strength equally and properly into the weapon. Idrian knows that his teacher's absolutely correct. His current body is weak as hell trying to imitate the technique. The same technique isn't supposed to be a piece of discarded trash, and he wants to prove it to the world with his own actions. More days passed as our boy's arduous training sessions continued. A month followed rigorous training as the system congratulated him on succeeding on a mission. Now, his severe obesity levels have been reduced to normal obesity, meaning his metabolism will adopt and his body will change accordingly. The trait of clumsiness is gone, and exercise will only sharpen him further. His mana capacity is growing too, as well as the disappearance of the mana sensitivity disorder trait. Idrian gains confidence with every swing, knowing that he's come a long way from a month ago. His whole mindset is to perfect his technique 1% better every day. Lost in his thoughts again, Idrian gets his sword crushed by his teacher, who had repeatedly told the boy to stop. They stand in silence under the heavy rain, as the prince's hands show signs of fatigue. Blood drips down from his bruised grip while he looks at his uncle, questioning what happened. Idrian looks back at the training dummy in front of him, how he literally slashed away both its limbs from his slash. Our boy is speechless, while Balerhard roars at him for being a fool who could have done real and reckless damage if he had a proper sword on him. Idrian's hands are full of calluses and cuts. The system awards him for his extreme concentration with a super concentration trait. This is a positive reward, and in his final thoughts before passing away from fatigue, our boy thinks that he could have been killed just now. Balerhard catches his student gazing at his face while remarking the stubbornness of the prince. In the next scene, our boy wakes up in his bed, realizing that he crashed out mid-training. He really pushed his current body beyond its limits, recalling the time when he was a sword, how he'd been perfect in every way. His users were once the nameless war hero, the swordmaster, a mercenary king, and finally even the founder of the kingdom. He'd single-handedly led wars to victory, killed countless monsters, and created a pathway for heroes to flourish. Gruhorn had always been an excellent advisor and teacher, and that's why he wanted to continue swinging his weapon until he could reach such a perfect state again, pouring all his effort into one. Still, the current body is too weak, and will lead to ruination if he doesn't rest properly. A month has gone by since he created the mana heart, and he's acquired a lump of mana during that time. Meditating, the prince prepares himself for the next level, one that his system is ready to let him access. His body can now freely access more mana in his mana heart's expansion and evolution. The same body's physical constitution also adjusted to accommodate for the mana heart, allowing physical benefits. By the end of the process, Idrian's mana heart is stimulated to success. To test it right away, he grabs his sword and makes a swing, having acquired the level of a sword learner. Now he can access the most basic level of aura too, evidenced by the flowing waves of his sword. The basics have been successfully learned. In the training session to follow, Balerhard talks about certain rumors spreading throughout the kingdom regarding the bet. Because of that, Bro is forced to train the prince even harder, though he's annoyed that Idrian isn't just hurrying up to find a partner already. The person who comes to mind is actually none other than the third son of the Empire. Aside from that, our boy knows that he can't face off a double chain warrior straight up, so he was wondering if he could fight a single chain person as a starting point. Idrian looks at Carls for an update on his task. The knight responds assuring the prince that he did exactly as he was told and sent sparring requests everywhere. However, Carls is worried why the prince is hoping to have practice sessions with all these people. The reason is simple. Every single one of these opponents all have a grudge against the annoying and arrogant prince. That's why they're intentionally using this opportunity to hurt him, but that's fine with our boy, who's already aware of their strategy. His only concern is for his uncle to act as the referee for each session. It's a simple task to make sure no one dies during the match, something that Balerhard shouldn't have any resistance doing. Days after this session, the first training match is conducted. The first challenger stares in awe of the majestic palace of the scoundrel prince. This guy's called Taylor Tailheim, and he's just the second son of a baron's ordinary family. Years ago, the bastard fat pig of a prince denounced him and ridiculed his older brother and father in front of everyone, instantly smashing his family's honor into the ground. Ever since then, the Tailheim family has lost its respect and has become a subject of ridicule. That's why he's come here to exact his revenge against the snotty prince in this fight. Shortly after, he meets the prince and greets him with utmost respect. Taylor highlights his level as an apprentice knight of the single chain, though he's doing too long of an introduction for a match that is unofficial. Our boy even cooks his ass and calls him weak, which confirms to Taylor about how arrogant this prince really is. Balorhard catches on to the young man's vitriol and hatred and orders him to compose himself as the fight hasn't even begun. Bro goes from a murder machine to a fangirl instantly after watching the northern commander stand before him. Even our boy thinks that his uncle deserves the true rank of the prince more than he does, to which Balorhard taunts him for being a shitty noble brat in the past. Anyway, both fighters are told to set positions as the fight is to begin. The two stare the other down. Taylor is the first person to unleash his aura, acting confident with his smile as he lunges forth to punish the prince. He goes for an aerial slash, but just from a glance, Idrian criticizes several wasted movements of the apprentice knight. Casually, he ends up blocking the strike, stunning the apprentice knight with his display of a mana heart. Taylor jumps back to maintain his spacing, questioning how a mana heart is even capable of blocking a mana chain. His observation is actually correct, except for the fact that Taylor is only using a single chain, so it's not a major difference and merely makes the prince tingle. Interestingly, the spectators all start to hear a unique sound emanating from the sword, one that stuns even the boy's uncle. This phenomenon is called a sword cry. Taylor is in so much denial of the prince's capabilities that he impulsively bursts forth again. This attack is heavier than the last, but our boy defends it well. The attack turns into a proper sword clash between both fights, their blades exchanging blows as each fighter draws back. At this point, Idrian is catching up on fatigue, highlighting how mana rings are the polar opposite of mana heart. Just one confrontation just now made him feel like his mana was about to crash and backflow. At the same time, his opponent's expression is quite the sight to see. Idrian remembers Taylor's position as the second son of his family, and taunts him for being far too hard-headed in his emotions. As for our boy, he collects himself and submerges in even deeper concentration. Idrian calls for an awakened spell, as even if the sword is called magical or divine, it's part of his soul. The mana heart officially accepts his grand will as the first color is imbued over the colorless mana heart. The dormant sleeping will of the Dragon Slayer is officially summoned. Thus is the memory of the sword paired with a heart specifically designed to slaughter dragons. The skill heart of the Dragon Slayer spirals into action as Idrian transforms into a draconic state. His body is now aided by the will of the dragon as part of the Dragon Slayer sword's powers. From a distance, the same powerless prince now looks like a manifestation of literal death as crimson aura exudes from him. Taylor is frightened by the mere sight of it, while Balorhard demands the duel to be stopped. Filled with determination, the ruthless prince rockets ahead to slaughter his opponent. In a flashback, it is revealed that the prince made a special request to his uncle to stop him if he ends up trying to kill his opponent. That's exactly what's happening right now, forcing the northern commander to sweep right in, activating a skill to pulverize the prince. The boy was launched into a wall, but at least Balorhard could stop him in time. Suddenly, the rest of the knights come to seize him from every direction, believing that his recent attack could have resulted in the prince's assassination. It's a grievous offense, but our boy quickly gets up to stop them all from annoying his teacher. It's true that he's the one who ordered Balorhard to act, except he wasn't planning on Bro to actually knock him out like that. The prince faints, and resultantly, the next time he wakes up, his mana heart is pounding from the effects. His uncle is a goddamn monster with incomparable strength, and the second he took that kind of attack head-on, the backflow took him out. The good thing? There weren't any after effects, so it's fine because he ended up winning the match too. The prince was laughing when suddenly, his master and uncle came along for an important discussion. He recalls the sight of the sword the boy used, emphasizing that he never even taught him that kind of style. The prince reveals that he divulged himself into the essence of the sword and became one with it. What bothers his uncle is that the same prince who hasn't even experienced a real fight was exerting godlike murderous intent. The essence of his so-called spirit reeks in bloodlust, though Balorhard can't disagree with it either. This comes as a shock to the prince who was fully expecting to be given a corny lecture. The northern commander scoffs, sharing that he's a soldier first, one that walks the path of winning by any means necessary. Despite his own philosophy of ruthlessness, he still takes issue with Idrian's bloodlust, as the weapon can't distinguish between friend or foe. The prince argues that he's putting in the work to fix his weaknesses, while his maternal uncle shows him interest in his development, wondering if the boy will eventually be consumed by his inner demons. After the 3 days of the sparring session, Taylor stood in defeat, while the prince thanked him for his assistance over the past few days. It's unfortunate that Taylor couldn't get his revenge, and our boy even taunts him for not being able to get what he wanted. Idrian tells his maid to bring a special present, one that he's been meaning for the Talheim family. He already knows that the old snobby prince has done terrible things to people in the past, and though this gift won't be enough, it's still something to make amends with their family. Taylor is flustered by the shift in the scoundrel prince's personality, while our boy tells him to fudge off, reflecting how he shouldn't even bother with cleaning up the mess-up of the original shitty prince. The news of the sparring session of the scoundrel prince quickly soared throughout the kingdom. People wanted warriors to go up against him and put the puny prince in his place. They all thought the first prince would suffer greatly, but even after many practice sessions, no one could hear the news of Idrian's suffering. Instead, the warriors who returned from the session actually gained a positive impression of our boy, painting the first prince as a kind and benevolent man. Their personalities completely shifted, to the point that normal citizens thought these guys were brainwashed by the royal family to stay silent. Hilariously, when this news makes its way back to our boy, it makes him enraged. The only reason these warriors weren't saying anything is because of how badly they got smoked in their fights. Idrian thought of these nobles as shitty and a waste of space, but his uncle mocks him for also fitting the same description. The first prince is fed up and looks at his recent opponent, politely threatening him to go and reveal the results of the sparring sessions this time. Our boy is hoping that this change will silence all his haters and the rumors spreading about. But the next day, even more rumors start spreading. This time people think the fat prince is fabricating the outcome of the matches to save his skin. This dude just can't stop catching L's. Refusing to focus on the nobles, he pours all his tantrums and frustrations into his training. Each swing of the prince is more ferocious than the last, cutting apart with wind with blazing mana. His mana heart is fired up full of life, as he turns to Cals to ask him about the remaining sparring partners. The knight explains that he'll be seeing his final opponent today. The first prince has already gotten to a level where apprentice knights are no match for him, but Cals assures him that this final opponent is actually a proper knight who has mastered her sword. This same knight wasn't satisfied with her own family's techniques, and became an elite who entered the Knight Order to further hone her sword. It's an attractive description to Idrian as he welcomes the arrival of Arwen Kirgayan. The woman walks up to the battle arena, while ordinary knights recall her as the warrior of the Iron Light Knight Order. Nicknamed as the flower blooming on the cliff, the thorny rose, and even the woman who breaks the hearts of men, she is an elegant beauty with her every stride. The fact that the first prince was able to invite her attention is a praise in its own league, as the determined Arwen looks forward to her fight. The spectators? They for sure think Arwen is going to dogwalk the prince in a humiliation ritual. The Iron Lion Knights are an order that is considered an elite set of knights. The probation knight among them is Arwen, a prodigious talent whose membership is already confirmed. The question is, why would Idrian be receiving such a talented opponent? Apparently there was some kind of misunderstanding between the two of them in the past, making our boy think that the trash prince must have picked an unnecessary fight again. He asks one of his maids to recount the tale of how he looked. Flustered, she reveals that this snob actually harassed Arwen, which basically means bro is about to get a dozen backshots from Arwen for their earlier grudge. Idrian is fed up with the misdeeds of the reckless prince. We actually get to see how this fatty put his hand over her body, and she even taunted him for trying to use his knights as private property. His ego attacked, the prince exploded and called Arwen ugly. That's about how the tale goes. Completely in character for a scoundrel's interaction with a knight. Of course, with the way our boy was looking at Arwen right now, the word ugly doesn't even come to mind. She lowers herself before him to pay respect, believing he hasn't changed a bit. The prince tries to save his skin, assuring her that he's changed quite a bit. But just looking at her pissed-off expression, it's clear that he's going to get his ass kicked in this fight. The referee and uncle, Count Balorhard, is here. He allows Arwen to introduce herself properly, and she offers her greetings as well. Balorhard urges Arwen to be careful as the mighty young prince has quite the feisty blade. Jokes aside, the match between the two is about to start as both participants take their positions. The duel officially begins, inviting determination and coldness from Arwen's stance. Meanwhile, our boy is happy to experience the skill level of a proper knight. The murderous woman blitzes into action with refined movement. The first clash is blocked by the young prince, but the mana difference is so severe that it causes a direct backflow, forcing out blood. Gorgeous yet concentrated, Arwen hammers on the offense for more punishment. Both of them swing back and forth, exchanging and clashing their blades. Our boy is being ragdolled around, giving Arwen complete control over the fight. She comes around for a definitive strike, forcing the first prince to activate her Dragonslayer state and exuding bloodlust. This ravishing bloodlust stuns her, and Arwen's sword is successfully deflected by the young prince. She gets back to her starting position, panting for breath and observing the prince's sword style. As for our boy, he's barely holding it together too, as despite being a single ring user, Arwen is different from all the rest. At the same time, Idrian taps into the skill called Judgment to invoke the knight's stats, revealing her strongest and weakest skills, even her personality traits. The fact that the prince can see her level from his limited use of the skill proves that he can also take her down. Budget Gilgamesh on a diet unleashes his crimson aura, prompting the knight to do the same. Both fighters lunge into motion, approaching the other at chaotic speeds and marking the start of the real battle. Several minutes later, both warriors are fatigued in the climax of their duel. It's an equal fight, so Balorhard intervenes and calls off the match for the day, postponing it for tomorrow. The prince acts cocky, stating that he was about to end things. Even Arwen mocks him, saying the same. Both of them are arrogant and want to continue the duel, but Balorhard isn't about to sit here all day long and believes both of them need to get treated. The healer comes up to patch up our boy's injuries, but Idrian's too busy glaring at Arwen, who shows equal distaste for him in return. The two turn the opposite direction, sharing the same thought of not losing to the other. The second day ends up in the same stalemate, and on the third day, both warriors refuse to give up. Arwen's pretty skilled, so the fact that the prince lasted this long shows that he's skilled too. Before round 3 starts, Idrian shares something he's been meaning to tell her. She wonders if he's about to apologize, refusing such an event. After all, her pride was wounded as a knight and she wants to reclaim it properly. Though it's admirable, the prince never thought of an apology in the first place. Instead, he suggests the idea of placing a reward since both of them are refusing to back down. The reward is simple. The loser will grant the winner one wish, a wish of any kind, no matter the length. The knights quickly jump to reverse this decision, believing it's far too dangerous for a prince of the royal family to make such claims. Idrian shuts them up and asks for Arwen's opinion. The knight highlights her position as one of the knights of the royal family, which is why she couldn't accept such a condition normally. At the same time, now that she's being granted full opportunity to get her chance, she's happy to take the bet. Idrian loves her choice and meets her for round 3. Both fighters chaotically swing their swords, hoping to break the other's spirit first. It's here that Idrian ends up using a move so bashful and fast that it stumps the prodigious knight. She can't believe how fast he's gotten in the span of a single day, as if he was always hiding his true strength. The fighters clash relentlessly, dancing across the arena. Only this time, the tables have been switched. Prince Idrian is the one dominating the battlefield and pushing her back, even going as far as to scratch her face. Refusing to stop, the prince gets right up in her face in what is supposed to be a decisive attack. Basically, his sword swing is faster than her ability to defend it. Both weapons clash. One sword goes flying into the air, shattered. The knight is on her knee as the spectators bear witness to the victor of the match. Arwen is unable to accept the outcome, while the prince decisively claims victory over Arwen Kurgayan. As for his reward, it's simple. Prince Idrian Leonberg wants to own her, but not in the Gunnar way, don't worry. Karl's earned the position of the royal guard for the first prince. The job was actually easy, despite the arrogance of the prince. There weren't any tantrums then, and looking at him now, Karl's recalls the sheer training that the crown prince did even in the storm. His dedication resulted in complete obliteration of the dummy, and he saw back then an ecstatic thirst for combat on his face. It was at that time that the royal guard knew that Idrian was destined for greatness. Back to the current situation, the rest of the guards are all horrified, including Karl's. Owning someone is heinous, especially a knight. Arwen questions if that's what the prince truly desires. Our boy confirms, adding that she's currently just an apprentice knight who couldn't beat a mere scoundrel prince. So that's why, what he wants from her right now is the full potential of the knight called Arwen Kurgayan. Luckily, this clarification set a better tone and surprised her, while Idrian declared his intention of keeping a loyal knight. One that doesn't just guard him out of royal responsibility, but a knight that is loyal to him through thick and thin. Thanks to his scanning ability, he can foretell Arwen's exceptional talent in sword mastery, which is why his decision to own Arwen as a knight stands true. Now let's explore her own backstory. As a younger version of Arwen longed to become a knight. She was among the best of the best for her age, and despite her talents, no one would give her the recognition she deserved. So she worked even harder, twice as hard to beat every opponent in every fight. After defeating every single apprentice member she knew, she boasted astounding results. Even after everything she did, they couldn't recognize her as a proper knight. However, right now, she's being shown proper appreciation. She's being given credit, a potential and a future promised by the first prince himself. She almost doesn't believe his words, so she begs Idrian to promise one thing, and that is to treat her as a knight first and a woman second. If Idrian can do that, she will obey his every command. It's an admirable task. The two of them meet eye to eye as Idrian accepts the offer. Immediately, the same prodigious knight takes a knee before her acknowledged prince, swearing herself to Idrian Leonberg for life. The spectators watching are stunned by the event, and to answer her properly, the first prince officially honors her as a knight. He spouts the prayer that reminds me of that one scene from Game of Thrones when Jaime offers knightship to Brienne of Tarth. In the next scene, we have Arwen training relentlessly. Her fellow colleagues can't believe that she swore loyalty to such a scoundrel prince. Many of them spread nasty rumors, wondering if she has some kind of creepy relationship with the prince in secrecy, using her as a mistress while keeping her as a knight as a cover. All of these stupid rumors are starting to annoy the heck out of our boy, who still can't escape his shitty reputation like Lloyd Frontera. Everyone treats him like the scum of the earth, and watching the prince's helplessness, the royal guard calls out to him for Idrian's words from that day. On the final day of the duel, Idrian declared that he didn't yearn for a knight who guarded him for royal responsibility. His words clearly impacted Karl's deep down, but even then our boy confirms that he strongly stands by what he said. After all, if the crown assigned Karl's to a different position, he would have to abide by it instead of remaining loyal to the prince. To put him at ease, he assures Carls that he can make an oath similar to Arwen if he wants. With sincerity in the royal guard's eyes, he asks the prince if he would accept such an oath from him. Shockingly, our boy declines it, believing that he has no interest in Carls or the joy of nurturing him. It's a simple comment, but our boy is actually serious about what he said. Anyway, Idrian gets an official notice from the royal family, releasing him from probation period and granting him entrance in the upcoming banquet. The surprising part? The probation was lifted nearly 2 months sooner than it was due, so despite the initial anger of the king, something caused him to change his decision. The prince has no clue what's going on in that man's head, and he honestly doesn't care about the probation period ending. After all, he wasn't really planning on leaving the palace anyway, so it barely affects him. One maid intriguingly reads something that catches Idrian's attention. It's a new invitation that arrived for the first prince. She hands him the note, prompting him to open up and read its contents. The event is supposed to be a social party between young lords, a club that the scoundrel prince often frequented in the past. The maid describes it as an incomprehensible place full of defiling acts, basically implying booze and women. Our boy doesn't want to continue down that route, so Idrian slams a rejection to a useless gathering. But then, he reads the back of the note. The letter comes from Bernardo of the Eli family, his supposed friend, a name that actually jogs his memory. From his uncle, Idrian remembers that the Eli family was strongly supportive of the mana heart usage and eventually fell to ruin a century back. Out of curiosity for his friend's family, the prince decides to take part in the event, deep down hoping that his friend's family hasn't fully collapsed yet. 4 months after his possession of Idrian Leonberg's body, the young prince managed to lose a ton of weight. He had a tailor make a special outfit fitting his style, keeping it minimal. The stunning part? Our boy finally lost his fat weight and was now looking like a model instead of a bowling ball. Even the prince is shocked by his own developments, while his tailor is swooned. He lets him handle the second outfit for the palace as well. However, he asks him to wait for a bit as his measurements might change again. In the next scene, the prince is on his way to attend the social gathering event. Idrian knows that he's in a shitty position to always be attended by guards and carriage members. It's an overwhelming experience when suddenly he notices a scar on his maid's neck. Apparently, it's because of her incompetence. She did something, and the bastard fat prince punished her for it. Idrian genuinely despises the old prince for traumatizing the people. Despite seeing her around several times, he never even asked the maid her name. So he directly asks and learns that it's actually Adelia Bayern. The mention of the Bayern family clicks in Idrian's head, as it is barely even noted on the noble registry. In the past, when not even cities existed, there were several races flourishing aside from humans. Mankind was robbed and killed for being weak, but there came an era where humans became the saviors of their own fate at the end of the Great War, rising as the strongest species on the continent. The most notable among them were called the Five Electors, and of those 5 heroes, one of them wielded the sword Gruhorn, a woman who stared down a horde of titanic monsters, questioning what she and her loyal sword would be doing after the war ended. She leaped into battle to fiercely behead Ida, the king of the giants, with a single sword slash. Killing him marked the end of an era of exploitation, earning her the name of the iron-blooded sword Marquise, Agnes Bayern. She was one of a kind who cursed out monsters and slashed the shit out of him, dropping F-bombs in every sentence, making combos out of swear words and rapping them faster than Eminem. Even Gruhorn at the time felt discomfort by that woman's cuss words. Bro is traumatized by the mere memory of her, but he's stunned that her descendant is sitting before his eyes. It makes him wonder what became of the Bayern family to be reduced to a lower rank. Anyway, Carl shares that they've arrived at the destination. Our boy gets out of the carriage and intends to have a proper conversation with Adelia later, confusing the maid and his royal guard. Outside, a silver-haired man welcomes his beloved old friend. This is Bernardo of the Eli family, who expresses deep gratitude for the prince and his transformation. Strangely, Idrian notices something interesting, inviting Bernardo's curiosity. Our boy assures him that it's a good idea that he came, since tonight will be very entertaining. In the next scene, they're at the club where drunk hooligans are muttering and teasing each other in delight. The party's full on the spot, but Bernardo is shocked by the prince's behavior. The same scoundrel typically gets drunk and starts flirting, but this time, he's staying silent. The very aura around Idrian is different from before. In fact, when one drunk guy comes up to mention the rumors of his victory over Arwen, bro doesn't even say a word. The whole party starts talking about his spectacular victory, and these creepy men are curious to wonder how gorgeous Arwen must look underneath her armor. Composed in his response, he asks the man if he has any siblings with him. The man reveals that he has a younger sibling, bringing much relief to the prince. Why? Because bro wants to end this bastard's life and throws a punch so hard that it sends the dude flying. The scene is tense, sobering everyone on the spot in fear and shock, even Bernardo. Idrian is ecstatic that this guy has a brother, because he can happily now stomp this guy's eggs without bringing an end to his family's legacy. The man screams like a bitch, while our cold and majestic prince declares his younger brother as the new heir of the family. The beatdown only continues as Idrian's bloodbath horrifies the crowd. The beaten-up man doesn't even understand why he's being used as a punching bag. Using this as an opportunity to educate everyone, the prince emphasizes that he won't tolerate being treated like a scoundrel, even if he's perceived as one. Bro's Shakespearean words confuse the shit out of the party. To clarify what he means, Idrian launches another punch because they do the talking much better than his words. After smashing the first guy with a billion Mike Tyson punches, he calls for Bernardo, who literally gets on his knees instantly. Bro does not want to end up like this guy. The prince even scarily reminds him of his earlier statement that he'll make today quite entertaining. Bernardo has no clue what the hell happened to this guy, and receives an order to summon the royal knights. He takes off at rocket speed to fulfill the order, while the rest of the party members simply gaze at the prince in silence. Idrian calls out the women at the back to leave, inviting the attention of a certain man. This guy tries to sneak his way out, but Idrian notices his presence. He's fine with letting this guy leave alongside the woman, so long as he can rip this dude's balls off like what he did earlier. The very thought paralyzes all the men in fear because, let's be honest, there's no worse threat than your balls getting curb-stomped until the eggs break. Idrian tells them that they were disrespecting him earlier by refusing to kneel before him, even mocking him and insulting his knight. To offer fitting charges and punish these men for the consequence of berating royalty, he has brought royal guards, specifically Carl's, who dubs them as treasonous individuals. With a single order, the royal guards are pleased to force them all in. Idrian excitedly gives the order, ensuring no one escapes punishment. After this encounter, the prince is called before the king for another ravenous attempt at creating chaos. 14 noble children were arrested for every possible excuse. The king is pissed that his son invoked the royal family's authority and brought punishment upon the victims' families. But with 14 families involved, the king will face severe backlash. Idrian knows his father well and calls out his exact fear before highlighting that all these people are outcasts and irredeemable trash anyway. In fact, he recommends his father to send a letter to certain individuals, specifically the brothers and sisters of the arrested scumbags. Hearing the boy's words, the king orders him to leave, to which the prince does without any worry. Now let's go back to his appointment with his maid. Despite his best efforts to comfort Adelia, the poor girl is breaking apart in tears, questioning what she did that was so wrong. She's like a puppy who was tortured by the old prince to the point of ruin. Her family isn't even on the list of proper nobles. Not even the descendants of the Leonberg family seem to know about the significance of the Bayerns. It's as if a part of history was erased. The peerless contribution from Agnes Bayern is no longer a thing to remember. Everything finished from the Bayern family. And yet, our boy can clearly see latent potential in Adelia's swordsmanship. This woman is a secret S rank with a crazy level of traits imbued in her. For starters, Butcher is a trait that activates upon seeing blood. War Maniac is another trait signifying a woman obsessed with battle. At the same time, the maid has fragile heart and caregiver traits, making her an excellent and passive person. So this maid has unrivaled swordsmanship and combat prowess, but not a single one of her traits can control her once she's gone mad. It comes to a point where even our boy is contemplating the idea of unleashing her carnage upon the world. In the end, it would be a waste not to try, since she's an S-rank talent. Let's talk about the slave mentality trait, which basically means a servant feels loyal and happy to serve her master. Using that as leverage, Idrian demands her to swear absolute loyalty to her. It's a confusing request because she's already her maid, but Idrian clarifies that he wants something more. He wants her to become his knight, and wants her to do so right now. The shy and fragile girl breaks down, refusing to take on such a grand role, believing herself to be insignificant. But our boy knows the truth about her family, and assures her that he'll take responsibility for her. Instead, she has to swear loyalty to him and serve without question. The strategy here is that if Adelia can't control her madness by her own abilities, then he'll outsource that control to him. At first, she wonders if he'll go to the end of his deal to take responsibility for her family. The prince's confirmation makes her really happy, as our boy even offers to summon them to the capital so she can see them anytime. This makes her really happy, enough for her to swear her loyalty. So just like Arwen, she chants it and declares her service to the first prince for the rest of her life. Idrian is happy with this arrangement and officially dubs her as a servant who will obey his orders without question. He even pats her on the hand, casting joy on her face. But even the prince is at edge, wondering if he made the correct decision here. Idrian thinks about all the rumors swirling through the palace ever since he took over this body. People whisper about every move he makes, about how quiet and unstable he seems. They talk about how the spoiled prince before him used to summon children of high-ranking nobles, beat them, and throw them into dungeons for fun. Then there is the newest scandal, the one everyone loves the most, how he appointed a lowly maid as his personal knight, someone who had never even held a sword before. Idrian knows that no matter what he does, people will hate him because of the reputation left behind by the body's previous owner. Even the maid he chose as his knight is twisted into another ugly rumor, with people claiming he is building a harem under his command. More than anything, he hates how everyone feels entitled to his life and his choices. He never expected this single decision, turning a maid into a knight, to turn into such a massive storm. It feels like everyone is waiting for him to fail. He imagines his father, the king, growing angry and saying that he is once again cleaning up his son's mess. He can already hear his uncle cursing his name like always, and he pictures his younger brother mocking him, acting clever and superior. Adrian sinks deeper into these thoughts, weighed down by frustration and dread. Then another maid rushes in and announces that the queen has arrived. Adrian panics instantly, his heart jumping as he silently begs the gods to show him mercy and give him just a little break. Adrian is exhausted from all the arguing and the constant attention, and then his mother adds more fuel to it. She scolds him, saying she truly believed he had fixed his behavior, but now it looks like he is falling back into his old trashy habits. She declares that it is time for him to step into society properly and get married. Once he chooses a spouse, she says he will finally settle down and stop wandering around like a madman. Adrian does not even understand what she is talking about, but the queen does not care. She raises her voice like any furious mother and orders him to listen, because a mother is always right. Since she has decided that it is time for him to marry, then he will marry. With that, she turns around and leaves, abandoning Adrian in shock as he stands there wondering what he is even supposed to do next. Later, Adrian summons the maid Adelia, who is clearly nervous and terrified as she sits before the prince. He explains a few things to her, and she timidly asks if she is truly going to gain mana. Adrian calmly confirms that she will receive a special kind of mana, a mana heart. He then uses his own mana and forms a heart inside her body, thinking about how this world has forgotten the legendary Sword Queen. At least he has not forgotten her. He remembers every detail, the path she walked, the way the sword moved as if it were alive in her hands, and how she commanded it with absolute grace. He wants to awaken that same destiny inside Adelia, because he believes this path belongs to her. He even remembers the powerful rhythm of the Sword Queen's mana heart, as it once beat with pride and resolve. The mana heart finally takes shape inside Adelia, and a system notification confirms that the imprint is complete and stable. Adelia watches a soft golden light glow from her chest, completely stunned. She whispers in disbelief, asking if that is truly the power of mana. When the process ends, Adrian explains that what she witnessed is the refinement method for forming a mana heart. He tells her to practice it on her own whenever she can. Suddenly, Adelia grows anxious, but her worry shifts when Adrian collapses to the ground, scraping his knees. The strain of creating a mana heart has drained him completely. She rushes toward him, but he refuses her help, brushing it off and saying he is only a little tired. Adelia hesitates, then quietly asks how someone like him could choose a lowly maid like her. Adrian has no patience left for questions and tells her to leave. When she does not move, he turns back and asks why she is staring at him like a lost puppy. Adelia quickly bows her head, mixing fear with respect, and swears that she will serve him with absolute loyalty for the rest of her life. The answer satisfies Adrian. He reminds her to never forget that he is her master, and Adelia takes those words as a badge of honor. Yet as Adrian turns away, Adelia quietly thinks to herself that she might not remember that promise quite the way he expects. A few days later, Cals comes to report to the prince about Bernardo Ely. He explains that he recently heard Bernardo has been taken by the royal guard as a witness in a recent incident, and according to official orders, strict measures are in place so no one can meet him before the trial. Adrian feels puzzled that trials even exist in this world, and he casually asks whether he will need to attend one as well. His knight calmly replies that royalty never stands as a witness. The relief hits Adrian like a released breath, but it also makes him uneasy. He realizes they are suddenly making a very big deal out of this entire trial. During the conversation, Adrian's attention drifts toward Adelia. He looks at her directly and asks how she has been feeling lately. The poor girl freezes in surprise, clearly not expecting his concern. Adrian then asks her about the mana, whether it has stabilized or not. Adelia gathers herself and answers that it has. Hearing that, Adrian stands up without hesitation and declares that from now on she will join him during training. He tells her to go change and meet him at the training ground, and to leave the cleaning rag behind, because from this moment onward, she is a knight. At the training ground, Adrian begins stretching his body, slow and relaxed. Before he can settle into his routine, someone interrupts him. It is his uncle, Belhard. He asks a question, and Adrian responds with sharp sass, clearly uninterested in dealing with him today. His attention is focused elsewhere, on a girl struggling to run across the field. Adrian asks his uncle if he has heard the rumors, then openly states that he is turning her into a knight. The words immediately anger Belhard, as always. He lashes out, accusing Adrian of recklessly forcing a maiden into knighthood and wasting his time on foolish ideas. Adrian snaps back, telling him to stop meddling in his affairs like he always does. Their argument grows louder, sharp words flying back and forth until Adelia finally completes her 10th lap and collapses onto the ground. Belhard does not spare her a glance. Adelia, breathless and shaking, starts apologizing, begging forgiveness for being such a poor runner. Adrian immediately tells her to forget it. He steps forward and places a wooden sword in her hands, explaining that today he will teach her only the basic stances. He demonstrates a few simple movements, steady and precise, then asks Adelia to try them herself. What happens next freezes everyone in place. Like a skilled ballet dancer, Adelia begins to move. Her steps flow smoothly, her posture perfect, her sword following each motion with surprising grace. Both Belhard and Adrian stand still, staring in disbelief, as she flawlessly recreates his techniques after watching them only once. When she finishes, she looks at him and softly asks if she did it correctly. Adrian feels a chill crawl up his spine. For the first time, fear grips him. At this rate, she might surpass him far too soon. He thinks bitterly that control only works when the weak fear the strong, and if she grows beyond him, she could become dangerous. But his thoughts break when he notices Belhard watching Adelia with a greedy glint in his eyes. Adrian steps closer and nudges his uncle, warning him to calm himself and not entertain any filthy ideas about her. Belhard only smirks and mocks him, saying that Adrian is still a novice who has held a sword for only a few months, and that someone like him cannot handle such overwhelming potential. That is where Adrian draws the line. He refuses to be talked down to. His mana heart surges to life, the same heart that holds the depth of the giant king, the light dragon, and beings who drank deeply from the blood of countless lives. A portion of his soul answers his anger and rises at his command. Red flames wrap around his body as his presence explodes outward. He stares at Belhard with cold authority, his voice heavy and final as he declares that Adelia belongs to him. Adrian warns his uncle not to look at Adelia, or even think about her, because he truly hates it when someone tries to force what does not belong to them. In that moment, he suddenly realizes that his sense of reality is slipping away. His awareness fades into a strange state filled with cold and darkness, where he can feel neither life nor death. He understands the danger immediately. At this rate, his body will merge with the sword, and his soul will be devoured by the demonic blade, Blackhorn. Adrian knows he cannot allow that to happen. He fights back against the pull, confronts his inner demons, and forces the demonic power back into its cage. Slowly, he returns to himself as Prince Adrian, just in time to catch the end of his uncle's speech. The uncle speaks grandly about how one ordinary knight can save the lives of 10,000 soldiers, and how a single outstanding knight can protect hundreds more. Adrian barely listens. To him, his uncle is no longer just family, but the great frontier commander, the man who leads armies among corpses and war. Even so, Adrian has no interest in the lecture. His indifference irritates the uncle once again, and he begins to lash out at the boy. That is when Adelia finally speaks for herself. She declares that her body and soul belong to Adrian, and that she will not follow the uncle's words. Adrian feels a spark of pride at her resolve and smirks toward his uncle. He calmly says that his original goal for the training was simply to help her lose weight, and now that she has come this far, he has nothing more to teach. He tells his uncle to leave and stop interfering in his business. The uncle storms away, stern and clearly irritated. Even after that day, he continues to visit the palace without stopping, watching Adelia and observing their training from a distance. Since Adrian has strictly forbidden him from stepping in or interfering, the uncle can do nothing but watch. Seeing that arrogant man struggle in silence becomes strangely entertaining for Adrian. Before long, Adelia once again takes her stance with the sword, and Adrian can hardly believe his eyes. She has already learned the sword's renaissance. He applauds her, genuinely pleased with her progress, and for the first time, Adelia herself looks proud. The peaceful moment does not last long. The uncle interrupts again and demands to know whether Adrian has taught her the mana heart as well. When Adrian confirms it, the uncle's anger explodes. He starts shouting, accusing Adrian of teaching her foolish travel tricks instead of keeping them to himself. Adrian turns sharply and orders him to leave at once. The uncle curses him, claiming there was a far better path, and that Adelia had potential beyond imagination, which Adrian has now ruined. Adrian remains calm and tells his bodyguard to escort the uncle out. The uncle refuses to be touched by a lowly guard and storms out on his own. After the tension fades, Adelia quietly asks Adrian if the techniques she is learning are really just petty tricks. Adrian firmly denies it. He tells her that his uncle does not understand what he is talking about. The truth, he explains, is that people of this modern era have completely forgotten what a real mana heart truly is. If they had not, they would never have thrown it away like a pair of broken shoes. With quiet certainty, Adrian vows that she will soon discover the true power of mana. Later at the training ground, the uncle returns and places a wooden sword in front of Adrian, demanding that he prove himself. The uncle declares that he will use only a single ring, and if Adrian can force him to take even half a step back, then he will finally acknowledge Adrian's knowledge and power. Adrian picks up the sword and calmly asks what the bet is. The uncle replies that if Adrian wins, he will grant him one wish, anything he wants, even the family's secret techniques. It is not what Idrian truly wants, but for now, he accepts the terms without hesitation. Idrian charges forward at once, aiming straight for his uncle's throat. The uncle only smirks and says it was obvious that Idrian would go for the neck. Just as predicted, Idrian attacks the uncle's throat again and again and again. Each strike is fast and sharp, but the uncle dodges every single one with ease. He moves effortlessly, avoiding the attacks until he finally blocks Idrian's sword and lightly nudges him back, asking if that is all he has. He then pushes Idrian away and mocks him, asking if he has already given up. Idrian grits his teeth. He is stubborn, and he finds his uncle unbearably annoying, but he cannot deny one thing. His uncle is terrifyingly strong and smart. He is waiting for the moment Idrian draws out his mana, because only then can he deliver a far more crushing defeat. But Idrian is not going to give him that satisfaction. With that thought, he starts speaking to himself, finding it strange how 400 years ago there were countless mana hearts, and knights who possessed a mana heart achieved unbelievable feats. Yet when a somewhat useful skill appeared later, everyone simply forgot about the mana heart and adapted that new skill instead. Over time, people began to believe that the mana chain technique was a far superior method of mana management than the mana heart. Belhard hears him muttering and asks what exactly he is trying to say. Idrian calmly replies that he disagrees with that belief entirely, and that the comparison itself is flawed. Idrian says it was never that the mana heart was weak, it was always that the owner was weak. He states clearly that not all mana hearts are fragile or inferior. He then asks Belhard if he has ever heard of the heroic martial poem. Belhard snaps at him to stop talking, saying that the training ground is a place for trading blows and swords, not a place for songs and poems. Idrian only smirks and tells him that he is a fool for calling the mana heart a low-level technique. With that, Idrian begins to recite the poem that is engraved deep within his chest. He sings of 100 battles won against 20 trainees who all dreamed of becoming heroic martial warriors. As the words flow, the heroic martial poem takes shape. Power begins to surge through him with every line he recites. The strength of those victories pours into his body, into his arms, and finally into his blade. Slowly, his sword begins to glow, answering the poem with its own rising light. The system notification shows that the effects of the poem of sparing have been activated, and mana flows all around Idrian. But Belhard remains unimpressed, saying that no matter what Idrian does, it will not matter. As long as Idrian relies on the mana heart, it cannot surpass mana chain. Idrian charges at his uncle, and Belhard dodges effortlessly with his sword. The mana of the ring pushes the mana heart's flow backward, causing Idrian to fly slightly back. But in truth, to master the poem, Idrian has trained over 100 times and endured the ring's mana over 1,000 times. During those 100 matches, he experienced 1,000 waves of opposing mana. He strikes down with his sword, unleashing the power of the stained say. His blade now feels fully presentable, but when he attacks again, Belhard dodges once more. Idrian presses on, striking repeatedly, and for the first time, Belhard begins to show concern. Belhard gathers his full power to push Idrian away. He tells Idrian he is arrogant to claim that not all mana hearts are equal. He slams his sword into the ground, causing an explosion that throws Idrian backward against the wall. Belhard announces that he is bored with this fight and declares that it is over because he has already won. Idrian, however, realizes that at a common rank, heroic martial points alone are inefficient. He uses his sword to rise to his feet and begins recounting the history from 400 years ago. He explains how the knights made a critical mistake. They left no enemies for their descendants. They believed their stories, sword techniques, six beating of the heart, and poems of their victories would pass down intact. But this new world has forgotten the songs of dragons and giant kings, turning them into myths too absurd to be true. Belhard does not listen at all. He believes Idrian is daydreaming and cannot understand a word of what he is saying. Idrian grows tired of the games and thinks of his uncle as an arrogant and foolish knight. Suddenly, the darkness of the sword's demon, Blackhorn, rises like a storm above Idrian's eyes. He declares that if Belhard does not understand true power, he will teach him. The demon hands fully consume Idrian's body and mind. He begins chanting the dragon-slaying poem. His body strains under the immense power. Some parts of the song are omitted because of his lower rank, but one powerful verse remains. Idrian repeats the mantra again and again. The sheer energy of this verse strikes Belhard with force. Idrian attacks, and Belhard realizes that if this continues, he could die. Another explosion erupts, sending Idrian flying backward into the ground. When the dust settles, Belhard reveals that he is not using a single minor ring as promised, but a full pentagon of rings. Idrian, however, is thrilled. Even with all 4 rings active, his sword is untouched, slicing through the ring's mana with the power of the mana heart. He rises to his feet, leaving Belhard stunned and confused. Belhard expected the ring's mana to surpass the mana heart, yet it could not. Idrian looks directly at his uncle and declares calmly and firmly that he has lost. Later, the dragon's song and the sword batter Idrian's frail human body. He claws at the sheets, teeth gritted, cursing that damn Gesta Sanctorum. Later, Idrian knows the pain is the price for forcefully drawing out the power of Gesta Sanctorum, the poem of the decapitated dragon. His body is now in tatters, but he knows it is worth every risk. This is his first martial feat that he wove entirely himself, and he feels proud of it. He recites the poem again and again from his heart. The system shows that his rank as god of duels has slightly increased, and he thinks it will be enough for the duel with the third prince. Suddenly, Adelia interrupts him, beaming with joy because he has finally regained consciousness. She tells him how, after he collapsed, the queen was furious at Belhard, and it was the first time she had seen her so angry. Deep down, Idrian feels a little pleased, thinking that it serves his uncle right to be scolded by the queen. Adelia also tells him that Belhard asked to be informed as soon as Idrian woke up. Idrian does not like the idea, but he lies down, telling her that he has woken up just long enough to know, and that he wants to rest. He knows if he does not properly recover the spirit damaged by excessive use of Gesta Sanctorum, he will pay a terrible price. Memories of realities in the past will mix into chaos, and eventually, the boundary of reality will collapse in his mind. He will become a madman, good for nothing, trapped in the sword's memories again. Even thinking about that hole makes him shudder because it is the worst fate he can imagine. Then he tells Adelia about her ancestor Agnes Bayron, a legendary swordsman, and how she should be able to inherit the powers of Gesta Sanctorum. Adelia imagines how incredible her ancestor must have been. Idrian explains that in order to fully benefit from the poem, she will need to grow far stronger than she is today. He asks her what she truly wants to learn. Adelia is stunned by the question, her eyes widening, and she hesitates, stuttering repeatedly. Finally, she blurts out her heart, declaring that she wants to become Idrian's sword. Hearing this, Idrian freezes, utterly stunned by her words. Apparently, some Gesta Sanctorum begin with the sound of a driving trumpet, while others start with the first step across a plain. Some begin with a heartfelt oath, just like the oath Adelia is taking right now in front of Idrian. She swears to sacrifice her life for him and dedicate everything she has into 5 things for his sake. The system shows that she is offering a point of subordination. Idrian feels the power and presence of it, realizing that this is Adelia's Gesta Sanctorum. Some Gesta Sanctorum also influence others, and in this case, a new Gesta Sanctorum forms, creating a point of domination. The point of subordination is a link between a master and a servant, and Idrian is stunned. The descendant of the Sword Queen has conceived this form of subordination in front of him, granting him a miracle he never expected. He smiles, thinking of all the powers he will now have. As long as Adelia's subordination targets him, her growth will also benefit his own work. He thanks her for her kindness, and Adelia gazes at him in admiration. Idrian does not yet know what kind of help or advantage she will give him, but he feels certain about the future. A few days later, Idrian is in the kingdom, bored out of his mind. His mother approaches him, asking if he is feeling a little better. Idrian does not like being questioned, and he struggles dealing with people who are cherished by the body's original owner. He is just as awkward with his mother, who looks somewhat defeated. She asks if he resents his uncle and then tries to cover for him, saying that he does not truly mean harm, so even if Idrian has hard feelings, he should just shake them off. When Idrian replies that he does not feel that way, she screams that he definitely should. Idrian is confused, wondering what she really wants from him. Ever since he blew away his pride and arrogance that day, it has been hard for him to endure. That day, he planted a heart demon inside his uncle's mind. If Belhard cannot overcome it, the demon will grow, and he will lose his proud martial powers. Idrian does not care about the consequences for his uncle. That will be his own loss. His mother says that his uncle has spent his whole life closer to swords than anyone else, which makes him clumsy and rough in mind. But recently, Belhard seems fond of Idrian and even personally persuaded the king to lift his confinement early. As soon as it was lifted, Idrian threw a temper tantrum, putting his uncle in a difficult position. Idrian realizes then that his uncle had legitimate reasons to be angry, yet he still acts like a spoiled, ungrateful brat, thinking, what did he even do for him? While in recovery, an old scholar named Niccolo Marciadel was called in to serve as his tutor. Naturally, Idrian Leonberger refused to play along. The old scholar, Carls, and Adelia watched as the prince rolled around the floor, throwing a tantrum. Niccolo tried to give him some encouraging words, but the spoiled prince took it the wrong way. Once he calmed down a little, Idrian insisted that there's no need for a lesson when he already knows everything he needs to know. Since he feels strongly in that way, Niccolo suggested an alternative. They could just hang out and engage in a conversation covering several topics. If he could prove that he didn't need help, the scholar promised never to visit again. By the end of the day, the prince was blazing with passion as he openly took part in academic debates about the nature of man. Niccolo even suggested a book for him to peruse based on the topic they delved into. In this text, the relationship between ruler and subject was represented as a kind of contract. Monarchs provide a portion of military and economic power to the keys of power, and the keys of power keep the monarch on the throne through loyalty. For all the years he's lived as Gruhan, Idrian came to believe that relationships are supposed to be give and take. Before he knew it, the whole day had been spent. The old scholar tidied up the desk and concluded the session. When Nicolo said his goodbyes, the prince was smiling from ear to ear. He's never had so much fun just yapping away. As soon as he heard the door shut, Idrian realized what happened. He had just been finessed into attending a full-blown lecture against his will. The old man was quite sly, but Nicolo was also surprised by the first prince. The kid was very different from how the rumors depicted him. Forbidden from training and free from Nicolo's lessons, the prince's schedule was clear for the day, and he was bored. Before he could agonize about his life choices and bed rot, a guest, namely his uncle Bael Balarhard, made him stand up. Adelia welcomed Unk in. It's been a few days since the last sparring match. Bael looked ghastly. He hasn't been able to overcome the inner demon planted by his nefarious nephew. Today, Unk only came by to say his apologies. He broke the promise he made to himself and caused the prince a great injury for it. He won't make any excuses, even though Idrian's injuries were the painful fruits of overexertion. His uncle must have been agonizing over the troubles of injuring royalty. To correct his mistakes, Uncle Bael offered to give the kid anything he could possibly ask for. If he has to give up his eyes or arms to settle the score, he will. In the end, Idrian felt bad for this talented man trapped by such a trivial inner demon and decided to be generous. The first prince stated his demand. He just wanted to go out for a bit. His forced confinement period is over, so he should be free to go. But the prince wasn't talking about going on a one-day trip. He plans to wander far outside the capital. Setting the schedule will take time, and they can't aim for somewhere too far either. Bael accepted his request and immediately got to work to make it happen. After his uncle left, the prince was left in the room with Carls. He thought the boss would demand something more unreasonable. You don't get the favor of a count every day after all. Frankly, Idrian just wanted the old man to stop acting so stiff and pathetic, so he asked for something manageable. Hearing the boss speak so candidly cracked up the night. Suddenly, Adelia entered the room with a much-awaited letter in hand. It was a neat update log from Lady Arwen Kurgayan. She underwent a small breakthrough and will be able to visit soon. The message was short and sweet, a perfectly timed piece of good news. 5 days later, Uncle Bael sent word that everything had been taken care of. After 2 more days, the day of the departure arrived. The first fief they'll be passing through is called Ellen. The prince was so excited, he couldn't sit his ass down. You see, the county of Elin is the royal palace's best armament production site. It has an iron mine to supply high-quality material and a blacksmith's guild to refine it. More than half of the weapons and armors delivered to the royal family came from Elin. Since Idrian's level has risen a lot lately, he's been itching to find a new blade of his own. Originally, he planned to pick up a nice sword from the royal armory. Unfortunately, he was blocked by a royal order from the king. Considering how the fat prince was moving, he couldn't really blame his father. At least he can score a proper weapon outside the palace. Surprisingly, Unk was taking the excursion seriously. Thus, the approximately 20-day journey had begun. 3 days from the capital, they'll reach the first stop, Elin. Afterwards, they'll venture for another 2 days toward the Iron Lion Castle. Currently, Idrian is stuck sitting inside a carriage for 3 whole days, bored out of his mind. Adelia is sitting across from him, but she's no fun either. Maybe his time would be better spent checking on his mana heart instead. Currently, his tank is empty as a side effect of overstraining the use of the dragon-slaying poem. It should be safe to start filling it up again slowly. He sensed the rattling vibration of the carriage, the cold draft of the wind, and the chatter of knights, and gathered the specks of mana born from those things. Eventually, he was able to reform and fill his empty mana heart. Much to his surprise, the mana heart he conjured was much bigger than the last. This is just a small glimpse of the greater will. It is the influence of forcing himself to use the poem. His physical constitution underwent a qualitative change, expanding his mana heart and improving its ability to store more juice. Through unconventional means, he reached the level of sword expert, improving his connection with the source and lifting the restriction for some of his authorities. His third eye and third ear have been upgraded significantly. Overall, a single meditation session pushed him to a different level. He could feel the drastic change in every little movement. He's taken another step forward. After those long 3 days of carriage riding, the caravan finally reached Elin. The first prince was respectfully welcomed and personally escorted by Edgar and Torrance Elin, sons of the city lord. In consideration of their long journey, Edgar offered to guide everyone to their rooms first. Walking around the Elin mansion, Idrian saw why this county was dubbed the production center for armaments. The halls were filled with all sorts of weapons. Upon closer look, you'd see that the blades in display are just flashy pieces, useless hunks of metal in actual combat. Based on first impressions, Idrian felt doubtful about finding what he was looking for in this place. So, he asked to be taken to the blacksmith guild within the territory. Edgar gladly granted his request. On the way, the local lord warned the prince that blacksmiths are rough and stubborn people without exception. When completely immersed in their work, they won't notice even if the lord visits. Edgar gave Idrian a long preamble to respect the craftsman spirit. even if it might seem a tad offensive. The heat of the furnace is intense as they walk into the room where magic happens. The air was filled with the noise of iron being forcefully hammered. The flames clamor, the bellows hiss. The blacksmiths use fire and iron in perfect harmony. Among the artisans in this room, there is one exceptionally clear sound that took the prince's breath away. An old man diligently forging a sword in the middle of the room caught Idrian's undivided attention. For some reason, every rhythmic beat of the hammer reminded Idrian of his first memory as Gruhan. Adelia wiped the sweat off her lord's cheek, knocking the prince out of his nostalgic daydream. While the rest of the forge had stopped working to offer their humble greetings to the prince, the old man continued his focused efforts. Edgard introduced the man leading the welcome committee as Saxon, head of the blacksmith guild. Idrian didn't give a damn. All he wanted to do was watch the forging masterclass in front of him. Saxon tried to curry favor with royalty and yelled at the old man to stop working and show some respect to the prince. Idrian had to grab that son of a bitch by the mouth to stop him from messing things up. Based on the empty workbenches and uncomfortable looks he was getting from the other blacksmiths, it looks like the head of the guild dragged everyone out without being asked to do so. As a sign of respect, he implored the blacksmiths to get back to work. With everyone back in their rightful stations, the prince locked in and continued watching absolute cinema. He just stood there, watching a shirtless old man beat his hammer into some hot steel repeatedly. The prince was completely engrossed by the process. He was in the midst of a burning world. For all the years of his existence, he's never felt this sensation before. After they left the forge, Edgar explained that the old man had been repeatedly forging and melting the same sword for the past half year. Every sword the man forged is said to be a masterpiece. He's not called the master artisan for nothing. None of his creations lacked in quality, yet he melted them all down the same. Furthermore, for the past month, the old man barely slept. He has devoted himself completely to his work. Given his age, it's a bit worrisome. Several days after they reached Elin, the prince made visiting the forge early and leaving late at night a regular occurrence. He just watched the master artisan continue the intense daily routine in silence. Contrary to the tension caused by the first prince's arrival, he caused no incidents at all. His stay in Elin eventually reached its last day. On the day of departure, the master artisan was going harder than usual. The prince was hoping to stay until he could see the final product, but who knows how long that will take. He can only leave with a deep sense of regret. There are countless matters to attend to. On the eve of their departure, Idrian commanded his people to prepare a farewell banquet. After the banquet, Edgar came running to his door first thing in the morning. He was excitedly yelling about the master artisan's finished sword. Hyped as hell, the prince ran towards the forge and saw the old man holding a majestic weapon. He was gently cleaning the edges of his newest deadly creation. Once it was 100% clean and sharp, the master artisan willingly surrendered the weapon to the prince. Looking at the blade, Idrian could visualize the words that perfectly encapsulated the moment. It was a weapon heated like the sun rising on the horizon, and it cooled until its hue matched the royal crimson robes. A sword akin to the sun, and the king was born. When it came to naming the sword, the artisan suggested the moniker Damarung. To the artisan, it means twilight. To the prince, it shall be the dawn. Once the weapon was surrendered to its rightful owner, exhaustion quickly caught up with the old man. Before he could collapse on the floor, the prince caught the master artisan. Sensing the weak pulse in the old man's body, Idrian decided to spend one more night in Elin. On his deathbed, the old man recounted the moment he saw the prince watch him work. On that first day, the sword took shape in his mind as if guided by fate. The sword itself chose the day it would be born. Knowing that the artisan was already on the way to the afterlife, Gruhan decided to be truthful and spilled his secret. Surprisingly, the old man took the revelation quite well. A blacksmith and a former sword can understand each other's hearts best. As his final request, the artisan extended his quivering hand and asked to hold the last sword he forged for one moment. Holding the handle, he blessed the sword to be as great as its owner once was. Idrian promised that it would be, and the old man finally croaked. When the sun came up, Edgar came running back to the prince's tent to glaze the new sword, Damarung, a blade forged with one's very soul. He tried to convince the prince that the old man's sword was not suitable for wielding, and that he should use a magic sword instead. Though not top tier, the magic sword presented by Edgard was at least a fine mid-grade. Seeing through Edgar's scheme, the prince shamelessly took the magic sword and refused to give up Damarung. To make sure that he won't get pushback, he made sure to pressure Edgar using the Elin family's loyalty to the crown. All the sly noble could do was swallow the loss and play it cool. He planned to lure the prince with a flashy magic sword in exchange for the master's blade, only to end up giving away two precious weapons for free. With no more delays, the caravan rolled out. The cavalry rode ahead at full speed while the carriages and infantry followed at a measured pace. To make up for the delays, they must hurry. On the way up to his carriage, the prince bumped into Uncle Bale. They barely saw each other the entire time they were in Elin since Bale was busy with a separate task. From now on, they'll be riding hard to reach Iron Lion Fortress by nightfall. Funnily enough, the prince doesn't know how to ride a horse. He was a literal sword for God knows how long, so how would he know how to ride a horse? The road to Iron Lion Castle was messy. He had to learn how to ride on the way. There were lots of puking, crazy horse wheelies, and very preventable twists and turns. Even if it wasn't the half-day journey originally planned, they managed to reach the destination in roughly a full day's ride. The prestige of the Iron Lions from the House of Wolroden was embodied by the welcome party arranged to receive the noble scion of Leonberger. These lions were a lot more spirited than expected. The reason was obvious. These boys must not be happy that their goddess was snagged away by a wastrel prince. Thinking that it would be fun to provoke the lions, Idrian confidently walked towards Arwen. Once face to face, the honorable knight bent her knee and gave the most respectful greeting to her lord. The Iron Lions almost pounced on the first prince right then and there. Their reaction was quite immediate, but so was Adelia Byron's. If Adelia loses her bearings to hostility at this moment, it would be bad news. The prince had to snap her out of boiling, murderous rage. It's a good thing he's been developing her subservience constantly. He turned back to Arwen and invited the Thorny Rose to follow him somewhere else. There are many stories they haven't shared yet. It would be better if the lions behind her tag along. The prince's first stop upon arrival was the training grounds. He was very eager to witness the Iron Lion, who are said to be the best in the kingdom, in action. Idrian issued an open challenge for anyone brave enough to step up, but his status as first prince was a bit burdensome. So, he pledged under the Leonberger name that no one would be held accountable for the results of any duels today. When coddling them didn't work, he resorted to provoking the lions. If no one crosses swords with him, the world-renowned reputation must be nothing but a bluff, right? Unable to take the trash talk any longer, Dale of the House Donant stepped up to the plate. He claimed to be far from worthy of representing the sword of the Iron Lions, but he's ready to make a stand. The prince was just glad someone actually fell for his rage bait. Dale here decided to take the initiative and charged with his wooden blade drawn. Idrian received the first exchange with a thunderous response that wrecked Dale's body from the inside out. His red head slid across the muddy floors of the training ground. One down, a lot more to go, the prince implored the knights to line up and try him. Next on the chopping block was Paul Rothheim, a third year as opposed to freshman Dale. As expected, the baby-faced knight was clobbered without a fight. Hallie, a fifth-year apprentice, thought he got the sauce. He didn't. Judith followed suit, and the prince showed him equal rights, equal fights. Every person sent by the proud Iron Lions lost in a spectacular fashion. This beatdown went on for half a day. Idrian never sustained a single scratch. After cleaning up the apprentices, the prince felt the itch to mess with the official members of the Knight Order. To stir some more trouble, he loudly announced that Arwen would be coming with him on the way home. The Thorny Rose didn't show any hesitation and accepted her lord's whim. This simple trick got one of the official members of the Iron Lions to stand up and speak. The knight had heard about the prince's love of gambling, so he suggested a small bet to liven things up. Before the knight could foolishly embarrass himself, Idrian put his foot down and established that Arwen is not a prize for a tournament. They should just wager something else instead. He threw the worn-down training sword and asked Carls for a real blade. The first prince unsheathed the magic sword and put it up on the line for a duel. Anyone with decent eyes could see that the magic sword is a treasure. Uncomfortable with the arrangement, Arwen tried to volunteer as the prize, but she is simply 1,000 times more precious than a mere sword. The value of a future swordmaster is incomparable to forged steel. Dunham of House Fahrenheit accepted the challenge. As an official Iron Lion knight, he is on the verge of breaking through a triple chain. He's basically on double chain. His sword is the 17th blade made by the master artisan. To keep it fair, he's also willing to bet this treasured weapon in single combat. Taking this fight a little more seriously, the prince decided to use his main weapon. In his hands is the master's 100th and final work, completed only a few days ago. Dunham stoked his chains. Although he disagrees with the sword path the prince is walking on, the efforts to get there are evident. Out of respect for that, Dunham vowed to give this duel his best. Idrian will never get used to people pettily referring to his mana heart as the wrong path. He's learned that the respect directed towards him should belong to his hardworking people instead. The prince implored his knight-in-training maid, Adelia, to watch what's about to go down closely. This path is the one the two of them will be walking on. Affected by her lord's aura, Adelia unconsciously matched his frequency from the back. Without fail, she is ready to do whatever the prince wants and needs. While the prince was flexing on the Iron Lions, his uncle Bale was having some political tea with Lord York of House Williden. According to Lord York, the Iron Lion fortress had been visited by 4 of the 5 princes recently. The 4th prince already expressed his disinterest in vying for the throne, but the 3rd and 5th princes paid the fortress a visit while the 1st prince was under confinement. Just before Idrian arrived, the 2nd prince stopped by. No matter how bad the crown prince's reputation may be, it is undeniable that he's the kingdom's legitimate heir. Admitting that left a bad taste in Lord York's mouth. He partly blames Bale for the deterioration of the race for the throne. As the commander of the 3rd Legion, Bale Valorhard should have supported and whipped the 1st prince into shape, even just a little. perhaps he would not have ended up a politically isolated ass. After skirting that responsibility for years, he now decided to act like the prince's guardian. Bale couldn't refute York. He clearly pushed his nephew away for years. He judged the fat slob as the farthest thing from a wise ruler. He was a man who was bound to become a tyrant. One day, he found the boy intoxicated by a wicked potion, and rightfully scolded the prince. Idrian looked at him with eyes full of rage. The boy had the gall to charge at his own uncle with a sword. He was a hopeless brute. When Bale returned to the north in disappointment, that scumbag nephew of his sent some poisoned wine over, and shamelessly included a letter calling it a gift. In his anger, Bale downed the entire bottle and angrily burned that cheap poison with his mana. As the shitty poison melted in his system, he burned away the last of their blood ties with it. In an unexpected twist of fate, the hopeless brute underwent a drastic change. He endured harsh training like a madman and grew exponentially as days went by. Lord York complained about Bale's confusing stance. Just a few months ago, he was preaching that the first prince must never ascend the throne. The current Bale Valorhard truly believes that the child is now a completely different person, indistinguishable from his past self. He urged Lord York to give the boy a chance. At the very least, let him stand at the same starting line as his competitors. Bale lowered his head and begged for York's open mind. The Lord of the Iron Lions really doesn't know what to make of this bizarre change of heart anymore. He could tell that either Bale or the first prince had changed. York politely asked the man known as the Silver Lion to lift his head when one of his knights barged into the room with an urgent message involving the first prince. Bale and York quickly made their way to the training area. He assured Bale that his knight, Dunham, knows the limits of a spar, so nothing serious will happen. He trusts his men to not be stupid enough to strike down royalty even in a live sword spar. Bale wasn't rattled in the first place. Instead of worrying about the prince, York should be worrying about his knights. Lord York felt as though he was speaking to a stranger. Bale has been saying all sorts of strange things since they arrived. As soon as they entered the training ground, a man clad in Iron Lion armor helplessly tumbled right in front of them with impressive force. Dunham, the knight, was knocked out cold while holding his prized sword. The referee announced that Dunham was out of commission. The first prince won once again, and the other knights celebrated. Lord York Williden was utterly confused while Bale gloated by his side. Adrian Leonberger was shrouded by intense mana as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With an excited look in his eyes, he requested another bout with whoever had the balls to step up. Beating Dunham didn't happen easily. His uncle always said that the real test for a knight begins at the second chain. With his mana heart, he was supposed to be hard countered by any decent double chain knights. Sparring with Dunham made him understand that his uncle wasn't exaggerating. He quickly found that the current poem of sparring wasn't enough. He has the poem of the true dragon in his back pocket, but it would be foolish to use it against a regular knight. Instead of panicking, he adapted. First, he activated his hyper-focus trait as Dunham charged. The surrounding noise suddenly disappeared, and he was able to concentrate on his mana heart. Dunham was intense. He came out of the gate swinging with his fancy blade. Under the influence of hyper-focus, Idrian noticed that his body didn't feel like his own. He infused his eyes with mana, enhancing his vision. The prince tried his hardest to relive the sensation he felt when he unlocked the hyper-focus trait back then. Finally, Dunham entered his range, and everything slowed down as if time had stopped. His body still remembers the sensation of being immersed in sword training, and it shows its ferocity. A quick slash that outsped a legitimate double-chain knight sent Dunham flying and sliding into the dirt. Grasping the flow state filled him with utter delight. When he requested another sparring partner, a blonde knight jumped in. This time, Idrian had a smoother time dealing with a double-chained knight's assault. After parrying the initial strike, he used the momentum to power his following attack. The blonde knight was too slow and was forced to block at an awkward angle. Adrian danced with his blade as mana continuously pumped throughout his body, trouncing the blonde knight. He didn't stop at 2 wins. The first prince continued challenging the Iron Lion knight one after another. The more he fought, the sharper and faster his attacks grew. This series of spars pushed him to the limits. More importantly, it made him happy. By the time the sun had set, the first prince stood alone, completely gassed while surrounded by the unconscious knights he had defeated. He barely had enough strength to hold his sword up. Surprisingly, the knights in the sidelines were hyped by his impressive showing. They even cheered when their comrades were beaten down one by one. Adrian's 5 consecutive victories utterly changed how they looked at the prince. He subconsciously recited the poem of sparring. He's endured 1,000 waves and 100 bouts. Before a greater wave, he will stand unshaken. A new verse has been added to his poem. Only now does he rise with a sword in hand. The poem was refined and leveled up to the extraordinary rank. In accordance with the rank up, it underwent a transformation. The poem of sparring shall now be known as the poem of duel. It took everything he had, but he finally did it. After the adrenaline from fighting and ranking up died down, Idrian's fatigue finally caught up to him. As he fell to his knees, releasing his grip from the blade, the Iron Lion knights rushed to his side with concern. One of the elite knights offered his respect for the prince's remarkable demonstration of skill and power. The rest of the knights followed suit with spirited cheers. They respected his sword, his fighting spirit, and saluted his victory. With hyper-focus off, Idrian finally saw the change in the Iron Lion's treatment towards him. Just a few hours ago, they all wanted to tear him apart. Lord York Williden, who's been watching from the sidelines, explained that his men are simple folk by nature. There is nothing that excites them more than swords and glory. Judging by the prince's confusion, he must have been expecting even more resentment coming his way. These knights believe that an honorable defeat is more valuable than a disgraceful victory. When both sides fought with everything they had, winning or losing didn't matter as much. The knights joked that Dunham might hold a bit of a grudge. He has to offer his prized weapon to the prince after all. They all would love to see that guy stop bragging so much. Idrian thought that everything he knew from the old world had been forgotten and discarded. It's nice to see that there's at least one thing that hasn't changed. Regardless of victory or defeat, true warriors revere the strong. The very next day, Idrian's entourage gathered outside the Williden estate to continue their journey. He bade Lord York and his Iron Lion knights farewell. This time, the Count sounded more genuine with his well wishes to the prince. Before climbing up his horse, Idrian remembered something he wanted to say to the nobleman. He asked the Lord of the Iron Lion Fortress to keep everything that happened on this visit a secret, even though spreading word about it would help the prince a lot. Idrian's reasoning was very simple. He just wanted to mess with his bothersome brother a bit. The caravan trudged on until before the sun had set. They decided to set up camp for the night and unloaded the necessary supplies. Carls asked for approval to scout the perimeter to ensure the clearing was free of threats. Behind Idrian, Arwen Kurgayan looked uneasy. He wasn't too worried about her, though. She should be able to adjust soon enough. Feeling a wave of exhaustion washing over him, the prince entered his private tent to maybe get some rest. Upon entry, he was blinded by the spotless room devoid of a single speck of dirt, thanks to Adelia's supernatural cleaning prowess. He took in a sword genius with the potential to reach the pinnacle, and yet she insists on acting like a maid. His shoulders slumped in defeat as he gravitated towards the soft bed. Adelia worried that she had messed up and something was not to her lord's liking. The prince assured her that everything was all right and gave her permission to leave. Throughout today's journey, he couldn't stop thinking about the Iron Lion Knights and how different they were from what he expected. He used the authority of judgment on everyone and found that most of the full-pledged knights had swordsmanship talents that did not exceed B rank. In the past, even with a lifetime of effort, they would barely reach the level of an intermediate sword expert. They would be relegated to cannon fodder who would fall in vain. Yet these knights have already reached a level equal to a sword expert in their 20s and 30s. Though the upper limit of superhumans has plummeted beyond comparison, the skills of ordinary people have risen exponentially. The talent ceiling had dropped, but the floor was raised. This phenomenon must be because of the mana chain they cultivated. In the past, his uncle Bale would have been talented enough to aim for transcendence, but his raw potential has been capped and thrown away by modern methods. The current era is one where the accumulation of karma beyond the extraordinary status is scarce, bordering on non-existent. In the end, the flow of time led to the deterioration of power. Admittedly, Idrian knows nothing about the current era and how it got this bad. He'll need to start learning about this current world from the very beginning. Someone entered his tent flap and encouraged him to keep that good mindset. It was his Uncle Bale. He's completely changed his tone when speaking to the prince. Now he's giving him encouraging words to achieve his dream. Idrian didn't even know what dream this old man was talking about. Bale added that since he already won over the hearts of the Iron Lions, he's practically secured their support. If it were any other prince, they would have a hard time mingling with a bunch of veteran knights so naturally. His uncle saw their recent visit as a masterful political move and a very wise decision. Idrian finally understood what the old man was implying. He tried to deny that he had planned for this ahead, but his uncle just changed the subject and reminded the prince of their bet. Idrian interpreted the wager as defeating the third prince, which he has yet to do, but the terms clearly stated that he must simply defeat a double chain knight. In reality, the prince had already won the bet. Bale is a man of his word. He came to Idrian's tent to fulfill the promise he made back then. Stating his name and title with his chest, Bale Valorhard, a Count of the Kingdom and commander of the 3rd Legion, vowed to officially support the kingdom's first prince, Idrian Leonberger. Things are quickly getting out of hand. Idrian doesn't like this solemn oath one bit. His uncle gave him an optimistic thumbs up. This old man is trying to make him king. Bale's bold declaration was truly a bombshell. When they arrived back home, Idrian was showered with congratulations. Against his will, all his retainers celebrated his official bid for the throne as the rightful heir. Newly assigned royal knights and soldiers were deployed to his house, causing a commotion. His household staff was expanded, with new attendants and servants hired from within the palace. Suddenly, Idrian found himself in the center of all this ridiculousness. He finally erupted and ordered Carls to send all of the new personnel back where they came from. They're just so distracting. Carls apologized. Those people were deployed by royal decree. They will not listen even if ordered to return. Idrian compromised and agreed to keep them as long as they stayed out of his sight. He's not a fan of all the chaos in his home at all. The only room he could find some peace and quiet without being mobbed by armored royal knights was his study. He was planning to take it easy and rest after such a long journey out of the capital, but his asshole brother decided to disturb his peace. Little bro barged into his study, visibly shaking and fuming in anger. Third Prince Gillian Leonberger barely hid his resentment. He lambasted his big brother for secretly learning the sword from Count Valorhard and revealing such grand intentions to seize the throne. Gillian claimed that he tried to save some face for Idrian, but all this time he's been making political moves in silence. The first prince called out Gillian with a sarcastic jab. The third prince is itching to make his big brother pay dearly for his deceitful practices. Adrian's plan to unwind was ruined. Every single person around him is a dumbass. He already made it perfectly clear that he's not interested in the throne. The culprit behind all this ruckus is none other than his uncle. Just to stop the old man's nagging, he agreed to play along as long as his uncle backs off when the time is right. He expressed his disinterest in the throne plainly. He's just irritated that Count Valorhard arranged a bunch of bothersome bullshit without consulting him. The old man explained that House Valorhard is the shield that protects the kingdom from the monsters of the northern mountains. As long as the royal family and the nobles do not forget the harshness of winter, House Valorhard will stand tall. Game of Thrones type shit. He added that all the bothersome business was bound to come. It was just a matter of time. Uncle Bale asked his nephew if he knew the fate of the eldest son who failed to ascend to the throne. Continuously rejecting his obligation won't change the situation. The Count agreed to give the Crown Prince as much time as he wants to accept his circumstances, but left him with one last warning. Since time immemorial, the legitimacy of the eldest son has persevered as long as he lives. Rejecting the throne can only end one bloody way. Adrian was stubborn. Despite his uncle's warning, he doesn't intend to change his decision. In his mind, what he really needs is his rightful authority and power that once reached transcendence. He couldn't give a rat's ass about a petty squabble for the right of succession. It'll only distract him. Adrian stood firm on that stance, but he has royal duties he was required to attend to. Today, the banquet hall of his house was filled with nobles dressed in lavish clothing. When he entered the room, he was introduced as the legitimate bearer of the Leonberger bloodline and the eldest son of the royal family. The first crown prince, Adrian Leonberger, as soon as he showed his face, the nobles turned to him with poisonous looks. Aside from his uncle and some familiar faces, the entire room stared at him like he was a bitter enemy. In the back of a banquet hall, a cloaked woman looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Adrian dressed up for the banquet accordingly. Donned in royal garb, he looked down at the den of devious nobles. He slowly descended the grandiose stairs with poised steps. All the while, he was scanning the crowd with his sharpened senses. The nobles put on their fake smiles and showered him with fake compliments. They chimed that he looked like the king in his prime, dignified and regal. All this fuss just because he lost a little weight. Calling these people the nobles of the kingdom felt like one big joke. Everywhere he looked, his authority of judgment picked up the presence of the snake's heart trait. This is a brand of karma earned by those who trample over lives and steal from others. Every single one of these snakes carries such a filthy mark. Thankfully, there are a few of them who weren't tainted by such an ugly thing. Adrian ignored all the flattery and ran towards the noble knights in the back of the banquet hall. He recognized Taylor, the trainee knight he had sparred with before, alongside his other sparring partners. The first prince invited them to this extravagant gathering, and they were clearly uncomfortable among the snobs. They lack competence, but at least they aren't corrupt at heart. These boys will serve well enough as vessels for the seeds he's about to sow. While he was chatting with the boys, the knight manning the gate demanded everyone's attention. Recognized with legitimate imperial authority by the Bourgogne Empire, representing the Marquisate of Montpellier, Ambassador Cléon de Bourgogne-Montpellier made his grand entrance. Adrian's ears burned as soon as he heard the guy's name. This time, the devious nobles bowed and curtsied with utmost respect. Cléon de Bourgogne-Montpellier was a heavy-set man who looked down at everything. He spotted the first prince among the crowd and immediately approached with a casual greeting. Adrian was stunned. His emotions were in turmoil. He would never forget the Bourgogne name. They were the nemesis he fought against alongside his last wielder 400 years ago. Some fat bastard dared to carry the accursed name that left countless scars on this very land. This ambassador fella had the nerve to stand before him. As his mana started to go out of control, one of the nobles accidentally tripped and spilled wine all over his royal garb. The wine cooled him down, and it brought him back to reality. The old noble nervously stuttered an excuse while making sure that the first prince was all right. Standing between Adrian and the fat bastard, the nobleman offered his deepest apologies. The crown prince surmised that the old nobleman must have orchestrated this incident as a favor. Thanks to the wine spill, the ambassador backed off while the nobles watched with bated breath. Silence pervaded the banquet hall as everyone waited for the prince's response. Adrian simply turned to the door to change his clothes, while the old nobleman blamed his aging body for failing him and committing a grave disrespect. Carls handed him a towel to wipe off the alcohol and escorted the prince away. The attending knight identified the old nobleman as Marquis Bielefeld. Idrian was pleased to know that among the traitorous nobles of the royal court, at least one man wasn't rotten to the core. That wine spill really helped him cool off. The first prince didn't go back to the banquet hall after that incident. Count Valorhard found him locked in his study and brought up what had happened. Marquis Bielefeld already gave him a rundown of the incident. The old nobleman had to improvise when he saw the first prince's mana flare up to cause an even bigger scene. Seeing his nephew seething in silent rage, Uncle Bale knew that the Marquis wasn't exactly talking nonsense. The Count scolded Idrian for losing control, but he assured the nagging old man that he's not that reckless. He just can't wrap his head around that fat bastard's presence. The insidious Bourgogne clan is flaunting its power in the heart of the kingdom, and the nobles treat it with more reverence than they do their own royalty. He sensed an atmosphere far too tense and toxic to be considered peaceful, a relationship far too one-sided to be called an alliance. The prince outrightly asked his uncle how exactly the kingdom ended up in such a pathetic state. Count Valorhard lowered his head in shame and uttered that this is a common story. In the past, the kingdom bravely stood firm against the empire's numerous invasions. The great knights rose up to repel them time and time again. However, as time passed, the empire continued to grow into a massive superpower, and the gap between the kingdom and the empire widened. Against the titanic power of the empire, the kingdom was eventually left with no other choice but to kneel. Idrian couldn't help but feel like he knew the exact reason for the dramatic downfall. The kingdom of Leonberger is a small nation on the edge of the continent. They made up for their size by drawing on an ancient source of power. A foundation was built meticulously since the founding of this proud nation. It was simple, yet extraordinary. It was a legacy of unfathomable achievements that became epics, legends, and eventually, myths. The rise of the kingdom was all thanks to the heroic martial poem. Since they've mysteriously lost access to this source of power, decline soon followed. Connecting the dots that had been there for 400 years, the crown prince finally changed his mind. He'll give the ascendancy to the throne a real shot. Count Valorhard was surprised to see the resolve behind his nephew's statement. Idrian might come to regret this decision in the end, but he realized that this is something that he must do. As Gruhan, he basically built half of this country by blood anyway. The night passed, and the second day of the banquet kicked off. The first prince donned his royal garb once more. This time, he entered the room alongside his uncle, Count Bale Valorhard of the North. From above, he scanned the banquet hall with a different intent than the last time. He saw the nobles half-heartedly bow and avert their gaze, as a tense atmosphere filled the room. The prince took note of their sloppy etiquette. They truly value the empire's foreign nobles more than their own royalty. In the past, when his last wielder, his friend, stood before people, no one ever thought he would end up becoming a king. In the eyes of the masses, he was nothing more than a country boy from the middle of nowhere. Even among the outcasts, he never stood out as someone particularly special. And yet, that boy stepped forward with a legendary sword in hand. He couldn't help but compare his current situation to the past. His mana heart stirred, and it subconsciously took the form of the first king. The first prince recited something he never thought he'd need, a poem for those who have eyes but cannot see. His mana took form according to his will, and showed the people that they were standing before their ruler. The king's poem took effect, but his current status cannot yet withstand the full magnitude of this power. Most of the poem's prestigious power was omitted. He was left with a single verse, a mere fraction of the whole. Idrian winced at the amount of mana it took to activate, but compared to the poem of the true dragon, it was more manageable. After all, the king's poem is at the hero rank, not mythical. But there is no better poem fit to make a bunch of traitors bend the knee. A vague construct of a crown and a flowing cape enveloped the prince. He walked in the middle of the crowd, his cape emanating a majestic glow. The disrespectful nobles watched in awe as he took every step. Standing before the flock of nobility, they finally gave the crown prince a courteous bow befitting the royal blood. Now that he's captured their attention properly, he dispelled his royal constructs and commanded everyone to raise their heads. He quickly choked on his orders when he caught a whiff of a sinister presence nearby. It was coming from a woman obscured by a cloak. The energy rolling off her body felt oddly familiar. When she lowered her covering, sharp, pointed ears revealed themselves. It was an elf. She expressed surprise that someone in the kingdom still remembered the poems of old. Upon seeing her peerlessly gorgeous face and invigorating figure, the prince recognized that this wasn't just an ordinary elf. His face crumpled in shock and terror upon seeing the ancient lunatic approach. People often believe that elves are the most beautiful creatures God ever created. They are supposedly a benevolent race that would never harm even the smallest forms of life without just cause. They are the protectors of nature, with lifespans ranging from 300 to 1,000 years. If you ask a random person on the street what an elf is, that's the image they would imagine. Those people could not be more mistaken. In reality, elves are a cruel lot who often use their beauty to lure and ruin their enemies. High elves, in particular, are born with the hero rank from birth. They are the most dangerous kind. To make Idrian's position even harder, He knew that the woman in front of him wasn't just any regular high elf. This one has lived for nearly a millennium, the elder high elf Sigrun, also known as the dancing magic swordswoman. Age is just a number, for real. She was a member of the expedition that slew the mad dragon 400 years ago. It just so happened that the crazy woman had a fascination with Gruhan. She was relentless in her attempts to steal him away. She promised Gruhan all sorts of exciting adventures and vowed to accept him wholly as a sword. Her attempts tormented the sentient legendary blade to a horrific degree. Idrian worried that she could recognize who he truly was. There's no doubt that Sigrun recognized the poem of the king. Feeling a strange familiarity with the prince, she asked if they'd ever met before, and he vehemently shook his head in denial. He played it cool and claimed that this was his first time seeing an elf in person. With doubt apparent on her face, she doesn't seem to buy that claim and boldly calls the prince a liar. Even 400 years ago, Sigrun was already one of the strongest beings he's ever encountered. There's simply no telling what kind of monster she has grown into by now. In Sigrun's experience, there are two typical reactions from a human seeing an elf for the first time. Most ordinary people would be instantly smitten and love-struck by her beauty, but those with a high level of cultivation would instinctively become wary of her power. From what she can sense, the boy hasn't reached that level just yet. As an excuse for his weird reaction, the prince claimed that he had a rather unique aesthetic taste for beauty. Sigrun still doubted the prince's words. She kept her thoughts to herself and gave one final farewell. She was pleased to meet the crown prince, even if only for a short time. When the dancing magic swordswoman vanished from the premises, Idrian heaved a sigh of relief. He's managed to survive for now. After the banquet wrapped up, the following days were equally tiresome, as his mom forced him to meet with potential princess consorts. Some insane nobles presented their literal children. One of the candidates doesn't even want to make eye contact. Another one came into the room with fiery steps. She looked like she came over to fight, not get coupled up. A lot of these noble parents need to be in prison for the way they offer their babies. As the day went on, more and more bizarre candidates popped up. Someone even presented him with a teddy bear and a miniature figurine to marry. Both the queen and the crown prince were absolutely floored by the selection, and not in a good way. Idrian's mom kept on nagging him about picking a proper partner, a wise, gentle, healthy, and politically aligned princess consort. At the tail end of the day, the queen was surprised to hear that a delegation from the elven race had requested an audience. When the delegation entered, the familiar cloaked woman led the march. Sigrun introduced herself as the representative of the Mistletoe clan and respectfully greeted the beautiful Queen Margarita. It's been a long time since the elves visited the kingdom, so this is a welcome surprise. Sigrun brought up the search for a possible match to be the prince's spouse, and Idrian felt a headache coming right away. With a perfectly manufactured blush, she called herself a high elf from a noble family with a very long history. She even had the gall to act cute and insist that her age isn't that much different from the first prince's, even though there's a 1,000-year age gap between them. Sigrun continued that elves, who remain beautiful for centuries, are considered the ideal spouses for humans. She also has plenty of retainers equivalent to a knight order. The wily elder high elf continued her demure act and asserted that from the moment she saw the first prince, she felt that their destinies were intertwined somehow. That might be the first real thing she said. Elves never tell a lie when it comes to destiny and fate. Queen Margarita was thoroughly impressed by Sigrun's bold sales pitch. The nobles watching from the sidelines were intrigued by the idea of the kingdom forming an alliance with the elven race. Before things could go out of his control, Idrian marched towards Sigrun and grabbed her by the hand. With a firm grip, he dragged her out of the throne room, and she happily let herself be taken away. Immediately, the minds of the nobles ran wild with their scandalous imagination. Idrian pushed the elf hag into an isolated room and locked the door behind him. With a serious expression, he spoke with Sigrun firmly, and she seemed to like where this was going. The first prince implored her to state her true purpose. She laughed and swore that she simply came for the sake of friendship between her clan and the kingdom. Since she's trying to play coy, he addressed her by her proper title, Elder High Elf Sigrun, the Sword of the Mistletoe clan, the executioner responsible for the clan's killings for hundreds of years. He wanted to know if she was here to investigate or to carry out a death sentence. Sigrun stifled a laugh as her interest in the boy grew. Seeing the little bit of chaotic mana she let loose, Idrian admitted that this woman is a monster far beyond his current ability to measure. The fact that she felt a sense of destiny from him means she possesses a rank high enough to catch a faint glimpse of the past engraved upon his soul. Since he knew who she really was, Sigrun found it a little foolish that he didn't keep his mouth shut. But the Crown Prince knows precisely what he's doing. He's aware that blabbering and outing someone like Sigrun is practically a death sentence. He's also aware that she's just trying to fuck with him with her sinister mana. He implored her to stop interfering with his destiny. Idrian could tell that this old monster was currently feeling a slight sense of curiosity towards him. If things continue according to her pace, he'll be just another trivial human torn to shreds by a mad elf. For the sake of his survival, it's better to draw her interest even more. Instead of a snack to be finished in a few bites, he must become a delicacy to be aged and savored with time. Right now, Sigrun is looking at him with more genuine interest. She examined his body thoroughly while Idrian, truthfully, described himself as just a pitiful prince, abandoned even by his own father. If she really wanted to see who he is and how he rolls, he invited her to stick around and watch. Sigrun was taken aback by the boy's confidence and boldness. She knew from the jump that something was odd when her people sent her on this trivial mission for seemingly no valid reason. But now she sees that he was the reason, and she is itching to peel whatever secrets he's hiding. In sword and human form, this woman never fails to give Idrian the creeps. After their brief life-and-death discussion in the private room, the prince and the high elf returned to the throne room. Everybody saw the young man and the gorgeous elf hold hands the whole way through. Idrian and Sigrun stopped in front of Queen Margarita as he drew a deep breath. He asserted that he's come to proclaim something. With a manufactured smile on his face, and a genuine one on Sigrun's, the Crown Prince announced that he would hereby enter into an engagement with Sigrun of the Mistletoe clan. It took all his willpower to keep up the act of affection in front of his mother, but for now, he cannot afford to lose the lunatic's interest even if it only buys him a little bit of time. Since this is a matter of significant importance, he intends to take his time with the process. He could see the gears turning in his mom's head. The queen must be calculating the benefits of an engagement between a crown prince and a high elf. Sigrun was acting lovey-dovey, but she's simply looking at him as food that has yet to ripen. While she's waiting for him to reach the perfect ripeness, Idrian fully intends to use the time to build his strength to escape from the lunatic. Some die of thirst while others drown. Shit ain't fair. Hearing about the first prince's sudden engagement, his little brother was livid. Third Prince Jillian cannot accept reality when Idrian's only claim to superiority is being born a few years before him. His fiery temper is about to make him do something very stupid. Not long ago, Count Valorhard swore fealty to the buffoon. Then he went and plucked the flower of the Iron Lion fortress for himself. Now, he's announced the joining of the Elven clan and the royal family. Jillian used to think that a woman as beautiful as Sigrun was supposed to be out of reach. The only thing keeping the third prince sane was the promised sparring match scheduled soon. Killing his brother would cause too much trouble. Perhaps he'll just cut his big brother's manly functions to vent his anger. Finally, the day of the spar arrived. The duel was notarized by Schirmhelde Stuttgart, commander of the Royal Knights. Rules dictate that no one shall be permitted to object to the results. When the commander allowed both princes to raise their swords, Idrian yawned. He was not a fan of all the yapping before crossing blades. Standing in front of him, Jillian proudly revealed that he brought a crowd with him to witness the beating he was about to deliver. Idrian's patience had already run thin because of all the preamble, and his little brother is just another useless yapper. Triggered by the insult, Jillian charged forward, intent on shutting his brother up. Initially, the Crown Prince was planning on playing along for a bit, but he changed his mind. He has bigger fish to fry, so he swiftly dealt the finishing blow in one attack. Jillian helplessly fell to the floor, utterly unconscious as he choked on his own blood. The nobles he brought to watch were slack-jawed. Even Commander Stuttgart was taken aback. This was not the first prince he once knew. Idrian didn't drag the fight out. He speed-ran that shit without blinking. He didn't even bother to turn and look at the damage he dealt. In his capacity as the notary and observer of the match, the commander of the Royal Knights pronounced the first prince as the victor. All eyes were on Idrian as he walked out of the training grounds. More than anything, he felt irritated by all these nobles flocking just to see a fight between royal children. News about the kingdom's promising double-chain prince losing to the first prince, who had only started training a few months ago, spread like wildfire. When third Prince Jillian finally woke up, he felt his anger swell like the sore loser that he is. He burst out of his room and ordered his servants to prepare his gear. He wanted to go for another round. One of the royal knights regrettably informed him that after the match ended, the first prince immediately left the capital with Count Valorhard. They say he is heading north to the land of Valorhards. As they journeyed up to his uncle's territory, the weather quickly took a turn for the worse. Bale complimented his nephew for his much-improved horse riding, and the prince's ego quickly inflated. Still, the count doesn't see the reason for the rush to head up the treacherous north. The banquet just wrapped up. It would have been prudent to stay and rest for a few days before going on a long journey. Idrian simply thinks that the capital is a hopeless place. He has no desire to pathetically beg for the support of snakes who can't recognize their ruler while fawning over imperial dogs. Mingling with soldiers and knights suits him better anyway. They may not be as calculating as nobles, but Bale knows how hard it is to sway the hearts of real warriors. Idrian's plan was simple. If he rolls around in the mud with these people, an affinity is bound to form eventually. Still, Uncle Bale can't shake the feeling that his nephew is rushing things too much. The prince can't exactly tell his uncle that dawdling would end up in a real wedding to that madwoman. In the past, everyone she took an interest in met disastrous ends. No exceptions. Building his strength is the utmost priority. Getting stronger is a distant dream in the peaceful capital. With his people in tow, he wanted to settle in a place where his growth would accelerate. a place where a human's qualifications are tested most rigorously, the land where most heroic martial poems are born and forgotten. His real home is the battlefield. Laid before the caravan was the Galnal mountain range. It's the boundary line that House Valorhard has tirelessly protected for generations. As they inched closer to Galnal, the temperature continued to drop significantly. The Count urged the prince to just ride the carriage instead of freezing to death. Idrian knew better than to do that. Besides, he'll have to get used to the cold anyway. Surprisingly, the old scholar, Niccolo Marciadel, tagged along with his party, much to the prince's annoyance. The old man just wanted to seize the chance to experience the rugged northern region. Besides, he's writing a book that would be of help to the prince. Tuning out the bothersome old man's yapping, he looked ahead and saw Arwen riding valiantly. Still, he noticed the deepness of her breath and checked if she was okay. Putting on a brave face, she assured her lord that she was. He offered to relieve her from the vanguard, but she firmly believes that a knight shouldn't seek his own comfort over her lord. Idrian was worried about nothing. Arwen was having a tough time, but she's full of motivation. On the other hand, he heard nothing but complaints from the royal knights forced to come along by royal decree. If Carls were here, he would have kept these fools in line. Unfortunately, the king explicitly told him that the royal guards were not his personal knight order. Since he recently took in several direct knights under him, the narrow-minded old geezer told him to fuck off and use them. That vindictive father of his relieved Carls of his duty and prevented him from joining the trip to the north. Idrian felt that the king's attitude felt a bit excessive. The previous owner of his body was a piece of shit, but there's still flesh and blood. Surely there's an inside story he's unaware of. While he was lost in thought, the harsh winds of winter blew harder. Count Valorhard instructed everyone to pick up the pace. If they don't hurry, they'll all get trapped in the worsening blizzard. The gentle snowflakes turned into a snowstorm in an instant. The knights couldn't even hear the voice of the people next to them. Noticing that their pace was lagging, the count infused his voice with mana. He ordered everyone to drop the carriage and anything slowing them down for later retrieval. Idrian was impressed with his uncle's mana shout. He slowed down and called Adelia to hop out of the carriage, offering his hand like a real gentleman. Arwen also ran to his side to make sure that her prince was all right. The same cannot be said for the dumbass royal knights. A strong gust of winter wind blew right through their formation, making them tumble. Pissed off, the prince assigned Arwen to stick with Adelia while he scolded the idiotic knights. All they had to do was lower their shields. The winds were staggering their advance because they've been tanking it like fools. He slapped the heavy equipment away from the knights. They could always come back for this stuff later. The few Valorhard men in the Count's entourage were impressed with the prince's swift adaptation to the unforgiving environment. In a blizzard, every single step was as heavy as a ton of gold. At the tail end of their calamitous trek, everyone was practically gassed and ready to fall at any moment. It was only a matter of time before one of the royal knights collapsed. Upon hearing that one of his men had fallen behind, the prince did what a leader should do. He moved the flock of heavy knights aside and grabbed the unconscious noob. He lugged that heavy son of a bitch on his shoulders and continued marching. Idrian yelled at the others for standing around and watching instead of marching. Just as the hellish parade was coming to an end, he felt the warm embrace of sunlight touch his skin. The prince dropped the heavy lump of iron and flesh while cursing under his breath. As if the blizzard was a lie, the sky cleared up and the sun shone bright. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Count Valorhard joined the men manning the gates of his land and turned to his nephew. The Valorhard banner flew freely with reliable stability. As the rightful ruler of Valorhard and commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, Count Bael Valorhard formally welcomed the crown prince. The Winter Castle arc had finally begun. The renowned Winter Castle is a fortress situated at the northernmost edge of the kingdom. It was built to repel the monsters lurking within the Blade Mountains. To common soldiers, it is perhaps the most dreaded post in the realm. The cold is biting and miserable, danger is constant, and the survival rate for soldiers is abysmal. High-ranking nobles stay in their warm homes, weighing the political significance of the fortress. But to those born and raised within the northern territories, it is a place of lifelong duty and solemn pride. When the gates of Winter Castle opened, a dark-haired young man strode out with conviction. With a sharp salute, Vincent Valorhard formally stepped down as acting commander to return to his post as the Ranger Company commander. Once the formality was over, Bael and his son were happily reunited. Idrian didn't even consider that his uncle had a son, making this Vincent guy his blood cousin. Looking at the young man closer, he noticed that Vincent really resembled Bael, especially that stubborn set of mouth. The Count ignored the rude statement and formally introduced the first prince to his son. Vincent respectfully bowed and showed deference as he introduced himself as the commander of the Ranger Company. The prince replied with a casual nod and a few polite words. Inside, Vincent's blood was boiling. He believes that Winter Castle is a sanctuary for true warriors. It is not the place for scoundrels exiled from the capital to wander about with a harem in tow. He could not understand why his father would support and bring this fool to their home. As soon as the prince was out of sight for the tour around the castle, Vincent confronted his father about this dubious move. The Count simply asserted that he's Idrian's guardian now. The prince will be staying whether Vincent likes it or not. Vincent questioned his father's judgment. He only knows Idrian as a talentless nuisance. Hell, Bale was his #1 critic not too long ago. Count Valorhard simply responded that people have the capacity to change. All he asks from his son is to keep an open mind and watch over the prince without prejudice. After the tour, they all head into the Winter Castle's strategy room. While the prince munched on a scrumptious meal, the grown-ups strategized. According to Vincent, they've been actively clearing out monster settlements, but several hotspots remain. With the Count back in action, a full-scale operation can begin. Idrian passively listened to their discussion while shoving meat down his gullet. He heard Vincent emphasize the castle's orc problem. They recently found a small group of fewer than 20 orcs in a settlement near the foot of the mountains. That scale should be easily handled by the rangers. Vincent concurred. He's already made preparations to select knights for the clearing expedition. That's when Idrian decided to hop in on the discussion. He took the orc piece off the strategy board and demanded to be involved. Some of the Valorhard elders tried to warn him that the orcs of Blade Mountain are different from the common variety. If things go wrong, Viscount Rizard could be in deep trouble. Count Valorhard asked his son what the size and strength of this particular orc force was. As stated in the report, there were roughly 20 orcs. The presence of an orc warrior or shaman cannot yet be ruled out. After hearing all the details, Bale asked his nephew whether he was confident he could pull off the mission. Vincent couldn't believe his father was really considering involving the Trash Prince. He asserted that the foot of the mountains is an integral part of the Rangers' route. Turning it into a chaotic battlefield will compromise their future operations. Moreover, putting the prince in harm's way would only harm House Valorhard. Admittedly, the Count's son was sharp, but the Count ignored all his counter-arguments and asked the prince for what he'd need to get it done. First, the prince asked for 3 expert guides for navigation. He'll also need to swap his men's equipment for crossbows. It was a simple enough request. His uncle had no problem granting those. The amount of leeway the Count was giving the prodigal prince was baffling to everyone else in the room. After the meeting, Idrian went to find his royal knights to inform them of their new assignment. He briefly gave them all the necessary information gleaned from the meeting, but the knights were hesitant to participate. They thought that with the 3rd Legion stationed in the Winter Castle, they had no reason to put themselves in unnecessary danger. But they were bound by royal decree to protect the Crown Prince. Whether they like it or not, they must come. Someone from the 3rd Legion will give them the necessary equipment by the end of the day. Idrian saw how unprepared these soldiers were on the way to Winter Castle. Nevertheless, he can just train them to be useful. Even though they were useless in the blizzard, they are still elites hand-picked by the royal family. Hansdeck excelled in formations and large-scale defenses. The others had decent enough stats too, though there is one very sussy baka amongst them. Apparently, a guy named Joseph was a master of interrogation and disguise. The very next day, the prince found his cousin waiting for him outside. Apparently, he was the expedition's guide. Vincent tried his best to remain courteous to the prince, but there is far too much at stake here. Failure will cause a cascade of trouble. It shouldn't be taken lightly. The friction between the royal knights under the prince's authority and the 3rd Legion Rangers commanded by Vincent was palpable. Much to Idrian's surprise, he couldn't view his cousin's status window. He must be a triple chain knight at the very least. Judging by the stats of the so-called rangers behind Vincent, they must be knights pretending to be regular rangers. These boys were clearly planning to push him aside to handle the orcs themselves if things went south. Idrian found that amusing, so he turned a blind eye for now. He found Adelia shivering in her timbers from the sidelines. The prince was fine with leaving her out of the rotation for now. If her trait blossoms the wrong way, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. After final checks, the team ventured down the mountainside. Vincent continuously bombarded the prince with tips about conserving stamina and establishing proper footing. He nags even more than his father for real. Suddenly, the team halted their advance as a white rabbit ran past them. The scout, holding a telescope, quickly looked ahead at the situation. He spotted a small group of orcs preying on some unfortunate animal. Their mouths were dripping with fresh blood as they tore their food's flesh with their bare hands. The scout relayed the info with hand signals and asked how they should proceed. In response, Idrian signed for his crossbow archers to load up while the sword wielders prepared to draw. They slowly and steadily closed in on the orc feast until the woods couldn't obscure them anymore. Idrian stood at the vanguard with a devilish expression. It's been a long time since he last saw these green fuckers. With their cover blown, he readily issued the fire order. The orcs aggressively snarled as an intimidation tactic. Still, a lot of them were heavily wounded by the barrage of crossbow bolts. Standing at the forefront, the first prince was the first one to intercept an orc at melee range. He would never forget about their thumping footsteps. He drew his blade. The orc's roar filled with murderous intent. He closed the remaining distance with a single step. From above, he coldly slashed the orc's gut open. He felt nostalgic when the thick metallic scent of orc blood assaulted his senses. This was something he missed and longed for from time to time. The first kill plunged him into a murderous daze. The commotion attracted the attention of the rest of the orc settlement. Surrounded by hulking orcs from all sides, he breathed in the heavy air of the battlefield. Seeing her prince encircled by the enemy, Arwen cleaved her way to the middle to assist him, but Idrian warned her not to come any closer. She stopped in her tracks, sensing the seriousness of his warning. Idrian gripped his blade tightly while evaluating his targets. If his allies do not steer clear of his impending rampage, they might get caught in the crossfire. Standing before all these orcs, he was reminded of a friend he had made over 400 years ago. It was an era when orcs were not mere monsters, but the proud masters of the continent. His experience with that friend wasn't mythologized. It wasn't a tale about a gallant hero. It was condensed into a poem of a pitiful man who loathed orcs more than anything. His name was never recorded in history. All he left was a sorrowful verse. He was a father who fought tirelessly until his strength completely withered away. He piled up green corpses to build a mountain of flesh and blood. Idrian's mana transformed into something else as the fleeting poem of an extraordinary avenger echoed. A crimson pool formed beneath the carnage, and the poem of revenge reverberated. Before the trip to the north, one of the royal guards selected for the journey, Joseph, was offered a bunch of money for a covert job. He was rightfully reluctant to accept an assignment to the Winter Castle at first. The noble who hired him expected the trashy prince to just hole up in the castle, farming his uncle's achievements for himself. Another one of Joseph's tasks is to keep an eye on Count Valorhard and report back anything suspicious he finds. Swallowing his fear at the sigh of gold, Joseph accepted and promised the corrupt count that he would do his best. Back in the present, the poor guy realized the intel he'd been given was a lie. He thought he could kick back in the Winter Castle, but he was dragged into an orc subjugation mission instead. He belonged to a unit led by Lady Arwen Kurgayan, and she was fierce. Her orders to advance were loud and decisive. The shield-bearers up front tanked the monstrous force from an orc swing. Holding a spear and trembling, Joseph was completely at a loss. When orders for the second row to attack were given, he closed his eyes and blindly stabbed. His attack hit something hard. When he opened his eyes, he saw the monstrous orc holding his tip and looking at him like a juicy piece of meat. Accepting his doomed fate, he let go of the spear. That's when Lady Arwen made her move. She left the rear and joined the vanguard. She moved as fast as lightning and struck with thunderous severity. One attack was all it took for her to take down one of those green shitters. She looked at the spear held by the dead orc and turned to the soldier it belonged to. Arwen reminded the guy that this is a battlefield. Dropping one's weapon so recklessly is unacceptable. Joseph nodded his head and responded affirmatively. The shield-bearers regained their composure as Arwen rallied for a counterattack. They're going to need all hands on deck, given that a pack of 5 orcs just turned their attention to the Royal Knight's direction. Given their current numbers, Arwen cannot see a scenario in which they win this fight. Thankfully, a bigger and badder monster came to their rescue by stabbing an orc from behind. Every Royal Knight, including Arwen, was showered with the sizzling orc blood. They watched as the first prince dispatched an enemy that could have wiped them out. The mana emanating from Idrian was savage. He was massacre incarnate. Arwen wanted to run by his side, but couldn't move her feet. The laid-back air he usually portrays was completely gone. After retrieving his blade from the flesh and guts of the orc he killed, he turned to the rest of the green monsters. His every move had an uncanny resemblance to the way his old friend wielded the legendary blade. No matter how many orcs he killed, he was never satisfied. It was never enough. And so, he killed and killed, stacking up a staggering body count. His thirst for the blood of his enemies was unquenchable. He wandered through barren lands ruled by the orc overlords, and gave them a taste of what he went through. His mana burned through flesh and bone while his blade drank their blood. The Avenger painted the whole world green and red. Before long, the mana in his heart had been thoroughly exhausted. Against the natural law, he refused to stop. He used orcs' blood as his water and their flesh as his bread. With every step he took, the man grew older and withered, burning through his remaining lifespan. The only thing by his side was the magic sword that tirelessly supported his rampage. To grant his final wish, the Avenger burned through the flickering remains of his life force. He would gladly endure the torture of getting sapped dry for the sake of his wife and daughter, who were mercilessly murdered. The orcs didn't even leave a single morsel of flesh in their wake. He had nothing to bury. His blade will play the orcs' requiem. At his last legs, he stood face to face with his lifelong enemy. He was already a wreck, far from his power in his prime. Yet the Avenger smiled. He utilized every little bit of mana he could muster and attacked like a man with nothing to lose. The giant orc was terrifying in its own right. It was a beast that once ruled the continent through sheer strength. The Avenger's attack couldn't pierce through the green inhuman skin. He was captured and crushed like an insignificant bug. Despite the pain and the hopeless situation he found himself in, the fire in the Avenger's eyes never faltered. But at the end of the day, there's no such thing as miracles. The Orc Lord left his mangled body splattered across the desolate land. With his lifespan burned out all the way through and the various fatal injuries, the Avenger held on until the very end. As his world dimmed, he engraved the figure of the Orc Lord deep in his soul. This was a story never told, a story no one will ever know. Gruhan witnessed it the whole way through. By the time he finished reminiscing about the past, Idrian was jolted awake. The sun had started setting, and the battlefield was littered with brutish green corpses. Their blood tainted the pure snow. His senses slowly came back, and he heard the sounds of war around him. The 3rd Legion and the Royal Knights were trying their hardest to stay alive. Idrian's little trip down memory lane made him realize something important. The poem of revenge is an incomplete song. It's a hymn filled with regret. Perhaps he can use this precarious situation to finish what his friends started all those centuries ago. Drawing upon the power of the poem, he wrestled back control and consciously jumped back into the fray. He slaughtered orcs with ruthless efficiency. 1 slash, 1 kill. They tried to catch him in the act, but the chunky monsters were far too slow to keep up. The poem of revenge sought to deal as much damage to the target of its rage. Feeding more orc blood into the incomplete song led to the addition of a new verse. A mountain rises from the pile of green corpses. Beneath it, a crimson pool begins to form. He stands before it to honor thy soul. The poem of revenge has transformed into the poem of requiem. He looked around and saw no more orcs standing on their feet. From a distance, Vincent plucked the orc settlement's banner. Breaking the banner signaled the end of the fight. The winter castle emerged victorious. Vincent waved the banner around, raising everybody's morale. Seeing his cousin in better light, he recognized that Vincent shared the same name as the pitiful Avenger. The successor of a family that made the war against monsters, their life's work must be connected to the man who threw his everything for the extinction of orcs. After all, the man's dying wish was for another chance at vengeance. With a visibly annoyed look on his face, Vincent approached his cousin with the orc banner in hand. Against his will, he handed it to the prince. Even though he wanted to keep it himself, he respectfully surrendered the flag to its rightful owner. It is the tradition of the 3rd Legion to give the enemy's colors to the soldier who fought most bravely. It is a trophy of honorable victory that cannot be traded for anything. Accepting that the Crown Prince deserved it more than anyone was hard, but Vincent is a righteous man. Arwen and the Royal Knights wholeheartedly extended their congratulations and respect to the boss. This time, their bows contained genuine admiration for the prince's bravery. Idrian took the banner and felt its weight in his grasp. Vincent urged him to share a few words with his people and speak loudly so everyone could hear his victorious call. The prince felt very proud of himself. He raised the orc banner and shouted a victorious roar. The knights, disguised as rangers, rejoiced and showered the prince with reverence. This was the welcome to Winter Castle he was expecting. Victory, cheers, and glory. At this moment, everything was within Idrian's grasp. He proudly claimed ownership of the banner like an excited kid. Vincent matched his childishness by claiming that he has 16 banners to his name. The disguised rangers laughed at their commander's juvenile behavior. The prince didn't give a rat's ass that his cousin had 16. He earned this one with blood and sweat. Vincent was annoyed, but he let his cousin have his moment. After the celebrations, a solemn atmosphere filled the battlefield as they burned the remains of the comrades who fell. There were tears and silence as they watched the fire turn their peers into ash. Considering that they fought an elite orc combat unit, the casualties aren't that high. Still, it's quite a shame that many loyal soldiers have fallen. Vincent believes that victory alone is enough mourning and remembrance for those who fell. This is the Valorhard way to comfort the spirits of those who passed in battle. Fire and orc blood. Adrian's suspicion about Vincent's connection to the pitiful Avenger deepened. They share the same name and way of speaking. Reincarnation could certainly explain the correlation. In the solemn funeral, Idrian noticed that there were a few additional 3rd Legion soldiers present. Vincent explained that a ranger unit was passing by and joined the fight. The truth was, Vincent didn't trust the prince at all and prepared some reinforcement in secret. More importantly, it is worrying that an orc combat unit came down and settled so close to the foothills. It's also strange that no ranger detected their movements. To prevent any more surprises, Vincent advised that they hurry back to the Winter Castle. In the castle gates, Count Valorhard was already waiting for their return. He was glad to see his son and nephew return in one piece. Looking at the crown prince, he seemed eager to tell his uncle something. He revealed the orc banner and proudly announced his ownership of the tattered fabric. The rangers, alongside his uncle, immediately cheered for the prince for capturing a flag on his very first outing. Arwen and the royal knights felt a little embarrassed. The guy flexed his banner 11 times at this point. Idrian was expecting some praise from his uncle, but the count was preoccupied with listening to his son's worrying report about the increased orc activity in their territory. Vincent reckoned that the orc combat unit must have been looking for a big game, or perhaps something had happened deep within the mountains. Baal wanted to give his son some time to rest, but the situation seemed urgent and must be discussed with the others. Before heading back with his father, Vincent turned to the crown prince and gave him a genuine compliment for a job well done. Arwen stifled a laugh at the cousin's bizarre interaction. She could tell that Vincent was a man of rough temperament. He must have found it awkward to change his attitude so suddenly. As soon as she heard that the prince was back, Adelia ran through the gates to welcome him. She was so worried that he might be hurt or lost in the mountains. In response to her concerns, the prince found another person he could flex on with his orc banner. Within a few days, a ranger unit will be reorganized to survey the situation in the mountains more systematically. There are too many unknown variables at the moment. Only the elite scouts should be deployed for safety reasons. At the moment, there is no need for the prince to step forward. Adrian was a little offended that Vincent thought he would overstep. His cousin came all the way to his room in the middle of the night, just to fill him in on the details of the meeting earlier. Vincent claimed that he was under orders from the commander. The prince could see through his uncle's intentions. That old man wants him to get closer to his cousin. He's not totally against the idea, though. Having had enough of Vincent for the day, he cordially dismissed the young man. Left alone in his room, he can finally catch his breath. On top of his table was the tattered orc banner he earned from the expedition. In the battle earlier, he was too immersed in blood and carnage. It was the first time he had managed to recite an ancient epic poem in its entirety, without missing a single verse. He would likely experience similar out-of-body experiences in the future. Today's events also made him understand that none of the poems in his repertoire are truly his. The things that he once possessed did not fully belong to him. For the first time ever, he managed to make one of them entirely his own. The poem of revenge was a blood-soaked hymn of the fallen avenger. But the poem of requiem was the fruit of his labor. He was shaken out of his sweet thoughts when a foreign presence knocked on his window. The prince saw a bird watching him from the glass pane. No, this is not an ordinary bird. Not at all. The bizarre bird entered his room and perched on the orc banner. Adrian has a rough idea as to who sent it. That lunatic fiancé of his must have delivered it as a gift. He couldn't help but feel that the high elf had a hand on the orc combat unit's appearance at the foot of the mountain. She only hoped that the prince would face an opponent more suited to his status and capabilities. Sigrun truly believes that she was doing him a favor. Adrian was obviously pissed off. Dozens of rangers died because of her meddling. Elves are notorious voyeurs. She probably had a great time watching after deploying that orc combat unit. She complimented his hatred-filled poem directed at the entire green-skinned clan. He's grown tired of the witch beating around the bush. He urged him to get to the point. She insisted that she simply wanted a return for her unrequited love. She's looking forward to the day the prince opens his heart to her. Finally, she revealed that deep within the mountain range lies something that would greatly benefit Adrian. A very ancient being slumbers deep within. Using that being's blood would certainly work wonders for his poetry. Unfortunately, the time given to her creepy bird has come to an end. It literally exploded on top of his shoulder, staining him with its accursed blood. Even her sign-off was deeply unpleasant to the very end. It's obvious that Sigrun wants him to write a new epic poem for her amusement. Elves are avid listeners and reciters because they can never be the speaker of a poem. They weave other people's poems into their own melodies and sing of sword dances. She's pushing him to invent some new verse for the sake of enriching herself. Still, he felt intrigued enough to play along for now. He consulted Vincent about heading deep inside the mountains. He immediately shut down the idea. The rangers can navigate the mountains easily, but that only applies to the outskirts. Exploring the depths is practically suicide. They don't have a proper guide to lead the way. The rangers' mission is to stop the monsters from coming down, not to explore the whole mountain range. In the past, knights sought to overcome the dangers of the world to reach transcendence, until the hidden wonders were completely exhausted. But the full extent of the mountain range had become a sort of forbidden zone in current times. This opportunity alone makes the visit to the Winter Castle worth it. Seeing the eagerness in the prince, Vincent asked him to throw away any thoughts of going deep. Adrian assured his cousin that he wouldn't do anything of that sort, at least not yet. The days that came after were pretty uneventful, but the prince's mind was filled with thoughts of the monstrous beasts hiding deep inside the range. He wanted so badly to test his blade against the unknown, but he recognized that he needed more battles and victories on his belt for a meaningful attempt. The Valorhard territory is a place where battles are commonplace. He'll get his chance soon. He must have spoken his desires into reality. Count Valorhard sounded the horn of warning. The rangers immediately ran to their posters and gathered on the walls. They called in the troops patrolling outside the castle and brought out the arrows. Their first line of defense was the ranger company led by the count himself. The prince followed them up to the walls, and his uncle showed him what the Winter Castle has to deal with on a regular basis. Injured scouts ran towards the castle gate like their lives depended on it. Their comrades yelled at them to run faster. Hot on their heels were the so-called wolf riders, armed orcs using wild wolves as their mounts. The monsters were quickly gaining ground and catching up to the fleeing scouts. Those four-legged beasts have seemingly infinite stamina. Adrian and Bale noticed that something was wrong. It looked like those green bastards were toying with their prey, intentionally slowing down. Still a few meters away from the effective range of the bows, one of the scouts began to falter. Knowing that he was cooked beyond saving, the exhausted scout stopped running and turned to face his demise just to buy a little bit of time for his brothers. He bravely drew his blade and bravely taunted the towering wolf riders. His comrades on top of the wall paled as soon as they realized what he was trying to do. The poor guy didn't even get to swing his sword as the wolf leading the pack chomped him in half. The other scouts refused to run when they saw their captain fall. That was a big mistake. The wolves trampled them, crushing their bodies while the orcs finished the job with their brutal axe swings. The castle's first line of defense watched helplessly as 3 valiant scouts were mangled and killed before their eyes. Aside from the current guard force, Count Valorhard gave the go signal for the rest of his soldiers to leave the walls. Those green fuckers deliberately slowed down their hunt to show them the act of killing. They probably set a trap that would devour every troop they sent for retrieval. Bale implored his nephew to remember that common sense does not apply in a battle against these ruthless beasts. Vincent added that orcs do not care about casualties on their own side. They are more than willing to engage in a war of attrition. Winter had only just begun. The Winter Castle must preserve as much strength as possible. Much to everyone's surprise, the Wolf Riders did not retreat. They advanced instead. To rub salt on Valorhard's wounds, the wolves grabbed the corpses of the brave scouts and paraded them around. They placed the unrecognizable remains right on the castle's doorstep to send a clear message. Much to the surprise of the spotters, one of the supposed corpses still showed signs of life. Those monsters deliberately wounded and mangled the unfortunate scouts, as if daring the Valorhards to make a move. This was an uncharacteristic scheme even for the merciless orcs of the Northern Mountain. If that damn elf had a hand on this one too, Idrian might just snap. The Wolf Riders stepped aside and made way for an orc double the size of a normal greenskin. The gargantuan monster held a full banner and exuded a savage aura. It looked directly at the people watching on the castle walls and grinned. The giant orc roared a violent war cry as its aura flared up. It looked like those green fuckers are about to hold an execution right in front of Winter Castle. Idrian knew better. Those bastards are not gearing up for an execution. Right now, the giant is requesting a proper duel. It reminded the prince of Sigrun's message. Deep within the mountain range, an ancient being slumbers. Instead of making him search for the opportune moment, the ancient being got off his ass and is now demanding an honorable to reclaim his legion's honor in the name of the great king. Ian relayed the orc's demands to his uncle. Naturally, Count Bale Valorhard had a hard time believing that his nephew somehow understood the greenskin tongue. It was tough to hear that those drooling bastards had taken his men hostage and were challenging them to a duel. Both the Count and his son were very skeptical of his explanation. They were making the exact same doubtful expression. If they don't want to believe his words, it would be better just to show them what's up. First, Prince Idrian Leonberger sucked in tons of air through his nose and bellowed out strange noises. He was replying to the challenge with a confident acceptance. In addition, he demanded that every orc except their finest duelists fall back 200 paces and dismount their wolves. The orc carrying the banner was shocked to hear a mere human speaking in perfect orc language, suspecting that the prince must carry the blood of their clan. Idrian was insulted by the mere implication of having orc blood running through his veins. Ultimately, the orc captain agreed to the terms presented before him, but if these humans dare to tarnish the honor of this duel, they will suffer the consequences. Seeing the orc battalion retreat 200 paces, just as the prince demanded, made it hard to not believe his words. Count Valorhard and Vincent looked out from the watchtower, speechless at the organized retreat. Despite looking like they wanted nothing more than to slaughter the entire castle, the Wolf Riders reluctantly turned their mounts around. Only 5 of their finest duelists stayed on the front lines. Count Valorhard had weathered dozens of winters in this castle, but he had never seen an orc turn tail so willingly. They had better save their surprise for later. They also have to live up to the agreement. Orcs are very simplistic creatures. They demanded a 5-on-5 duel. However, the participants must be selected exclusively from those who fought in the recent mountain battle. In that battle where the first prince scored his first enemy banner at the foot of the mountains, Count Valorhard wasn't a participant. Naturally, Vincent was selected to represent the might of Winter Castle. As expected, the rest of the rangers were eager to volunteer for the sake of avenging their fallen comrades. All of them harbor a deep grudge against orcs. Before they could finalize the lineup amongst themselves, Prince Idrian asserted that he would take 2 spots for himself and Arwen. His royal guards paled upon hearing that their prince was participating in the bloody duel himself. Ian silenced them by asking if anyone else could speak with the orcs other than himself. To compromise, they asked for at least 1 spot for another royal guard to keep an eye on him, but that would be a waste of a precious slot. Instead of picking a scrub that would only hold him back, Ian picked Arwen to fight alongside him. With a grateful bow, she assured her master that she would deliver. While they were finalizing the lineup, Bale approached his nephew to ask where on earth he had learned to speak Orcish. This was his first time learning that orcs are even capable of communication. Instead of giving his uncle a serious answer, Ian just told the old man to study more. He also asked Uncle Bale to toss aside any thoughts about whether he could have settled things with words in the past. Today is a very special case. Only orc nobles, like that meathead down below, who directly serve the king, can speak the ancient tongue. Seeing the greenskins growing increasingly antsy to fight, Ian led the way to get the party started. There are not many true coincidences in this world. As soon as he stepped out into this world, things had gone out of whack real quick. An elf envoy visited a kingdom they had long ignored. Up in the frozen north, the king of the orcs appeared for the first time in 400 years. Something big is underway, and he has no idea where everything is headed. But now is not the time to worry about the bigger picture. Today all that matters is the fight up ahead. No thinking required, just full-on unadulterated blood sport. With the first prince at the tip of the 5-man spear, they faced off against the green-skinned meatheads. Gripping his war axe tightly, the noble orc snarled at the humans before him. Ian asked if the leader of the pack was disappointed that a pretty boy wearing fancy armor picked him as an opponent. He answered that he wasn't. Out of all the fighters participating in the impending bloodbath, the orc noble could tell that Idrian possessed the greatest spirit. He was branded a worthy with delicious flesh and blood comparable to a rare delicacy. The first prince could help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the first opponent who would acknowledge him without any prejudice would be a mere orc? Before the battle officially started, Vincent tried to take Ian's position at the helm, warning him that the beast might be too much for the prince. He only made it a few steps forward before a wolf rider violently cut off his path. These green bastards won't let the duel between the best fighters get interrupted. Vincent locked in, drawing his sword and focusing on his attacker. Arwen leaped into her position with sword and shield in hand. Unlike honorable human knights, orcs have no concept of taking turns in a fight. They have to play by their savage rules and survive on their own. Leading by example, the first prince charged forth. The other duelists picked to fill the 2 remaining slots focused on defending themselves. Arwen adopted a more aggressive approach, maintaining a perfect balance of offense and defense. Vincent was exchanging blows 1 for 1, axe against sword. Adrian's first attack came from a high angle, forcing the orc noble's war axe to block. Insulted by the pathetic attempt to take his head, the orc roared and sent him flying like an insignificant bug. With a clean landing, the first prince reassessed his approach. The orc noble pitied him for having such pathetic strength compared to the grand spirit he exudes. Starting to warm up a little as flickers of flame ignited in his mana heart, Ian didn't let the weak talk get to his head. From those little embers he let his mana heart explode into a massive blaze, manifesting around his body. It was so palpable and powerful that the heat reached the castle's watchtower. The knights who were spectating the match cheered loudly for the prince. They called upon him to kill the orcs, tear them to pieces, slit their throats, and gouge out their eyes. Hundreds of rangers manifested their hatred, grudge, and every deep-seated emotion against orcs. The prince used these negative sentiments as fuel for the fight. Combined, they formed something astonishingly similar to the will of the Avenger who once wandered the plains. For the sensation of feeling that intensity once more, Idrian's trip to the north would have been worth it. He was really glad that he came here. The noble aristocrats of the Greenskins must have waited for his timely return. For that, he was thankful. The prince met them just in time to become the sacrifice for his hymn. The poem of Requiem has been activated. The ugly-ass wolf rider orc kept on trying to hit Ranger Commander Vincent, but his footwork was immaculate. He could have continued playing with the simple-minded beast, if not for another wolf rider interfering with the duel. Vincent was forced to give up his speed advantage to block the incoming attack. He supercharged his blade with mana and swiped the enemy's sword away, cursing the big bastard for being so shameless. This was supposed to be an honorable duel, but these damned orcs were using organized teamwork to get the upper hand. He had never seen or heard of such a thing. Even more alarming was the noble orc the prince was tangling with. Even an orc warrior thrown into a frenzy by a shaman's spell would not be as strong as that guy. Despite the enemy's abnormal strength, Idrian was surprisingly holding up pretty well. Scratch that. He was actually pushing back such a ridiculously strong monster by himself. Vincent already respected his royal cousin as a fighter after their first expedition at the foot of the mountains, but this was on a whole different level. With a cocky grin, Idrian taunted his opponent. For someone who called him pathetic and all that earlier, the big green bastard wasn't really giving him a fun match. He criticized the decline of the so-called loyal servants of the king. These days, this is all they amount to. Surprisingly, the noble orc wasn't quick to anger. He recognized that cheap provocation would only ruin his mood and sour the good duel. The big bitch promised that by the end of this fight, he would claim the prince's flesh and blood. Their weapons clashed. It was an honest and straightforward battle of who's a bitch and who's not. Despite being as small as a rat compared to the hulking beast, Idrian held his own impressively. When the collision reached its breaking point, the giant war axe was destroyed, shattered into 1,000 little shards. With the opponent's weapon out of the equation, the prince pounced on the massive opening he created. The orc noble could not believe that his weapon would be rendered useless by a tiny human. He tried to keep his eyes on the bloodthirsty prince, but he couldn't keep up. After destroying the orc's only means of defending against his blade, Prince Idrian chopped off his opponent's right arm and leg, leaving a couple of bloody stumps in his wake. The pain and humiliation made the orc noble's face twist and grimace, fully aware that he was done for. Taking both arm and leg made the green giant keel over and fall. The wolf riders, rangers, and knights looked at the center of the battlefield, distracted by the vicious fall of the greenskin ringleader. Since he borrowed their power, it's only fair to give the spectators what they wanted. The prince walked up to the free, bleeding, armless, and legless mannequin, lifting his sword above its head. For its final words, the orc noble bade a regretful farewell to his king. Charged by the emotions the people of Winter Castle harbored for generations, he drove the tip of his blade right into the orc's head, piercing through the skull and turning its brain into mush. Right after ending the orc noble's pathetic life, Prince Idrian felt a gaze that made every hair in his body stand. For the first time since he was alerted to the entity's existence, the ancient being said to reside beyond the mountain range, the king of the orcs, finally demonstrated his presence. Completely unaware that an apex predator had set sights on the prince, he stopped Vincent and Arwen from moving a muscle, commanding them to stay back. Finally, the king's presence exploded on the horizon for everyone to see. The ground they were standing on rumbled. The mere act of keeping their eyes open in the face of the bright lights in the distance was painful. Those who had weaker constitutions struggled to stay on their feet. Count Bael Valorhard broke a sweat. Heading directly into Prince Idrian's position, something big and shiny tore through the skies. He kept his eyes on the unknown entity, his mind trying to figure out what was happening. Something was unleashed from beyond the icy mountains. It was fast and sharp, wholly unaffected by wind resistance, violently tearing through every possible obstacle. It was a giant spear. It only took a few seconds to travel an incomprehensible distance, targeting the man who killed the orc noble. Put on the spot to make a quick decision with his life on the line, Prince Idrian elected to block the spear. When the tip of the spear collided with his blade, a force so vigorous and intense ardently tried to knock him off his feet. Halfway through his block attempt, it became increasingly clear that Idrian's current strength was not nearly enough to defend against this thing. Forced to his limit, he had to redirect the force elsewhere. The spear missed its main target, but it was charged with an ungodly amount of strength, continuing its advance despite being derailed. By the time the Rangers figured out what was happening, they opened their eyes to the physical form of the Orc King's declaration of war. The giant spear, as long as the highest watchtower of the Winter Castle, lodged itself deep into the fortified walls. Vincent worriedly turned to his cousin. He couldn't even fathom how one man was able to redirect such a ridiculously oppressive attack. Arwen was the first one to run by her master's side, dreading the worst-case scenario. When she found him, Arwen lost grip of her sword and shield, dropping them on the ground. Traces of the clash between man and spear vaporized the surroundings. Arwen desperately dug through the snow, praying for the first prince's safety and survival. She clawed her way through the thick white stuff with tears in her eyes, until finally, the unconscious prince was unearthed, his warm blood mixed with the cold snow. Arwen immediately assessed his condition. Her heart nearly stopped when she couldn't feel a pulse. Panicked and concerned, she tried to warm him up and wake him from a deep and dangerous slumber. Arwen's emergency training kicked in, and she willed herself to restore Prince Idrian's breathing first and foremost. She blew air back into his lungs through mouth-to-mouth resuscitation without giving a damn what it might look like. After giving him the kickstart he needed to breathe again, the prince coughed up even more blood. His injuries were severe, but at least he was back to breathing on his own. Arwen wiped the prince's blood from her mouth. Finally, she was able to calm down now that the prince was back. Seeing him in such a vulnerable state made her wonder if Prince Idrian had always been so small and young. On the battlefield, he feels larger than life itself. The others finally snapped out of their shock to check on Arwen and the prince. While Vincent was running to provide support, Idrian woke up for a moment to speak to Arwen. With barely enough energy to breathe, he used the last dregs of his energy to curse the orcs for speaking of honor, only to pull such bullshit on him. The only good orc is a dead orc. He also reminded him that the duel wasn't over yet. Arwen had better finish up the remaining wolf-riding bastards and make it hurt. Arwen took on the reins of leading the charge under the prince's command to put a quick end to this battle. Vincent and the Rangers raised their weapons, ready to abide. This time, they attacked as a single unit, making the wolf riders suffer with each sword strike. A decent bit of time has passed since that disgraceful duel. When the prince woke up, he was still royally pissed off at the bastard who threw an oversized spear at him. Vincent was by his bedside to make sure that he was feeling better. In truth, his whole body still aches like a bitch. His sword-wielding arm took the brunt of the damage. Even so, the bodily harm cannot measure up to the pain in his heart. He was so furious that it physically hurt. He didn't even clash with that interfering bastard directly. He only faced a cheap shot thrown from an impossible distance. Yet the damage reduced him to such a miserable state. While he was beating himself up for falling in such a manner, Vincent and the Rangers extended their thanks to the prince from the bottom of their hearts. Because of his heroics, they were able to save the abducted allies they had already given up on. Idrian wasn't used to hearing his stoic cousin say such overly sentimental things at all. Vincent reported that while the prince was out like a light, an orc army set up camp 1 kilometer away from the castle. They are slightly early, but their numbers aren't something Winter Castle can't handle. Still, the fear of what kind of beast threw that giant spear was carved into everyone's hearts. They can still hear the guttural roar echoing from the mountain range. Idrian scoffed and shared that the king who can unite all the orcs within the mountain range had been born and is now making moves. As rangers with extensive experience dealing with orcs, Vincent and his men were under the assumption that it was in the orcs' nature to challenge their chieftain at every given opportunity. The prince asserted that the Orc King is a unique case. That creature is made and born to fight, to trample, and to consume. A greedy being whose sole purpose is ultimate conquest. Revered by his bloodthirsty kin, the king of the orcs is a ferocious lord of the battlefield, a warlord. Upon hearing that the first prince had woken up, Adelia and Arwen paid him a visit. Idrian was wholly preoccupied with the orc problem. The orcs outnumber the Winter Castle personnel by a lot. Stepping outside the gates had become too dangerous. He needs to formulate a strategy that centers on siege defense at this rate. It would be best to call back the Blackspear cavalry to man the castle. As for the army stationed beyond the mountains, relaying the information would be tougher. Idrian is all for strategizing, but Count Valorhard and his men had turned his bedroom into a war council when there's a perfectly equipped conference room in the castle. Since this was their first time hearing about, let alone encountering the king of the orcs, they needed his expertise. Instead of giving him space to recover from the grueling fight not too long ago, the prince was bombarded with questions and requests. After a long day of forcing the injured prince to work and strategize, they finally let him rest. Working a patient to the bone has to be some form of war crime. When everyone else cleared out of the room, Count Valorhard and the prince's loyal sword stayed. He wanted to know more about the power Idrian displayed, the power of the epic poem. Uncle Bale was entranced by the amount of mana his nephew was able to command. The power of that blue flame exceeded the destructive force that a mana heart should be capable of. When asked what he thought about the technique, the Count's mind was visibly in turmoil. He was someone who so deeply distrusted the power of the mana heart. If he wanted to obtain that power, he must completely abandon the convictions he had held onto his entire life. Much to Idrian's surprise, Uncle Bale asked him if a knight of the ring like himself could be permitted to wield the same potency. Arwen didn't speak up, but she also wanted to hear the first prince's answer. Idrian called his uncle greedy for coveting epic poems when mana rings allow him to accumulate mana much easier, faster, and more stably. He asserted that reaching transcendence through the use of poems is a privilege reserved strictly for those who risk it all and bravely gather mana in their hearts. Technically, such ripe potential is not available for the Knights of the Ring. If Count Valorhard was disappointed, he hid it very well. Even so, there must be a reason why his nephew wanted to show him the power of epic poems even before. He used to dismiss Idrian's path completely, yet now he's showing an almost burdensome amount of trust in his nephew. It's a little-known fact that much like the Count, elves also go crazy over epic poems. Since they are incapable of composing combat poetry of their own, elves resort to borrowing verses composed by others. Eventually, they created sword dances derived from humanity's poems as their melody. So, even if it is impossible to compose and recite a poem with mana rings, simply imitating and performing one might be feasible. Count Valorhard might not possess a mana heart of his own, but the grueling training he endured his whole life must account for something. Mana rings inherently resonate with one another. They might just make for an excellent instrument if utilized correctly. Whether that is truly possible, or what kind of realization this conversation will bring the Count, is entirely up to him and his conviction. The same goes for Lady Arwen. From the very beginning, finding new paths had always been up to the Knights of the Ring themselves. The first prince was all for giving them the necessary tools to reach their own conclusions. What he couldn't stand was their blatant disregard for his privacy. They kept hanging out in his room past normal hours. After fighting tooth and nail to drive them out of his room, Idrian finally got some proper rest. When he woke up in the middle of the night, only Adelia remained by his bedside. Thankfully, his uncle left while he was in a deep sleep. That stubborn uncle of his agonized over the topic of an epic poem for quite a while. He might have failed to gain any significant realization. Well, it had never been easy to achieve meaningful results right from the get-go. Speaking of the devil, Count Valorhard spawned in his room out of nowhere. It's barely been a few hours since they spoke, yet a mighty presence that fears nothing with a single sword at its side emanated from the Lord of Winter Castle. He exuded the essence of a pillar that never cowers before countless adversaries. Overnight, Uncle Bale achieved the aura of a swordmaster. He finally attained a soul worthy of his physical vessel. Count Valorhard bowed before Ian, thanking him for opening his eyes to new possibilities. The first prince was a little creeped out by his respectful tone. 400 years ago, he was a sword of a tier no one dared to challenge. Now, he is but a measly sword expert, quite a bit of distance away from becoming a swordmaster. Try as he might, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous of the Count's breakthrough. Curious, he asked his uncle to share what he gained from taking the next leap. Naturally, he hasn't quite gotten the hang of his newfound strength, but he has set a single milestone in his mind. For now, he will continue looking beyond the mountains while walking down a new direction. The first prince scoffed at the implication of that milestone. If the Count is aiming for the king of the bastards hiding deep in the mountains, then he'd better line up. Idrian got dibs on that son of a bitch. He doesn't appreciate other people drooling over his prey. Uncle Bale laughed at his nephew's confidently arrogant statement, but he conceded for now. By sunrise, they walked along the castle's perimeter to patrol the area. The Count has many questions to ask his nephew. but he'll hold his tongue for the moment. It's a mystery how the first prince became so knowledgeable about orcs, elves, and many more. Bale believes that Idrian will tell him everything when the time comes. While Yuensi and nephew were bonding over secrets, the scouts yelled a warning that an orc army was approaching. From afar, the estimated numbers are well over several hundred. No, 1,000 greenskin bastards were encroaching on their territory, perhaps more. The Winter Castle had never been besieged by this many orcs all at once. Their training and preparations kicked in as archers got into their positions to stand by. At the tip of the massive orc army formation, one figure emanated a suffocating presence that extended up the castle walls. Even the Count was taken aback by such a thick and formidable fighting spirit assaulting his senses. He feared that the warlord had finally made its move, but that wasn't the case. The first prince identified the bastard at the tip of the formation as the vanguard for the Lord of War, one of the most ferocious orcs serving the king. Those eyes belonged to the most valiant general in the greenskin army. Ancient people branded this type of beast as a nightmare for knights and swordmasters, even bigger and stronger than the orc noble, vested by the king as a combat legion commander, the Night Slayer. Just as knights use mana, orcs use something called battle spirit. To build a stronger battle spirit, they engage in more battles, accumulating more combat experience through violence. But on rare occasions, there exist mutants born with an immense battle spirit from birth. They are more sensitive to all forms of energy and bloodlust than anyone else. These mutants can often develop an ability to see intangible energy with their eyes. They are revered by their tribe as bearers of the supernatural power, known as Mind's Eye. The Night Slayer encroaching on Winter Castle is a natural-born commander with an overpowered mutation. He may not know intricate tactics and strategy, but he inherently understands what it takes to crush an enemy better than anyone else. His mind's eye can see everything, read everything, find the weak points in his target, and hit the enemy where it hurts. Naturally, the Night Slayer already knows where the sharpest sword lies. Given that Ian had never led them astray thus far, Count Valorhard wanted to experience exchanging blows with the so-called Night Slayer firsthand. Frankly, he wanted to verify if that creature is truly worthy of such an arrogant title. Mimicking the king of the orcs, the Count launched a spear from the watchtower, aiming for the vanguard's head. The Night Slayer wasn't rattled at all. He welcomed the spear with an axe chop that rendered all the force behind the attack ineffective. It spun out of control upon being parried so effortlessly. Answering the Count's blatant challenge, the Night Slayer grabbed the spear, charged it with copious amounts of battle spirit, and chucked it back where it came from. Going aura for aura with the mutated orc, Count Valorhard caught the supercharged spear with his bare hands. If nothing else, this exchange verified that the big son of a bitch is the type who can't stand losing. Humbly handing the tactical side of the war to his nephew, Uncle Bale asked Ian how they should deal with the Night Slayer. One look at the first prince's face made it obvious that he could barely contain his excitement. Reining in his emotions, he explained that the beast is guided solely by the supernatural power of his mind's eye. That would be a massive problem in normal scenarios, but in this world, things aren't always as normal as they seem. No matter how much patience and wisdom an orc exhibits, an orc is still an orc at the end of the day. All they have to do is dangle a delicious delicacy right in front of that brute's eyes, lure him to his doom. He won't be able to resist. When the first prince laid out the game plan, Vincent immediately protested against putting royalty in such a treacherous position. Idrian was steadfast in his decision to take on the role of being the lure. Cheap tricks simply won't work on the Night Slayer. The Rangers and Knights of Winter Castle cannot fulfill the role. In that creature's eyes, they won't look tasty enough, nor will they look like easy prey. On the other hand, if they use the greenhorns as bait, the Night Slayer will likely wipe them out before the attack force can even react. In conclusion, Prince Idrian and his team are the perfect fit. His strike team was trained like an elite unit, but they still lack the edge of actual combat experience. If they could take out the Night Slayer early, the rest of the war would be a breeze. Even though the plan sounded perfect, Vincent still tried to discourage his royal cousin from participating in such a dangerous strategy, insisting that Winter Castle would hold even without such a risky operation. Furthermore, putting the first prince in the most dangerous position with his arm still injured is straight-up malpractice. Idrian waved his arm around, trying to convince Vincent that he was okay. In truth, moving his broken arm still hurts quite a bit. Still, he's banking on the belief that he'll be able to move more freely once the battle begins and adrenaline kicks in. The first prince had to remind Vincent that their true enemy is not the Night Slayer. While they are arguing about how to proceed, the warlord beyond the mountains is watching and calculating. Sitting in a throne forged in slaughter, the king's presence is slowly but steadily approaching Winter Castle. If they do not end the battle against the Night Slayer as quickly as possible, Winter Castle will undoubtedly fall in the next attack. With newfound confidence in his nephew, Uncle Bale agreed to give Idrian 1 week to do whatever he could come up with. If the king doesn't move by then, the troop deployment goes back to how it was. In truth, the first prince wanted the most dangerous position so he could unleash his secret weapon to finally see some action. For now, their primary objective is not annihilation. They just have to draw out the pesky Night Slayer. The central wall, manned by elite rangers and led by Count Valorhard himself, will stall for as much time as possible. Vincent and a selection of trusted men line up in the east wall to do the same. Out in the west wall, the royal guards, with a balance of archers and knights, were supervised by the first prince himself. Once the long-range attackers were set in their position, they bombarded the approaching orc army with a volley of arrows, darkening the skies with the sheer volume. With the high ground advantage, each arrow was assisted by gravity, homing in on its target. The first barrage claimed the lives of many orcs that had no means of protecting themselves. After the first few deaths, the orc army adapted and brought out their shield bearers to defend and deflect. They effectively provoked the humans by flaunting the shields of dead Valorhard soldiers on their faces. There is nothing more tilting than seeing an enemy army brazenly show off the equipment of your fallen comrades. Using the anger of his men to strengthen their resolve, Count Valorhard fired up the second wave of arrows. They must punish such an unforgivable gesture, but there were too many orcs and too few archers to significantly thin out the herd. Eventually, the green-skinned foot soldiers reached the bottom of the walls. They set up their wooden ladders to scale the castle. They moved quickly and without fear of being pushed back down to their demise. In the west wall, Lady Arwen burst into action by meeting the climbers with her blade. She calmly decapitated the first to reach the top of the wall, spilling orc blood onto the wooden stairs built for siege warfare. In doing so, she roused the royal guards to do their part and kill anyone who dared to breach their ironclad defense. Royal guards used their spears to poke and stab at every ugly face that reached the top. To make it easier to neutralize the endless horde of climbers, they brought out the stones for the catapults. The siege battle lasted the whole day. As the sun set over the war zone, the ground was filled with greenskin corpses. Winter Castle forces worked to the bone to score those kills, but the number of invading orcs barely went down. Even worse, the Night Slayer was nowhere to be seen. He must have slipped away while no one was paying attention. Everyone is exhausted. By now, the tricky bastard must be on the move. He must have noticed the side of the wall that had slowly become Winter Castle's opening. Just as Idrian suspected, the Night Slayer won't be able to resist the allure of an exploitable gap in siege defense. To maintain high mobility on the go, the mutant ogre brought an elite battalion of wolf riders to attack the Winter Castle's weakest wall. In response to the attack, Arwen picked up the wolf riders near her before they could breach the wall. The first prince joined her shortly after to enact the most crucial part of the plan. It is time to start dangling the bait. With sword in hand, the flame of Requiem exploded from within. He blatantly taunted the Night Slayer, daring the big mutant to match his flames with battle spirit. Everything played out exactly as the first prince planned. At this point, Count Valorhard had become a full believer that they had already won. The Night Slayer had grown too antsy and finally entered the battle. Moving like a rabid animal on the loose, the Night Slayer clawed through his own army to get to the forefront of action. He had no regard for enemy or foe. He saw an opening and rushed towards it. The Rangers loaded up their crossbows, hoping that the bolts would do some damage. They fired multiple shots, but the trajectory was visibly telegraphed. The Night Slayer grabbed one of his underlings by the head and used the poor orc as a meat shield to catch the bolts. Untouched by the crossbow shots, he looked in the direction of the Rangers with a challenging glare. They kept on firing, but it was nearly impossible to aim at a rapidly moving target headed for the western wall. Finally, the first prince made his move, concentrating his mana in his blade. Despite the warnings from his subordinates, he met the charging behemoth with a cocky provocation. He dared the commander of the 1,000-orc army to come on up and fight him head-on. The Night Slayer held onto the wooden ladder, its frame crushed by the monstrous grip. Using the steps as a launching pad, the gigantic bastard leapfrogged into the wall in one go. Prince Idrian commanded his knights to stick to the plan. Despite the risk, everyone steered clear of the western wall. The Night Slayer singled him out as the pesky human who fanned those wicked flames. His king commanded him to slay the prince first and foremost. Honestly, Idrian was honored that the warlord put so much importance on vanquishing him. Thanks to Warlord's orders, he doesn't have to worry about the Night Slayer chickening out halfway through. Seizing the initial momentum, the prince attacked with all his might, forcing the greenskin to defend. He tried to turn the tables by crushing Idrian in midair, but the prince moved out of the way like his name was Levi Ackerman. With a clean landing, he repositioned his body for another assault. Eyes on the prize, Idrian pressed the attack with no regard for defense. Surprisingly enough, he was able to slice the Night Slayer's weapon, leaving a gaping wound on the orc's arm. Losing his main weapon did not rattle the Night Slayer at all. He saw the prince's fighting style as nothing but a compilation of cheap tricks. Dishonorable and disgusting, the blaze of Requiem intensified, bolstering Idrian's offensive power even more. They engaged in a battle of spirits. Whoever buckles first loses. Idrian wore an amused smile, knowing that his trap had been sprung. He signaled his people to enact the plan, and the behemoth was caught in a fortified net. The winding ropes immobilized the beast, preventing him from retaliating. Royal guards heaved and pulled, putting all their strength into maintaining their hold. Naturally, the Night Slayer resisted the pull, attempting to brute force his way out of the net. He cursed Idrian for defiling their supposedly honorable battle with such blatantly dirty play. He dared the prince to act with the dignity his spirit claims to possess, but his bitching and moaning fell on deaf ears. With the help of Idrian's well-placed attacks, the royal guards were able to overpower the beast, making him fall on his ass. The rangers on the other side of the wall felt the net loosen and pulled with every bit of strength they had. The Night Slayer had never been so humiliated in his entire life. He violently turned and writhed like a worm on the ground, hurling curses at the first prince. Despite his desperate struggle, the net proved too resilient. Idrian wiped the orc blood from his blade and gave praise to Arwen for carrying out the shameless plan perfectly. He sat on a pile of hay, commanding the guards and rangers to pull even harder. While the first prince rested, they pooled their strength and battled against the struggling giant. Once he recovered an adequate amount of stamina, he walked right in front of the beast to talk trash. In his eyes, the Night Slayer looked right at home, sprawled out in the dirt like a turd. Below his line of sight, the big bastard actually looked like a pathetic orc. His trash talk rage bait worked very well. The beast wanted nothing more than to feast on his flesh. That rage was enough to give the Night Slayer the final push to break free from the net. He attacked the prince, eager to crush him into bits. Unfortunately for the green bastard, Count Valorhard had come to do his part. Just like his nephew, Unk's mouth disrespected the enraged creature, calling him even more hideous up close. Uncle Bale will take over for now, but the first prince will be back soon. With supreme confidence, Count Valorhard warned his nephew not to take too long. The Night Slayer might just die while he's out. The Count's mana rings worked in tandem with one another, enhancing his physical form enough to stand toe-to-toe against the beast. They say quad-chain knights are equal to swordmasters. There might not be another quad-chain knight stronger than Count Valorhard. He is a talented swordsman who has achieved oneness with his blade. In complete control of his will, his sword and mana will always find their victim. It's just his bad luck that the Night Slayer is born and raised to sniff out mana like a dog. Not wasting any more time, the first prince sprinted back inside the castle to bring out the perfect opponent for the mutant orc. They need someone whose body moves before their mind can even think. The kind of swordsman whose will is virtually impossible to read or predict. There is no better counter to the Night Slayer than the faint-hearted maid, Adelia Byrne. To convince Adelia to go out there and fight instead of cowering inside the castle, the prince showed her the gnarly bloodstains the monster inflicted upon her master. One sniff was all it took to change her whole demeanor. Adelia stood up, her legs trembling and rearing for action. He handed her a blade. The bloodlust she exuded with a sword in hand exceeded his expectations. Her terrifying traits, born from the desire to protect her master, have awakened. Adelia Byrne, a maid-turned-butcher and warmonger, had finally bloomed. The battle on the other walls continued as rangers and knights pushed back the invading orcs. Meanwhile, Count Valorhard was barely holding off the Night Slayer on his own. He slowly realized that he wasn't just imagining things. That orc was reading every attack he threw at him. His sword paths were being predicted with perfect accuracy. His nephew warned him about the unfair advantage the mind's eye provides, but going up against it directly was straight up maddening. Thankfully, Unk won't have to keep fighting a losing battle on his own. Behind him, something or someone exploded out of the castle. Adelia moved like a deranged puppet, quick and aggressive. She hacked away at the Night Slayer, ignoring everything else in her surroundings. Count Valorhard was stunned to see Ian's maid go crazy with a blade. He was used to seeing her as a gentle and reserved lady, not as a psycho killer. The Night Slayer was being pushed to the limit just to defend against her persistent attacks. Frankly, he was disgusted by her fighting style. She moved without a hint of warrior's honor. He roared in frustration as he fell for another feint. When asked what the hell happened to the sweet girl, the first prince answered that she's gone berserk. The greenskin behemoth held his own against a swordmaster, but a mere sword expert was putting belt to his green ass. Adelia's traits form a deadly combo. Her butcher trait allows her to carve and hack whatever is in sight. There is no grand intent behind her attacks. This battle style was further amplified by her warmonger trait. Some would describe it as mindless, but that's what makes it even more lethal. A mad woman who doesn't bother with useless thoughts while fighting is a deadly weapon in and of itself. The mind's eye trait that the Night Slayers pride themselves on is completely useless against her. You can't predict her next move when she doesn't even know what her next move will be. Adelia doesn't bother with all those fancy dodges or blocks. She just keeps swinging her sword, letting her feral instincts guide the blade. She was fighting more beast-like than the beast she was up against. Being called a beast by an orc is quite an achievement. But to wrap up this mess, Count Valorhard and Prince Idrian must tip the scales in their favor. Letting Adelia take the most aggressive angle, Unk and nephew worked around her attacks. The Night Slayer grew increasingly frustrated. He wanted an honorable duel, but he was trapped and ganged up on instead. He cursed the inferior pests who disrespected his king as an explosion of battle spirit pushed the pesky humans away. Adelia caught the brunt of the impact, knocking her out for a moment. In all his years fighting orcs, Bael Valorhard had never felt such an intense and fierce battle spirit. The Night Slayer was gathering his spirit into a single point, compressing it to exponentially increase its potency. He wasn't just gathering his own battle spirit, he was reclaiming the spirit he once shared with his king. This green bastard was going all in. Even if it costs him his life, he will not let his king's majesty be tarnished any longer. Since the Night Slayer was essentially sacrificing his life for power, it's only fair that the maid, count, and prince go all out as well. With intense focus, Idrian recited a poem about piling green corpses to raise a mountain. Baal and Adelia went low as his chant continued. A crimson pool forms beneath. Before it, he vowed to honor the composer's soul. Nearing the end of the verse, Idrian was interrupted by a mass of battle spirit headed his way. He was forced to choose between stopping the chant and blocking the strike. Naturally, he had to put his safety first. The mass of battle spirit shaped itself into a fist. Blocking that fist required all his attention. Once again, the king from deep within the mountains had intervened from his cozy chair. They kept on preaching the warrior's honor only to cheat over and over again. The first prince had had enough. While he struggled to keep his arms from trembling, he heard the poem being recited by someone else. Much to his surprise, his uncle was effectively syncing his mana rings with the unfinished verse. The poem manifested its effects, sharpening the Count's sword. When the first repetition supercharged his body and weapon, Count Valorhard continued the chant louder than before. Oddly enough, the verse also resonated with Prince Idrian's mana heart, stoking his blaze of requiem. For some unknown reason, the ring and heart established a resonant connection, and it didn't stop there. With Count Valorhard's rings as the main hub, the effects of the poem spread across the walls of Winter Castle. Vincent felt the effects of the poem recited by his father, empowering his blade. His voice joined the chants. Arwen also joined the network of warriors connected by poetry. The invisible string swiftly and instinctively connected every ranger, royal guard, and knight fighting to keep Winter Castle from being overrun by green-skinned bastards. Once everyone mystically got on the same page, the connection formed a closed loop as all their chants empowered Prince Idrian Leonberger. Their voices merged as one, creating something far too wicked to be called a poem, and far too disciplined to be called a melody. It can only be described as a war song. Every note and line contained the desire and resentment every northerner held within. It was as powerful as any epic of valor Idrian had experienced. With the loop closed, he rejoined the war song. Piling green corpses to raise a mountain, a pool of crimson begins to form. Before it, he stands to honor thy soul. New words flowed naturally out of his soul. A harsh season, singing of the bitterest moment, when the freezing winds howl. A new poem has been created. With the help of the entire Winter Castle, the first large-scale poem of war, four-season, Poem of Winter, was born. Disregarding the inordinate amount of blaze emanating from the first prince, the Night Slayer dared to attack Idrian again. He looked at the green behemoth like an insignificant bug. Empowered by the poem of war, the prince cleanly sliced the orc army's commander in half. His final words, as his body burned in two separate pieces, were in honor of his king. The people of Winter Castle just created something very special. The royal guards remained on their toes as the Night Slayer was cremated by a blue blaze on the spot. Adelia finally ran out of battery, collapsing after overloading her body. The tense, silent wait was broken when one of the royal guards declared that the Legion commander had fallen and that the prince had won. Before they could freely celebrate the kill, the main gate of the castle started cracking under the sheer weight of the orcs pressing upon it. Unable to hold on any longer, the gate was breached. Hundreds of angry orcs came pouring into the castle in droves. The prince raised his blade, prepared to continue his streak without a moment's rest. He implored those in need of a break to step down, but no soldier would leave the prince without backup. Even Adelia, who was on the verge of collapse just a moment ago, caught a second wind. All Ian had to do was give the signal, and every able-bodied warrior in this castle would willingly die for him. To cap off the war with overwhelming momentum on their side, the first prince commanded all units to charge. Every soldier gave their all to push back the invasion. Led by the prince, they collectively chanted. Snow-covered peaks, frozen valleys, the blood-soaked walls remained silent. Only the sound of the Horn of Dawn echoes. Before long, thousands of orcs were wiped out by nightfall. The castle walls were a mess. Each side was packed with dead orcs, and their blood caked the floor. Morale was sky-high. They won a seemingly unwinnable war. Most of the soldiers likely viewed the chant they were reciting the whole way through as nothing but a chant. However, Vincent noticed the strange energy and heartbeat that connected everyone amid the chaos of the war zone. As Ranger Commander, he commanded his troops to leave only a minimum number of personnel on the walls in the meantime. Instead of taking the W and letting a decent chunk of the orc army retreat, he wanted to head outside the gates for a hunt. Vincent was inspired by the first prince, who was already out there, leading the charge before anyone else. When he first met his royal cousin, he viewed him as a mere boy who hadn't even had his coming-of-age ceremony yet. He was supposed to be a novice whose combat experience only amounted to a few supervised spars here and there. But Vincent was sorely mistaken. This prince was built different. He had the strength and aura that made everyone willingly follow his lead. The knights he chose were insanely gifted in combat. A renowned commander gave him utmost support. Even Vincent himself, a veteran ranger commander, was swept up by his regal wave. The stubborn knights of the north had never accepted a leader so readily as they accepted Prince Idrian. They surrendered themselves to a heartbeat that wasn't their own. As a result, they moved as one and vanquished every greenskin bastard along the way. By the time everyone finally came to their senses, the sun had set and risen again. They chased the retreating orcs without mercy, killing every single beast that dared to encroach on the winter castle. In the end, the spoils of victory were collected by the rightful owner. Throughout the bloody turn of tables, Prince Idrian grabbed every orc banner, massacre after massacre. With the final banner in hand, he finally announced their complete and utter victory. The royal guards and rangers cheered for the prince, seeing him in a new, brighter light. The battle had concluded, and the poem of war's effect wore off. Those who were being propped up by its effects collapsed one by one. Thankfully, they just fell asleep out of exhaustion with big dumb smiles on their faces. Those who managed to stay awake were relegated to lifting duty just to make sure those who collapsed didn't die in the cold. Before joining the others in Dreamland, the first prince asserted that what they made was a war poem. His subordinates had to carry him back into his tent after his overnight rampage. The next step would be to gather the fallen soldiers and cremate them with respect. As for the Night Slayer's corpse, there has to be some use for it. From afar, a familiar, mischievous elf watched the whole sequence of war unfold with keen interest. Sigrun's fascination with the first prince had only grown after personally witnessing the creation of a new poem. Perhaps she should give him a little surprise gift for such an impressive showing. For now, Sigrun used God knows what kind of ancient technique to hold off the king of orcs from crushing Idrian once and for all. She would like to give the boy a bit more time to grow. Reports about the attack of an elite orc force the size of 2 legions had reached the mainland. The 3rd Legion and the Winter Castle Rangers emerged victorious, but House Valorhard has been preparing for the next battle. However, even with every able-bodied man in the north, Winter Castle is severely outnumbered. Commander Bale had sent envoys to the kingdom to request reinforcements. Marquis Bielefeld offered his sincere gratitude to the people of the north for their continuous defense of the realm. Still, the other noblemen weren't too receptive to the news. They argued that the northern walls have stood firm on their own for over 100 years. There should be no need for additional manpower up there. Count Valorhard already expected some pushback against his request. That's why the envoys brought proof of the dire situation up north. They opened a wooden crate to show these clueless nobles what they are up against. The sheltered nobles of the mainland recoiled upon seeing the size of its singular content. Inside was the skull of the Night Slayer, the Legion commander personally slain by the first prince in the last battle. Straight up Game of Thrones. The envoys described its humongous size, and the first prince's prediction that a bigger enemy is coming. These mainland nobles must take the matter of the Orc King seriously. At the moment, the confirmed number of orcs under the king's command is at least 16,000, equivalent to 8 elite legions. Despite the emphasis on the gravity of this situation, the insufferable nobles still refused to send their own men to the north. They protested that the first prince, who hadn't even held a sword for a full year, could not possibly defeat something so big, downplaying the threat the Night Slayer must have posed. They even accused House Valorhard of lying to gain political leverage. Marquis Bielefeld was the only real one in that room. He stood up for Count Valorhard and vouched for the man's honor. Before the meeting could devolve into political grandstanding, the king gave credence to Count Valorhard's words. If Bale says the matter is grave, then that is the truth. The king mandated that all houses bordering the north provide the maximum number of troops and supplies. The palace count will also hire a suitable mercenary group to be dispatched right away. There are those noble sons whom the first prince arrested not too long ago. Sending them to the battlefield to serve in plain clothes could be a great way for them to atone for their crimes. The envoy wanted to argue that Winter Castle needed more than this. They need the central army to handle those orcs. Even Marquis Bielefeld wanted to protest, but the king's orders are final. Before the meeting concluded, a young man with a striking resemblance to the first Prince Idrian barged into the throne room. He walked up to the king and asserted that the royal family must never turn a blind eye to the devotion and loyalty shown by House Valorhard. Maximilian Leonberger, second prince of the Leonberg kingdom, looked his father in the eyes and valiantly volunteered to personally lead his men and head to the north himself. That same night, Prince Maximilian consulted with his father, the king. The man wanted him to stop by Count Ellen's estate on his way to the north. The king had already stationed the Iron Lions and part of the central army in the estate, disguised as mercenaries, waiting for the second prince's command. King Leonberger knew better than most that the Winter Castle must never fall. Maximilian vowed to keep his father's words in mind, ready to embark on a journey. However, he wanted to know why the king acted so indifferently in front of the nobles when he intended to dispatch the Iron Lions and the central army all along. The answer was simple: politics. If he openly gathered an army to be sent to Valorhard, the Empire would undoubtedly throw a fit, accusing the royal family of having ulterior motives. Those paranoid bastards would use this tragedy as an excuse to charge them with conspiring with House Valorhard to raise a rebel army in the tundra. It would be the perfect pretext to find fault. The king can no longer allow something like that to happen. Give the empire an inch, and they would take a mile. At this point, Maximilian, his second son, is the only hope of the royal family. The kid must continue to walk the righteous path, and those who still faithfully serve their house will naturally gather by his side. For that to happen, the North must remain stalwart. Maximilian vowed to do everything in his power to protect Winter Castle, but it won't be easy. Especially now that Count Valorhard had declared himself Idrian's guardian. The North might as well be hostile territory to the second prince. Maximilian reckoned that his own big brother, a fellow member of the royal family, wouldn't treat him poorly. But the king lived through all his eldest son's morally depraved activities in the past. He instilled in little Maximilian's mind that the man he calls Big Brother caused irreversible damage to the kingdom. That child sold the very future of their homeland to the empire for scraps. Maximilian was aware of Idrian's lengthy, wicked record, but that was all in the past. He sold out the kingdom when he was only 13 years old. As a father and a king, he doesn't even want to remember that day, yet the memory remains vivid in his mind. He helplessly witnessed multiple promising knights break their blades for good. They were coerced into taking the blame and were sentenced to shatter their own rings. Whenever the king closes his eyes, he can still see their agony. That fat bastard, the little monster he raised, watched with glee. The king would never forget how Idrian smiled at the suffering of his trusted knights and the sound of his malicious laughter. Even so, Maximilian heard news of his brother's repentance for his past actions and of the great feats he had achieved in the north. He was willing to give Big Bro the benefit of the doubt. The king doesn't see Idrian's actions as repentance. That fool had simply forgotten his sins. Even if he has spent his time honing his blade recently, his father won't ever forgive him. Those loyal men who had their cultivation crippled could never restore their rings again. They could start over and learn mana heart like some low-class mercenary, but what would be the point? The king firmly believes that 1,000 Idrians could never replace what the kingdom lost that day. This dude is a Yujiro Hanma-level father, and so, Maximilian was tasked with saving the north before other nobles could intervene. Carrying the royal flag of Leonberg himself, the deployment of the reinforcements was a brutal race against time for young Maximilian. Many men fell behind during the relentless march through the tundra. Still, they could not afford to stop. Antoine, captain of the Silver Fox mercenaries, was very impressed by the second prince's resolve. On account of his youth, Maximilian's body wasn't at the level of a trained soldier's or a mercenary's. Even so, he was leading the charge by sheer willpower alone. Even Erhim Kieringer, vice-captain of the Iron Lion Knights, could see that. Seeing the young prince buckle, Vice-Captain Erhim proposed that they take a break. Maximilian emphatically refused. Right now, every second counts. Who knows if the Winter Castle was still standing? Thankfully, judging by the snowfall, their destination should be relatively close. Following the only viable trail going up to Valorhard Estate, they came across some people who looked like refugees. Sir Erhim tasked his men to find out what was happening, and they quickly got to work. According to the refugees, the Count issued an evacuation order to prepare the civilians for the worst. They had no idea what was happening at the battlefront. The soldiers told them to leave, so they left. Maximilian finally felt the weight of the situation. Count Valorhard might be considering the possibility of Winter Castle's fall. With renewed urgency, he picked up the pace. A few more grueling hours later, they encountered a severe blizzard that obscured the view ahead. For most of Maximilian's party, this is their first time experiencing Winter Castle's harsh reputation firsthand. Suddenly, they all heard the faint sound of marching and synchronized chanting. Snow-capped peaks, frozen vales. Soaked in red blood, the silent walls stood tall. At the break of dawn, only the horn of the charge resounds. Based on their gear, the marching patrolmen must be Valorhard soldiers. They only halted their march and stopped their chorus when they saw the caravan trudging through the blizzard. The man leading the charge commanded his company to fall in. He introduced himself as 3rd Legion Ranger Company's 17th Platoon Captain, Jorgen, and gave a respectful greeting to the second prince. Maximilian was relieved to finally see some friendlies in the wild. Since the weather had become terrible today, Jorgen suggested they leave the wagons and move out first. The Rangers will guide them from here on out. Surrounding the caravan to keep them from wandering off the formation, the 17th Platoon pushed the pace while resuming their chant. Sir Erhim thought northern men were supposed to be rough and silent, yet these people wouldn't shut their mouths, repeating their bizarre song over and over. When asked about it, Jorgen explained that it had become a habit for them to sing and chant the 3rd Legion's war song, the Poem of Winter. Doing so keeps them a little warmer out in the tundra. Furthermore, the first prince himself composed the song, though individual platoons added some verses themselves. Speaking of Maximilian's big brother, the blizzard was raging just like today when he first arrived in Winter Castle. Back then, the first prince heroically carried a stranded soldier on his back and walked tirelessly for an entire day. Prince Maximilian took note of the admiration and strangely friendly attitude behind Jorgen's words. The ranger captain brings up Big Bro every chance he gets. By the time they reached the castle gates, the blizzard abruptly stopped. Jorgen had grown used to the bizarre nature of the mountains. It loves to make people suffer the whole way, only to stop the moment the gates are in sight. The same thing happened when first Prince Idrian arrived. All they can do is look on the bright side. Jorgen opened the gates and gave the second prince a proper look at the current state of the kingdom's northernmost fortress. Maximilian, Erhim, and everyone in their party recoiled in shock at the sight of the castle's interior. The winter castle's ground was caked with a mixture of snow and orc blood. Hundreds, if not thousands, of rotting corpses lined the whole area. The walls look hastily repaired, and it's clear that cleanup hasn't been easy. As far as the eye could see, traces of a fierce battle could be pictured. Coincidentally, first Prince Idrian and Arwen were about to go out. He was surprised to see Jorgen back so soon from his patrol, playfully scolding the ranger for slacking off. His armor, which used to be speckless and lustrous, had become bloodied and worn. He ran into some pests along the way, so he had to get down and dirty. Jorgen had gotten used to Prince Idrian going out of his way to solo hordes of orcs at this point. Finally, Idrian noticed the people standing behind the ranger. Seeing a young man wearing a fancy set of armor that resembled his, he deduced that the reinforcement had finally arrived. Jorgen was weirded out. It sounded like the first prince didn't even recognize his little brother. The same could be said for Maximilian. Full-blood royal brothers who look nearly identical to each other didn't recognize each other. It took Idrian a few seconds to analyze the kid's features before it finally clicked. In his eyes, Maximilian Leonberger is a spitting image of his old friend, the man who built the kingdom through sheer strength. Walking into the castle was a challenge in and of itself. It was hard to find a clear space unoccupied by an orc corpse. The second prince and his party were disturbed by the relaxed attitude of the locals. Unable to contain his curiosity, Maximilian asked his big brother about what went down. It's only been 3 days since the last attack. If the kid stays for a while, he'll get used to being surrounded by death soon enough. The second prince wondered just how many battles his brother fought to remain so calm in the face of fragile mortality. Jorgen joked that once Prince Maximilian faces his first few packs of living orcs, the dead ones will actually start looking pretty. The young man did not appreciate the dark humor at all. When they arrived at the entrance proper of the castle, they were received by the welcoming party. Led by Count Bale Valarhard himself, the warriors of the north paid respects to the second prince. With a stalwart salute, he introduced himself and gave glory to the Leonberger royal family. Prince Maximilian paid his respects in turn to the shield that blocks the north wind. He was clearly a fan of the kingdom's renowned Silver Lion. This collaboration shall strengthen the unwavering friendship of House Valarhard and the royal family. Given the podium to speak, the second prince wholeheartedly delivered a speech to thank every single soldier for their struggle, devotion, and sacrifice. He might be young, but he sure can speak. Even Big Bro quietly approved. With formalities out of the way, Bale invited the newcomers inside his castle. It had been a while since Idrian last saw his little brother. He had grown and changed beyond recognition. Sharing a meal at the dining table, the officers who came with Maximilian seemed wary of the first prince. Prince Idrian's intensely glistening stare right at his brother freaked them out. Feeling a bit awkward, Maximilian asked if Big Bro had something he wanted to say. There was nothing of that sort. He just liked watching Lil Bro eat. Changing the subject, the second prince asked him how Winter Castle compares to the royal palace. Idrian sprang up with joy and declared his love for the north. Battles happen almost every day, and he gets to kill as many monsters as he wants. Maximilian wasn't expecting such a savage answer, given his brother's old reputation. Like a caring big brother, Idrian shoved even more food into the little one's plate. It's good to fuel up now while he still has the chance. He'll regret going out on the front lines with an empty stomach later. The second prince was raised to be polite. He didn't want to make the others uncomfortable while they ate. This kid's stubbornness reminded Idrian yet again of his old friend. They have the exact same personality. Before they go out on the field, the second prince wanted to know the exact situation here at Winter Castle. He and his men have seen the morbid sneak peek on the way in. He estimated at least 1,000 orc corpses freezing and rotting near the walls. Count Valarhard reported that they've been under continuous attack every 4 days. The scale varies, but the number of orcs never dips below 500. Vice Captain Erhim interpreted these constant attacks as a good sign. By now, the enemy forces should have suffered significant losses. Unfortunately for them, this line of thinking was wrong. The number of orcs hasn't decreased at all. If anything, the Greenskin army had actually grown and continued to grow as they spoke. Vincent has been sending scouts to monitor orc hordes around the mountains every day. They've counted at least 9 different Legion units thus far. The initial report only accounted for 16,000. The updated number is now 18,000 orcs. The situation is far more serious than anyone expected, and yet the people of Valarhard don't seem discouraged at all. There was no panic or fear in the air. Prince Idrian seemed to have adapted perfectly to this new, harsher environment. Little Bro never got to spend much time together with his big brother. Almost everything he knew about the first prince came from rumors, but the man in front of him is nothing like the rumors say. Noticing Prince Maximilian's fascination, Vice Captain Erhim shared the story of Prince Idrian's visit to the Iron Lion Castle. At that time, the prince sparred with Iron Lion knights dozens of times in a row and didn't drop a single match. The current first prince seems to have improved even more since then. Rumors of such an impressive achievement didn't spread because the first prince did not want it to get out. Maximilian believes that talent cannot manifest overnight. It is far easier to hide an existing skill than to create one from nothing. One thing is for sure, his big brother has a lot of secrets he keeps close to his chest. After a hearty meal, the Winter Castle officials and the reinforcements gathered in the conference room. Antoine and Erhim started off the strategy meeting by asking if the King of Orcs really exists. Maybe they're just up against a particularly fierce and cunning orc. After all, no one had actually seen this so-called king with their own eyes. Instead of talking in circles, Prince Idrian simply directed the newcomer's attention to what looks like a massive pillar outside the window. One look at the giant spear the king used in his attempt to end Idrian's life should be enough proof of the beast's existence. Considering how far the distance was from the mountain range to the castle, no mere orc, no matter how fierce, could throw that. A ballista could have. It is up to them to believe whether a mere monster somehow learned how to operate siege engines, or an absolutely yoked beast threw it through sheer strength. If they don't believe that the latter is possible, it would be better if they just go back to the mainland. The North needs men who are ready to fight against impossible odds, not a nagging interrogation team. Vice Captain Erhim apologized for expressing doubt. It was just hard for him to wrap his head around the concept of something so powerful. He humbly apologized for nagging the first prince needlessly. To ease the tension that had built up, Count Valorhard called for a break. When everyone else cleared out, the only two people left in the conference room were the brothers. Prince Maximilian heard that Big Bro was the first to notice the changes in the orcs and the existence of their king. He's always been interested in primeval stories and myths, so he wanted to know if Big Bro found and read some ancient texts that led to his discovery. Idrian had never considered using his interest in myths and legends as a pretty plausible excuse to cover up the truth. Considering his body's horrid reputation, stealing the founding king's treasured sword, and stabbing himself while showing off, practicing with an outdated mana heart technique, he can simply reframe others' perception of him as a fool obsessed with the legends of founding kings. His little brother has a good head on his shoulders. Idrian could see why the king considered him, the eldest son, as such an eyesore. Maximilian is righteous and kind. The kid exudes a gentle yet unbreakable spirit. He has the potential to be hailed as a genius in every field. If his old friend, Lionel Leonberger, had the qualities of an iron-blooded monarch, then Maximilian was born with the perfect qualities of a wise ruler. It's just a shame that the future cannot be overcome by wisdom and kindness alone. The King of Greenskins has emerged. The evil fairy revealed itself. An age of chaos and destruction is about to sweep through the land. The people deserve a monarch who can navigate through such anarchy. They need a king who knows how to turn timid sheep into brave lions capable of slaying a pack of hungry wolves. The citizens of the kingdom need someone like Prince Idrian, ruthless, capable, and decisive. He was once the observer who witnessed countless wars and strife. He oversaw the rise and fall of mythical heroes and villains. He was once the blade who brought peace to the land. With the plan of attack finalized, rangers, knights, and mercenaries lined up. The mercs will wait for orders as reserve forces while the rest go on the offensive. Troops were divided into 3 groups to join the 3rd Legion in defending the wall. The newcomers were visibly tense. Some were upset that they were assigned to different positions. Still, this was the most optimal plan. Splitting the reinforcements into smaller groups to join the Valorhard forces could be seen as undermining the central command's authority. However, inexperienced forces who've never slain a single orc cannot be trusted to man one of the 4 walls. Once the real battle begins, they won't have any room in their heads for politicking. More importantly, the first prince wanted to lodge a complaint against his uncle for dumping so much work on his lap. Uncle Bale retorted that thanks to all the work dumped into him, the warriors of the north have realized how important he is to the campaign's success. Idrian wasn't buying that excuse. He noted that the Count had been handing all the paperwork to his son. Honestly, Count Valorhard wanted to be selfish for once. He thought there was no path left for him to improve his blade, but that had changed. He wanted to indulge his greed, not as a commander, but as a knight. The Count is aiming for the warlord's head. Idrian scoffed at his wishful thinking. The old man couldn't even take down a Night Slayer by himself, yet he's aiming for the king. Well, he was partly to blame for igniting a new fire under Bale. Thanks to the first prince, he found a new path and realized what he must do in his final years. The sincerity behind those words made Idrian's skin crawl. Finally, the marching sound of an orc legion made the ground they were standing on. It was followed by the sound of a horn, signaling the arrival of a fresh batch of orcs. The walls are ready to receive their greenskin guests. They've been maintaining combat readiness at all times. While the veteran soldiers of Valorhard were rushing to their positions, the first prince snapped his overwhelmed little brother back to reality. Maximilian's eyes were drawn to the crimson orc banner getting increasingly closer. As per routine, the wall defenders hurled massive rocks at the orcs who dared to scale the castle. Prince Idrian was hands-on with his approach to commanding, micromanaging every aspect of siege defense. He kept the morale high, encouraging his men to pour their hearts out to keep the enemies reeling. The archers have also upgraded their arrows, using fire to spread damage more effectively. Second Prince Maximilian was in awe of his brother's brilliance. It shows that they've been fighting fierce battles non-stop. He was so enamored by the brilliant siege defense that he nearly got clipped by a loose battle axe. Dazing off on the castle wall is a rookie mistake. Big Bro warned him that anyone in fancy clothes and armor becomes an automatic primary target. If he dies, the orcs' morale will go up, reversing the momentum of the war as a whole. Maximilian was thankful for the save and embarrassed by his inattention. To redeem himself, the young prince drew his sword and asked Sir Erhim to provide support. Annoyed, Idrian yelled at him to retreat. If too many people come up the narrow wall, they'll just get in each other's way. Accepting the orders without a fuss, Maximilian directed his foot soldiers to stand by and let the elite knights enter. Among the knights who stepped up to the plate, a few recognizable faces were mixed in. The Iron Lion Knights, the first prince once trashed in sparring, have come to bolster the wall's defense. Sir Dunham, the idiot with a fancy sword, paid respects to Lady Arwen, a former comrade. This is no place to reminisce about the past. Sir Dunham might be a bit dumb, but he's an adequately talented knight. Idrian knew that there were a few knights disguised as mercenaries in Maximilian's party. Still, there were more of them than he initially thought. At this point, he can leave the wall under Arwen's command. The Silver Fox mercenaries got their time in the spotlight, slaughtering orcs with their crude techniques. The Iron Lion Knights showed why they were hailed as a premier knight order. Despite the kills quickly stacking up, there seemed to be no end to the orc invasion. With all hands on deck, there were still about 1,000 angry beasts to repel. Prince Maximilian paused to catch his breath and noticed that the orcs had stopped scaling the wall. Even stranger, the Knights of Winter Castle were nowhere to be seen. The young prince looked down and saw where the northern knights had gone. They have gathered in front of the gate with Big Bro leading the formation. It looked like they were planning to open the gates and charge through the horde directly. As soon as that hastily repaired entrance swung open, dozens of slobbering beasts poured in. In response to their simple-minded invasion, the first prince started singing the song that binds everyone under his command. It was the same song the patrolling platoon was singing when Maximilian and his party first arrived at the castle. Just like before, everyone joined in on the chorus, synchronizing their rings with the commander's mana heart. The second prince, mercenaries and knights manning the walls were also affected by the mana resonance. They were instructed to circulate their energy and let the song work its wonders. While the newcomers were trying to acclimate themselves to this new sensation, Prince Idrian was tearing up the war zone with cold-blooded efficiency. The nobles of the royal capital were convinced that the devious first prince must have stolen valor from his uncle. They said he wouldn't be able to catch a single goblin, let alone slay an orc. Those fake news-peddling pigs branded him as a useless, violent scoundrel, a complete good-for-nothing brat. Prince Maximilian doesn't know the whole truth, but one thing is certain. That man out there, his big brother, is doing shit he had never seen even the finest knights of the realm do. Inspired by Big Bro's killing spree, Maximilian wanted to join the real fight, but that would be an irresponsible thing to do. It would be a reckless mistake to send a bunch of exhausted soldiers to the front lines. When Maximilian looked at his hurt and exhausted soldiers, he couldn't help but wonder why the gap between him and Idrian was so big. What exactly makes the first prince so different that he could go out there with an attack force and slaughter his way to the Orc Legion's banner? Idrian grabbed his spoil of war and roared with an announcement of victory. Antoine, the captain of the Silver Fox mercenaries, a mana heart practitioner, had never seen a fellow knight with a mana heart dominate a war zone with such overwhelming power. From a fearsome warrior to an annoying brat, the first prince bragged to his cousin that he now had 19 orc banners to his name. Vincent insisted that he had 26, beating the prince by a decent margin. Moving the goalpost, the prince asserted that his legion flag should count as at least 10, bringing up his total to 28. But by that metric, Vincent would have 35. The rangers laughed at their antics, urging the first prince to stop being so brazen when the ranger commander spent years collecting banners. Trying to surpass him in just a few months is just shameless behavior. Mildly annoyed, Idrian just wanted to get some rest. But the rangers spurred him to stay out a little longer and hunt some loose orcs with them. Lil Bro watched how his brother interacted with the Winter Castle soldiers from afar. Taunted by his own men, Idrian dared the orcs to bring an army 10 times bigger than the last one, and it would still be a piece of cake for him. Maximilian had never seen a royalty exchange trivial banter with low-ranking soldiers before, yet his brother does it so naturally. He treats these men without formality, yet the eyes of the soldiers and knights were filled with respect. They might complain playfully, but none of them would ever disobey his orders. These people looked to the first prince with pure awe and camaraderie. On the contrary, Prince Maximilian's men were just glad that he survived his first real battle. They praised him for fighting so bravely despite his youth. Truly, they were proud of him. But they were proud of him the same way the people in the royal capital were proud of him. Noblemen from all over the kingdom showed him goodwill and admiration, as if they were merely praising a child for a clever trick. Comparing himself to his brother just felt embarrassing. Prince Idrian is already recognized as a dignified man, a competent leader, To add salt to his wounded pride, the Iron Lion Knights asked him for permission to pay proper respects to the first prince. Naturally, he allowed them to go ahead. Sir Dunham and his gang ran up to Prince Idrian, showering him with enthusiastic praise. Idrian didn't even recognize them at first. He was confused about why Maximilian's men were being so friendly. Prince Maximilian heard that these Iron Lion Knights volunteered to come to the north. They willingly disguised themselves and hid the honorable name of the Iron Lions, endured the treacherous journey, just to be reunited with the first prince. Captain Antoine was there to tell Prince Maximilian not to be so hasty. He's a smart young man. He knows not to be jealous of his older brother. He was just culture shocked. Right this moment, the royal capital is enjoying peace, no different from any other day. None of the citizens worry about the massive war raging in the north. The orcs, once dismissed as mere mindless monsters, have built a kingdom of their own and established a military force ready to be unleashed at any moment. In the snowy grounds of Winter Castle, the Leonberger bloodline is taking root and growing into a stalwart pillar of hope. If Maximilian didn't come here himself, no one in the royal capital would have ever known. One night, Prince Idrian camped out in the mountains and called Antoine, leader of a humble mercenary group, to his tent. He wanted to know if the mercenary company had signed a contract with the royal family yet. They have indeed agreed to a long-term employment agreement, but they have no plans beyond the contract's expiration. After all, mercenaries can't afford to look ahead for the future when they could die on the job at any moment. Since that's the case, Prince Idrian offered to take them in with a new contract. Antoine politely declined, even though his group is comprised of a bunch of lowlifes. They don't exactly come cheap. To convince the captain to jump ship, he criticized their mana accumulation method for being crude. If they sign under Idrian's camp, the first prince himself will refine that method properly. They'll never be looked down upon for using low-level techniques. He could see the crude and wispy mana heart beating in the man's chest. At best, it was formed using an intermediate refinement method. The foundation one can forge with such mediocrity is nothing but a sandcastle built on impure mana. Even though Antoine and Idrian are technically on the same realm, the difference between their status is worlds apart. Even after showing the captain his own mana heart, Antoine refused. If he could achieve everything with words, he would have become a swordmaster long ago. He doesn't trust the first prince enough. However, he proposed a counteroffer. Instead of employment, perhaps a peerage would be more fitting. Idrian was amused. Unlike those stubborn knights, this Antoine guy might actually be useful. He's certainly more savvy than sheltered nobles playing with swords. So the prince set the term limits for the peerage. They will enter into a contract and work together until he becomes king. To get started, he asked Antoine if he truly knew how to use a mana heart. The captain drew his twin blades and flexed his painstakingly cultivated averageness. His technique was so-so, but his choice of blades that sever swords was ingenious. After just a few seconds of revving his mana heart, Antoine ran out of gas anticlimactically. He was a lot weaker than the prince initially thought. Even so, Antoine was proud of his sword song. It's one of the most famous in the industry after all. He had to chase a high-ranking mercenary for half a year just to learn it. Poor guy had to spend his entire fortune on the technique, but it saved his life multiple times before, so he has no regrets. Among his mercenary troop, everyone else's sword song is mostly the same, just a few differences in efficiency here and there. Hearing that soured Idrian's mood. This is madness. War songs, poems, and epics were normally passed down only to the progenitor's bloodline. This practice was partly to prevent the technique's status from being degraded by the unworthy. Even among bloodlines, worthiness was strictly tested and questioned. But in the current era, people turn to buying and selling poems for a few coins. Nothing degrades the status and potency of a poem more than capitalism. Prince Idrian thought a peerage contract would be beneficial, but they must change the terms after witnessing such a travesty. Instead of signing the Silver Fox mercenaries until he becomes king, he extended the contract to a fixed 20-year term. That's basically a lifetime for sellswords. No mercenary group in the world would agree to such a restrictive agreement. The prince was already being generous. Even a subservience contract would barely be enough for taking on the burden of training a shitty group. To convince Antoine that he's the one doing the Silver Foxes a favor, Idrian sang the war poem. By the time he reached the final verse, he unleashed a controlled slash that demonstrated the humongous difference between him and Antoine. The captain dedicated half a year of his life just to learn a crude snippet of an inferior song. Compared to that shitty technique, what is the value of the prince's poem? How much is 20 years of Antoine's life worth? Idrian will give the captain some time to think, but he won't wait long. It's up to Antoine whether he wants to stay mid or become a true lion of a man. Growing antsy in the castle, Idrian paid his cousin a visit to borrow some men. He needs 3 rangers who know the mountain terrain inside and out, and 3 tracking specialists. He has a bunch of regular soldiers who usually accompany him on patrol, but he's not going out on a simple patrol this time around. Instead of holing up in the castle, waiting for the next invasion, he wanted to go out hunting instead. After all, the mountains are not solely owned by the orcs. The king of orcs has mysteriously stopped sending legions for nearly 2 months now. Even Idrian was perplexed by this lull. but as long as the king holds the warlord title, he will inevitably march again. The first prince has had enough of the waiting game. Naturally, Ranger Commander Vincent opposed his idea for being far too dangerous. If something happens to him at a time like this, Winter Castle won't stand a chance. This worrywart cousin of his said the exact same thing when Idrian handled his first orc scout unit. Look how that turned out. Recalling how he tried to subtly diss Idrian for attempting to fight the orcs of Blade Mountains made Vincent cringe. Knowing that there was no stopping the first prince, Vincent relented as long as Idrian took more men. When the hunting trip personnel were finalized, one woman stood out among the rest. The traumatized maid, Adelia Byrne, was coming out for her first official campaign. Idrian figured she'd be nervous, but her reaction to being selected was a bit much. It's a pitiful sight, but it can't be helped. This expedition is practically for her sake anyway. Despite her performance against the Night Slayer, she still looks more like a maid than a proper knight. Her sword is still unpolished and cannot be thrown into just any battle. Aside from the excessive supporting cast Vincent gave him, a few more people tagged along. The Iron Lions were ordered by the second prince to join the hunting trip. Idrian doesn't mind them, but even a few of Antoine's mercenaries have decided to come. There were two of them, high-ranking mercenaries, Roque and Jean. Antoine pitched that these two used to climb mountains before they became mercenaries. They are quick-witted and useful. One look was all it took for Idrian to see through their real aim. Roque and Jean both have spy traits. The captain was trying to test the prince. There's no doubt about it. Even so, Idrian welcomed the spies with open arms. They'd better depart before Count Valorhard himself joins in. Speaking of the devil, Uncle Bale spawned behind the first prince out of nowhere. Thankfully, he was just seeing his nephew off and had no plans to tag along. Ian joked that they'd better keep the castle safe while he's gone. Bale asserted that he's been defending this land since before the little shit was born, so he better check himself. The prince bade his uncle and cousin farewell and turned to his hunting buddies, officially kicking off the campaign. Midway up the Blade Mountains, the party encountered a curious scene. They hid behind the frozen foliage, maintained their distance, and watched a battle between monsters. The scouts turned to the prince, signing to ask what their next move should be. Up ahead was a gluttonous ogre fighting off a horde of orcs. The hunting party stayed put, ready to hop into action as soon as the prince gave the signal. The giant ogre had a brutal fighting method. Using its superior size and strength, it easily squished an orc with its bare hand. Even so, the leader of the horde pushed his warriors to not be afraid of a mere beast as if they weren't beasts themselves. Having had enough of his yapping, the ogre targeted the leader of the horde, choke-slamming that son of a bitch to the ground. When the leader died on the spot, the rest of the orcs stopped in their tracks, confused and directionless. The next highest-ranking orc took over the command, seething in anger. With no regard for safety, he charged at the ogre's knees. Prince Idrian was impressed. That orc was quite skilled in battle, even among other noble orcs. It also helped that these noble orcs would do anything for the honor of their king. Through sheer grit and desperation, the orc noble was able to slice a piece of the ogre's kneecap. Seeing their enemy bleed, the orc horde was invigorated to launch their attack. Idrian suddenly felt a hand grip his armor from behind. He turned his head and was notified that Adelia Byrne's butcher trait had been activated. She must have seen the bloodshed, leading to her sleeper agent activation. But the timing wasn't right. She must be patient for a little while longer. Idrian had to physically hold her back as the ogre and the orc horde wear each other out further. The greenskins followed their leader's example and targeted the big bastard's lower body, swarming its ankles. Unfortunately for them, those crude weapons were not sharp enough to deal enough damage. All those annoying attempts to take its legs out only served to anger the ogre. Its veins writhed, and its skin slowly turned crimson. It rattled off a war cry that shook the mountains, nearly knocking down the swarm of orcs. According to the first prince, the ogre had finally revealed its real form. The essence of this creature's existence, inherent from birth, is its insatiable hunger. Ogres are natural-born predators with an endless appetite for supple flesh. Release the ogre files. Going on a rampage, it crushed, trampled, and feasted on any ogre that dared to get close. To take down a natural-born predator requires a natural-born butcher. Adelia was growing more uncontrollable by the minute. Just a little more, and she'll no longer allow herself to be held back. By Idrian's estimate, a true form of an ogre that had unleashed its true nature as a butcher should be roughly equal to a swordmaster. For a mere sword expert like himself, beating one on his own is an absurd idea. Fortunately, his secret weapon is locked and loaded, ready to wreak havoc. This would be the perfect grinding stone for his little butchering warmonger. A knight's rank can only grow when they make the impossible possible after all. Unable to hold her back any longer, Adelia Byrne was let loose on the battlefield. She exuded an entirely different light when in combat mode. Closing in on the Crimson Ogre, she instinctively recited a poem of her own. The sword technique Idrian imparted to her culminates in a slash that has felled countless giants throughout the ages. Ogres are nothing more than a mere remnant of the olden times. They carry the blood of those giants eradicated by the same technique. A watered-down, cheap copy couldn't possibly survive the onslaught of the genuine article. Adelia knocked the ogre down to its ass by severing its Achilles tendon. Blood flows to become a river, flesh enriches the earth. With the blood and flesh of giants, the land shall be made anew. The poem of Genesis showed its spark as the first prince joined the assault. His current abilities cannot handle the poem's rank. Multiple portions of verses were omitted. Despite singing only a single verse, a mere half of a poem, Idrian didn't mind at all. Erhim Kieringer, the vice-captain of the Iron Lion Knights, was befuddled by the prince's decision to bring such a timid and fragile woman on the mountain trek. Now he is seeing why she was included in the lineup with his own eyes. Adelia was a beast. She moved like one, and she was as strong as one. She laughed maniacally with every bit of damage she dealt. The ogre tried to counterattack, but it was too big, too bulky, and too slow to respond in time. Her momentum was absolutely overwhelming. But what's even more impressive was the first prince's masterful support. He was always in the perfect spot, giving Adelia the perfect angles to attack. Her reckless, blind onslaught pairs perfectly with his controlled, measured attacks. Together, their flashy performance was simply overwhelming for the ogre. They butchered that big red bald bitch, slicing off its hand and foot. After her last attack, Adelia blacked out in midair. Fortunately, the prince was there to nab her out of danger. As much as Erhim and the Iron Lions wanted to jump in, they knew there was no room for them to interfere. While they had given up without even trying, Lady Arwen showed why she was recruited by the first prince. Commanding the archers, she ordered them to make the remaining orcs eat their tips. While the prince handles the ogre, she proactively goes after the greenskins. Vice-Captain Erhim is truly a bum. He didn't even think of targeting the orc horde in disarray. All this man can do is glaze other fighters for their excellent judgment. It's only been a few months since Lady Arwen left the Iron Lions, and she already lapped her seniors. The royal guards and rangers were no slouches either. They chunked through a decent bit of the horde. Upon inflicting serious damage on their numbers, the last orc noble remaining confronted Arwen. He snarled and roared as if that would bring back his dead comrades. It was weird. The orc sounded like he was trying to say something. According to the prince, the only person fluent in orc tongue, the noble is asking to settle the beef through an honorable duel. He wasn't one to cower before a challenge, so he instructed everyone to step back. As for the ogre, they shouldn't worry about that giant. Adelia is currently dismembering its body, one limb and organ at a time. With every stab and slice, the insane grin grew, and her crazy eyes shone. Erhim was kicking himself for even thinking that the lady would be a liability. Prince Idrian formally accepted the orc noble's proposal. The greenskin was surprised to encounter a human who spoke his language. Without wasting his breath against a soon-to-be-dead orc, Idrian aggressively attacked. He crowded the orc noble's space, giving it zero space to counter. The prince brandished his blade, nearly beheading the beast in his opening attack. Seeing how freely the orc wields that red energy called battle spirit, Erhim compared the beast to at least a tripe chain knight. And yet, against such an imposing opponent, the first prince, a boy who had only learned how to properly hold a sword less than a year ago, was dictating the pace. Finally, he found an opening to shatter the monster's weapon. With nothing stopping his momentum, Prince Idrian freely hacked and slashed away at the orc noble's flesh, leaving it bleeding to death with nasty wounds. Before he ended the greenskin's suffering, he generously complimented the orc noble for giving him a good fight. One clean slice and the head was separated from the body. The soldiers cheered, and the Iron Lion Knights were stunned in silence. Their first hunt was a massive success. Idrian could finally breathe. When he turned around, he was jump-scared by Adelia. She had turned back to her normal, docile self. Her armor was covered in ogre blood and bile, her adorable face stained by gore as she asked the prince if the battle was over. Idrian warned her not to come any closer, afraid to be smeared by the nastiness. That son of a gun made poor Adelia cry. After wrapping up the first battle, the hunting party continued their trek deeper into the mountain. The scouts kept their eyes wide open for any anomalies on the way. They had to be bolder and more aggressive in picking their paths, since the stench of the ogre was driving most monsters away from the party. Finally, promising signs of monster activity emerged. If there's a creature out there that doesn't run away even after smelling the guts of an ogre, that means that creature is on par with or stronger than an ogre. Instead of looking for their next target found them instead. A trio of muscular beasts with sickly blue skin. A pack of trolls. They packed up the pack quickly off-screen. Afterward, they spent the next few days going around the mountain range, fighting several more battles. And then it happened. The poem of Dominion binds Adelia to her master and reacts to the changes in the subservient individual. Her traits evolved, weaving in a new epic poem. The one who swore subservience shall offer a portion of her karma as tribute to her master. Prince Idrian gained access to a portion of her new epic, the poem of the Raven. The day her hunger and thirst are quenched shall never come. It is not a wish, but resentment. Her poem sings of unquenchable longing. Looking into her updated stats, Idrian saw a new trait. It was called gluttony. As if Warmonger and Butcher weren't enough of a headache already, another feral trait has been added to her repertoire. Now that Adelia had gained a decent bit of experience, even gaining a new trait, the prince decided that it was time to head back. They reached the winter castle in the dead of the night. From afar, they saw a massive legion of orcs, comprised of multiple hordes, swarming the walls. The rangers and knights turned to their prince for a decision. As expected, Idrian wanted to keep it simple. Go down to that clearing and break through the legion by force. The first prince will take the lead. Rangers will be positioned in the middle. Erhim, Dunham, and Arwen will cover the flanks and rear. From their high vantage point, Idrian could see the legion commander. Homing in on the high-value target, he ran at full speed with the intent of taking out the leader right from the get-go. From up close, the orcs have the overwhelming momentum on this attempt. Ranger Commander Vincent Valorhard was doing his best to rally his men and kill as many orcs as he could, but he could only do so much. He enticed his rangers with 4 days of rest after today's battle, but they were barely listening. Everyone was exhausted, desperately hanging by a thread. In their minds, if the first prince were here, things would be so much different. That man would have thrown open the castle gates, charged out, and ended this nonsense in an instant. Vincent's daydream of a savior almost got his head crushed by a sneak attack. Forcing himself to get a grip, he gutted the monster in front of him. Winter Castle is not a place that should falter just because one person is missing. Everyone's attention turned to the Orc Legion's flank. Sounds of battle reached the walls. The flank's formation was in shambles. Reinforcements were coming from the mountain range. They saw that bright blonde hair wading through a sea of green and cheered for the first prince's return. The Rangers were fanboying over Idrian's immaculate timing. Not long after breaking through the enemy army's backline, the Legion commander was taken down. Working off the arrival of the prince, the castle gate was permitted to open, allowing the first 30 men to go out and assist Prince Idrian. Every ranger within earshot of the gate excitedly ran to the exit. There was no commander exception, so even Vincent had to rush to the gates as fast as he could. He was supposed to give them orders, but they were too excited to reunite with the prince. Vincent caught up with his overeager men halfway through and issued the charging orders. Up on the walls, Second Prince Maximilian watched as his big brother joined the battle and turned the tide with his mere presence. Winter Castle's somewhat diminished morale skyrocketed. The relentless orcs instantly lost their will to fight and began to flee in terror. Tearing through enemy lines from opposite sides, the cousins met in the middle, surrounded on all sides. By the time the sun had risen, the invasion was effectively thwarted. Those who made the comeback possible bathed in the warmth of morning light. The knights and rangers cheered and celebrated the crucial victory. Swept by the festive mood, Maximilian himself started the chant by yelling, "Long live the first prince." Idrian basked in the cheers and laughter, loving every moment of his triumph. But their celebration was interrupted by a primal rumbling, shaking the very foundation of Winter Castle. The bloodlust Idrian felt wasn't new. He felt it before. There was no doubt about it, the king of the orcs was trying to rain on their parade. Everyone reacted differently to the ominous presence. Apart from those who had stronger mental fortitudes, most knights and soldiers were struck by debilitating pain. Count Valorhard was alarmed by this menacing development. Idrian could feel it. The king just moved closer to the castle. Suddenly, the victory chants were replaced by painful cries. The first prince was astounded and horrified by the effect the warlord's mere presence had on his troops. Following the battle that raged on overnight, Idrian and his hunting party reported the results of their expedition. He killed 14 ogres and 11 trolls. If he had more time, he could have wiped out the whole population in one go. His claims were grand and impressive, but he only brought back one severed ogre head as proof. He didn't want to bring back a bunch of useless heads. It would be too much of a hassle. Vincent believed him 100%, but their loot amounted to just 4 beasts worth of pelts. Well, they could have brought back more, but Adelia loved to mangle corpses beyond recognition. She didn't leave many pelts intact. More importantly, Idrian gained a couple more orc banners. He wiped out an elite orc combat unit and snatched their flag. Adding the Shaman Legion banner from last night that counts for 10, his score jumps up to a total of 39 compared to Vincent's 36. It finally happened. The record Vincent Valorhard had earned over years of effort was overtaken by Idrian in just a few months. Instead of consoling their boss, the Rangers cheered for their commander's defeat and the prince's victory. Vincent tried to argue that he did all the work last night, and Idrian just got lucky and picked up the banner for free with that flank attack. Despite his protest, his own men urged him to just admit defeat like a man. The Ranger commander threw a childish tantrum, reprimanding his boys for not supporting their boss. Talks about hailing the first prince as the greatest warrior of Winter Castle spread around. Count Valorhard had to ruin the fun by casually inserting himself into the conversation with his 59 flags. The old man had the nerve to upstage his own nephew and son. Idrian called the geezer shameless for crashing a young man's game. He's already half retired from the front lines, but Bael Valorhard believes that records never disappear. Try as he might to disqualify his petty uncle from the race, Count Valorhard wasn't lying. Records are forever. Second Prince Maximilian watched as the debriefing turned into a comical contest for orc banners. The atmosphere, which had been dark with terror just moments ago, turned light and jovial. "Is this the resourcefulness of a field commander?" After the meeting, the patrol rotations continued. Ranger, mercenaries, knights, and soldiers alike manned their posts and did their job. Winter Castle's morale was partially restored. Prince Idrian wanted to know whether more reinforcements would be coming from their neighbors in the north or from the central region. The king's orders were very clear. The lords down south should have sent their troops by now. Prince Maximilian had to awkwardly explain that there might not be any more aid coming. According to the last stranded troops who joined the wall not too long ago, the lords of neighboring houses had no intention of helping Winter Castle whatsoever. They all think Count Valorhard was just making a big fuss, even criticizing him for hogging all of the kingdom's troops to man the castle. Those rotten nobles are not budging despite the king's mandate. Prince Idrian cursed the dumbass nobles. If Winter Castle falls, those useless bastards are next in line for annihilation. Their puny little brains cannot comprehend that simple fact. Seeing his nephew getting a little too heated, Uncle Bale assured Ian that this place would never fall. He hasn't gained any sort of enlightenment, but he's close. He could feel the next stage in his fingertips. He could almost taste it. It's a shame they don't have much time to wait for his breakthrough. Even so, as a knight and lord of Winter Castle, the Silver Lion assured the youngsters that he had never lost a battle against orcs, and he never will. Despite knowing that it was a fool's errand, they still sent letters calling the nearby armies in the north and central plains to action. To increase the chances of at least reaching a few, Second Prince Maximilian Leonberger personally rewrote the requests under his honorable name. Big Bro Idrian wanted to keep the hope alive. Ian believed that the nobles might ignore the notorious good-for-nothing prince and the count who took him in as guardian, but they could not possibly do the same to the promising second prince. Whether they arrive in time to make a difference is another problem. If things go wrong, Ian expects his little brother to hold the fort and establish a new defensive line below the castle. There are simply not enough troops to tip the scales in their favor. No matter what, the men of Winter Castle will never abandon their home. Maximilian reminded his big brother that he doesn't have to do the same. He's not a man of Winter Castle either, and even if worse comes to worst, Maximilian believed that the soldiers would need his big bro more than some inexperienced kid to lead them. Ian tried to hide it, but he cracked a smile upon hearing Lil Bro's concern for his well-being. He was just glad that in the midst of the utterly contaminated Leonberger bloodline, there was at least one good seedling left. Looking from the outside, you wouldn't think Winter Castle was about to enter its most turbulent period. Everything was business as usual. It was like the calm before the storm. The relentless orc attacks completely stopped 4 days ago. In that precariously peaceful surface, tension steadily rose. The Northerners won't let it show, but everyone in the Winter Castle was on edge. They are mentally preparing themselves for the upcoming great battle. Count Bale Valorhard used that little window of tranquility to consolidate his progress thus far, sharpening himself to defend everything he cherished. Still, there was no news of reinforcements from both central and nearby northern regions. The only shining light in this bleak waiting game was the timely return of Valorhard's pride, the Black Spear Cavalry. Their captain, a scruffy man roughly the same age as the Count, apologized for taking too long on their return trip. One look was all it took for Ian to know that these guys were the real deal. Their captain, Quain Lichtheim, was quite a force to be reckoned with. That man had aura. The first thing Sir Quain did when he got the chance to chat with Ian was expose Vincent's boasting about how magnificent it was to charge alongside the first prince. Then he formally introduced his unit, boasting that his men were the best of the best in Valorhard when it came to charging. In any case, he'll be looking forward to running alongside Prince Idrian soon. A few days later, the Winter Castle shed any semblance of peace they enjoyed for a brief period of time. Knights, soldiers, rangers, princes, and counts, everybody lined up and got ready for what was to come. Right outside the icy gates, savage sounds of beating drums can be heard. Ear-piercing growls and groans from the advancing greenskins made the ground tremble. Vincent looked around in frustration. Days have passed, and there is still no sign of reinforcements on their side. On the contrary, the orcs have come to the battlefield with everything they've got. The monster who terrorized them from afar, the hero of the orcs, who transcended the limits of his species, finally came out to play. Wearing a metal mask that obscured his face, he had a frightening crimson glint in his eyes, focused and thirsty for a good clobbering. The warlord has arrived, and his subjects bent their knees. Each and every step warped the air around him. His mere presence augmented orc morale while suffocating the opposition. Some of the weaker-willed soldiers couldn't stand being in his vicinity. They dropped their blades, shuddered in fear, and contemplated running for their lives. Vincent noted the massive drop in morale before the battle even began. It's not looking good for the sight of humans. To flex his authority even further, the warlord grabbed a spear and locked his gaze upon Winter Castle's banner up in the highest spire. He let loose a portion of his true strength and threw that massive weapon overhead. It easily cleared the massive distance without dropping in speed while maintaining a constant trajectory. The warlord wasn't aiming to draw first blood. That would be far too easy and tasteless. Mowing down regular soldiers wasn't his style. That monster targeted the Winter Castle's symbol instead. The spear he chucked effectively displaced Valorhard's banner at the highest spire. It was a grand declaration of war. Since he received such an insulting gift, Count Bale felt compelled to reciprocate the disrespect. But as he was about to lose his temper right from the get-go, some soldiers pointed at a man climbing the spire. They all recognized that blonde hair and exquisite armor. The first prince took it upon himself to climb the broken structure to get a closer look at the warlord's gift. All eyes were on him as he drew his blade. With one clean slash, he cut the spear in half. Ian smiled and grabbed the falling bottom half from mid-air. He waved the orc banner attached, declaring it his property. That stupid orc gifted him a commander's flag before the battle even began. He'll yoink that shit any day of the week. Suddenly, the tension the Northerners were feeling subsided. Vincent laughed at his cousin's childish obsession with orc flags. Some of his men chimed in that a king's banner should count as 50 points, putting the Prince Idrian above even the count in the leaderboard. While everyone's attention was still on him, Ian sounded the horn, its primal call reaching his men's ears. A single strong note, held for a moment, made all their fears and anxieties melt away. Instinctively, the Northerners recited the poem the prince wrote. Snow-capped peaks, frozen valleys, soaked in red, the silent walls stand tall. Piggybacking off the crucial momentum shift, Vincent drew his blade and roused his rangers to prepare for battle. The chanting continued, their voices merging into one. They became connected through every verse sung, fueling the first prince to new heights. Uncle Bale sighed. He can't let his nephew take all the glory on the first day of war. He wouldn't be able to save face as commander. Parroting what the warlord did, the count stayed up in the high ground and sent a long-range message below. Unlike the performative orc, he doesn't give a damn about sending a symbolic message. Rather than showing off, he painted the battlefield with orc blood, massacring half a battalion in spear throw. The Northerners felt pride well up in their chests as they saw their commander wield such destructive power. Following his old friend's lead, Sir Quayan instructed the first row of Black Spear cavalry to raise arms. On his count, they threw their empowered spears overhead, each one potent enough to kill and maim. When they dropped, the spears ravaged the front lines, dropping orcs left and right. Now that blood had been spilled, there was no going back. The drum beats faster and blood pumps harder. Empowered by their king's presence, the orcs made a mad dash forward with no regard for their own lives. Day one of the grueling war had officially, bloodily begun. Chaos erupted as a sea of green surged into human territory. Surveying the field, Vincent rattled perfect commands one after another. He made the rangers fall back to open fire while the knights took on the orc warriors that slipped through the cracks. Infantry was responsible for cutting down the pesky ladders to prevent a breach of the walls. Orcs are a simple-minded lot. Their strategy was straightforward and honest. Using their superior physical gifts, they don't need any cheap tricks at all. With their numbers, they could just mindlessly throw tens of thousands of bodies until the defenses crumble. On paper, it was a stupidly boneheaded tactic. Still, given how they're built, the raw force they could generate could topple empires. It's a bit too early on the first day, but Count Bale elected to use fire. If they try to hoard resources and take a heavy loss on day one, morale will nosedive. Following his directive, the rangers posted up along the spire and scurried to grab the oil jars. Watching from the high ground, Prince Idrian grimaced. The situation had quickly become worse than expected. There were far too many casualties on the walls. Now that they're bringing out oil jars by the cartload, they are literally burning through supplies way too fast. Thankfully, the combination of oil and fire arrows effectively halted the climbing orcs from taking over an integral point of defense. But if this war of attrition continues, they'd be fighting those orcs bare-handed in less than a week. At the current rate of consumption, Winter Castle is doomed to fall in just a matter of days. While the big shots were worrying about the big picture of the war, the foot soldiers were struggling with their own demons. A man who lived recklessly, but never committed any crimes, regretted the chain of events that led up to him in this icy hellhole surrounded by hulking orcs. They say if you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas. Eli Bernardo tried to fit in with the aristocratic crowd and ended up affiliated with some trashy nobles. Then a boy younger than him came in and threw everything into chaos. After Prince Idrian mowed down the trashy nobles, Eli Bernardo was dragged into court to testify as a witness to the bloodshed. He simply told the authorities the truth, but he ended up earning the wrath of multiple petty noble families. After the first trial, he found himself standing in the dock as one of the suspects, not a witness. In the end, corruption and collusion forced him to atone for crimes he didn't commit. He was shipped to the north, where he was ordered to serve in the war in plain clothes. The soldiers of Winter Castle gave him and the rest of the misfits a sword and shield. Their task was simple: survive. Given the circumstances, the Northerners didn't have the luxury of looking after, let alone training, every single soldier. The other criminal nobles Eli was grouped with were feeling cocky. They committed all sorts of crimes, yet all they had to do to clear their record was kill some orcs. Most of them trained with swords since they were kids. They were confident in their skills. The same cannot be said for Eli Bernardo. On their first deployment, he came to understand that Winter Castle didn't get its notorious reputation for nothing. Shit ain't sweet in the north. Not even a month had passed, yet all the other good-for-nothing nobles in his batch had died gruesome deaths. Out of all the naughty nobles sent to aid in the war effort, Eli was the sole survivor. The war had escalated to its climax. He refused to fall on the very first day and end up like his decaying peers. Eli managed to survive for so long by relying on his own mana heart. This was a burden he couldn't bring himself to abandon even after his family's downfall. It is now his only lifeline. It's a filthy world, and he had rotten luck. What a goddamn life. His mana heart fueled his every swing, but the difference in strength between a human and an orc was difficult to bridge. No matter how skilled he was and how much experience he accrued over the past few weeks, brute strength was undeniable. In one strike, he was sent flying like a ragdoll, losing grip of his blade. Agony filled his whole body. His bones must have sustained multiple fractures in multiple places. Eli reached his hand forward to grab his weapon, but he couldn't even wrap his fingers around the handle. Behind him, the orc raised its great blade overhead, brandishing the outlandish weapon to finish the job. Eli closed his eyes. If this is the end, he would prefer it to be quick. Instead of being cut cleanly in half, he simply heard a glaring criticism for closing his eyes in battle. Prince Idrian himself, the man at the center of this war, saved him from certain death while roasting him for giving up so soon. The power he could muster was truly unbelievable. He could overpower and outspeed orcs without breaking a sweat. Eli was stunned into silence. He saw a pissed-off prince looking down on him for calling it quits. Ian grabbed him by the collar and asked for his squad number. He won't tolerate soldiers who don't even know the most basic rule in battle. He scoffed and gave the soldier a piece of advice. If you're not going to fight, then get down and stay out of the way. Eli had a moment of weakness, but the prince's words lit a fire under his ass. That man dared to speak to him about the rules of war when he was the reason Eli was exiled to this death trap in the first place. What irked him the most was the fact that the prince didn't even remember who he was. Eli Bernardo's pride could not let that shit slide. By sheer force of will and ego, Eli disregarded his injuries, picked up his blade, and charged back into the front lines. For the next few days of non-stop battling, he tried his best to stay close to the first prince. This led him to fight in the most brutal parts of the battlefield every single time. At some point, he forgot his reasoning in the first place. He was just following the prince and fighting like crazy because it felt like the right thing to do. He gritted his teeth and fought with every fiber of his being just to narrowly survive every encounter. Suddenly, a question crossed his mind. Why was the prince fighting so desperately day after day? He would be their vanguard, and he would call the shots while holding back multiple orcs at once. He had a strange effect on the northern warriors. In the midst of such a hopeless battle, why would they willingly throw themselves into danger like their lives meant nothing at all? While Eli was pondering those questions, the prince grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out of incoming danger. Like the last time he was caught slipping, the prince chewed him out for spacing out like an idiot. This time, Eli acknowledged that he fucked up. This is not the time to let his mind wander. The prince doesn't even know his name yet. Or so he thought. Before hopping back onto the front lines, Prince Idrian called Eli by name and advised him to fight and do it right. Taking note of his shock, Captain Arwen Kurgayan assured him that the prince had recognized him days ago. Mimicking her master's way of giving pointers, she told Eli to step forward and fight or retreat and get down. No matter who it comes from, the comments irked him. Just to prove that he's not some useless lout, he swore to follow the prince to the end. Even if it kills him, he'll work hard to show that he's worthy. Another day of non-stop killing and parrying death had passed. The sun is on its way down, and the northerners are making sure that the orcs on their floor are dead. Eli struggled to catch his breath, wishing that no more surprises would pop up today. The first prince found him kneeling on the ground and repeated the cringy line he screamed just a while ago. If he really meant to follow Ian even if it kills him, he is free to go ahead and try. Arwen interjected and invited Eli to come closer. As of today, he's no longer a foot soldier with the Central Army. The prince has personally transferred Eli to his direct command. If he's against this change, he'd better speak up now. He was being offered the role of a lifetime, but he couldn't reply. He was too stunned by Lady Arwen's beauty, accentuated by the setting sun. Their elite force would never force anyone to join their ranks, but Eli was more than happy to be a part of the team. Eli only knew Lady Arwen as the female knight all his bum-ass friends lusted after. They all wondered what she looked like underneath. Given the chance of a do-over, Eli would like to kill those pricks himself to give them what they deserve. In the midst of the battle against the calamitous warlord, Eli Bernardo found the master to whom he would entrust his future, as well as the object of his unrequited love. Old man Niccolo Marciadel authored an extensive written record of everything he witnessed firsthand in the Battle of Winter Castle. On day 1, the King of Orcs, known as the Warlord, arrived at the castle gates leading an army of 20,000 strong. The rangers and soldiers of Winter Castle fought valiantly and repelled the first attempt. 89 died, 113 were wounded. By day 4, the tragedy struck when the eastern wall fell. At the cost of heavy casualties, the rangers were barely able to reclaim the overrun area. The death toll was at 371, and 114 were wounded. On the 6th day, supplies hit a critical low. Day 13, Running on 2 weeks of war, forces were exhausted, and personnel numbers had dwindled significantly. On the contrary, the orcs were still as vigorous and aggressive as ever. Over 300 were killed. The exact death count cannot be made. Too many have perished. At present, 15 days have passed since the war erupted. Half a month of bloodshed. Those in Winter Castle finally accepted the fact that the reinforcements would never come. In the strategy room, everyone was racking their brains for an answer on how to stem their bleeding. Some suggested pulling back the front line and regrouping in the rear. Still, Count Valorhard was firm on his stance to never abandon the castle. He was a stubborn old fool. Holding out blindly cannot be the answer. What would they even gain from holding the line? Vincent backed his father up and asserted that this is not a fight to gain something. It is a fight to protect what they have. He asked Sir Erhim if he knew why House Valorhard built a fortress in such a barren place. Their progenitors did such a thing because this small opening is the only path south for monsters leaving the Blade Mountains. Once those orcs break through, there is no telling where they'll go and how many innocent lives will be snuffed out. They don't even have anywhere else to redraw the front line at this point. 6 territories border Valorhard. If Winter Castle falls, those bordering territories will turn into mass graves. Frustrated, Second Prince Maximilian protested the lack of reinforcements they were promised. Those nobles who reached out have simply forgotten the harshness of winter. A bunch of sweet summer children. This sort of thing happened before, but this time, at least a prince brought 2 entire legions to help. On this barren land that no one cares about, the men of Winter Castle have been fighting a lonely battle for hundreds of years now. Maximilian felt disgust for his privilege. He repeatedly banged the round table, venting out his frustrations. They let him get it all out of his system before Big Bro stepped in to remind Maximilian that it ain't over till it's over. The situation is grim, but the Northmen have no intention of just holding out until they all get massacred and lose the castle. A further war of attrition will undoubtedly increase casualties further. Instead of bleeding out and dying a slow death, they might as well open the gates at dawn, bet on themselves, and take a gamble. They will no longer waste their time and energy on small fries. Tomorrow the target is the warlord himself. But to reach that son of a bitch, they must break through at least 3 legions. To make the impossible possible, Count Bale Valorhard himself will open the path. The Black Cavalry will support from behind, and the heavy infantry will propel the charge forward. With this gamble, only half of the already depleted infantry will remain to defend the walls. Hearing the grown-ups casually plan something akin to a suicide mission, Maximilian wanted to volunteer himself, but Ian shut down that idea before he could even speak up. There was no need for 2 Leonberger bloodlines to join this insane charge after all. This will be the hardest push thus far. Of course, the first prince wanted a piece of that action. After the meeting ended, the dawn was long. Ian had a lot of people to talk to, and a mountain of preparations to make before they set off. Most of his meetings centered on what certain people should do if the Winter Castle fell. Their reactions to his instructions varied, to say the least. Oddly enough, all their parting words were the same. They all wished him good fortune, promising that his will would not be in vain. Uncle Bale pulled him aside and made him promise to prioritize his survival no matter what happens out there. Defending the Winter Castle is the destiny of Valorhards, not his. Uncharacteristically, Vincent willingly conceded to count the warlord's banner as 200 points. Little Max might have been the most emotional out of everyone he talked to. Ian can no longer count how many times he heard wishes for his safe return. Of course, he had to discuss some matters in detail with his current right-hand woman, including her crucial role. He ordered her to stay behind while he marched into the jaws of what felt like certain death. It was a cruel decision, admittedly, but there was no other way. But only with her in the castle can he leave with peace of mind. He'll be counting on Arwen to understand and execute. With a heavy heart, she accepted her role and vowed to do as her master commanded. Eli was hiding behind a nearby wall and failing, so Ian addressed him as well. Although he accepted Eli's will to follow him even in death, he won't be allowed to tail the prince this time. He'd better put those valiantly useless thoughts out of his head now. Finally, the first prince made his exit and retreated to his own room. He thought he was done for the night, but it looks like there was one last visitor to entertain. Ian could tell that someone was in the room, so she should just show herself and stop being so sneaky. In her bird form, the mysterious visitor insisted that she was simply waiting for the right moment to make her presence known. He called on her a while ago, but she sure took her sweet time to show up. She might look like an owl with evil intentions, but inside that bird was none other than the dancing magic swordswoman, Elder High Elf Sigrun. By the time the sun rose, our boy was perfectly kitted out like his whole drip wasn't covered in orc blood the day before. On his way out of the castle, Adelia meekly handed him his sword and wished her master to stay safe. Unfortunately, the blade he so painstakingly forged could not be used this time. Adelia hasn't reached the state to rationally carry out orders in the heat of battle just yet. Sure, bringing her out to mow down 3 legions of orcs would be cinema. Still, her running wild without the concept of self-preservation would be a recipe for disaster. If only they had reinforcements, Ian could have found some way to put her to use. If worst comes to worst, he already talked to an unpredictable ally. He could always borrow her power when shit hits the fan. Walking out the door, he promised to see Adelia when he returns. Waiting for him right out of the gate was the entire Black Spear cavalry, menacingly lined up. One of the boys approached him with an absolute unit of a horse in tow. Apparently, that big beast is a pure-blooded northern steed, a breed that doesn't flinch even at the sight of monsters. As long as he brings it back alive, a scratch or two would be considered a badge of honor. The cavalryman who lent him the horse spoke eerily similar to Vincent. All these northern men have the same personality. At the forefront of the attack force, Captain Quan paid respects to the prince and gladly yielded his spot in the charge. Prince Idrian will be taking his rightful place in the best seat in the house, side by side with Count Valorhard himself. Ian calmly walked in place, leading his stallion to the vanguard. Now that everyone has arrived, it's time to kick things off. The first prince hopped on his ride and enthusiastically gave the order to open the gates. For the first time in more than 2 weeks, Winter Castle lowered the drawbridge. Up on the walls, the ballistae were loaded up to account for any rogue attacks. The orcs that tried to take advantage of the lowered drawbridge were instantly deleted by the high-powered shots from above. Finally, Uncle Bale can finally show why he's the one running the show. With the advance directive in place, they sped up out of the castle with one target in sight. Vincent played his role immaculately, commanding his rangers to provide cover fire for the suicide squad. His archers were given free rein to go all out today. They need every bit of strength to clear a path for the attack force. The sky was briefly obscured by a rain of arrows finding their way into the sea of green. Bale and his black stallion never faltered despite being surrounded by orcs on all sides. He cut, stabbed, and decapitated his way through. He was racking up kills like a pro in a Smurf account. Captain Quayan saw his old buddy getting into the rhythm and felt antsy. Ian stayed a few paces back, observing how the cavalry moved. This was his first time seeing how a true knightly order attacks. 100 moving as one, and one moving as 100. They left a spectacle of blood and carnage wherever they passed. Every moment and every unit were organically connected. The synergy was top tier. Ian was just nerding out in the back. He could practically see a new path being carved before his eyes. But down that path is an enemy that they have little to no data on. Halfway through the charge, Ian couldn't bear to wait in the back any longer. He brandished his blade and joined in on the outrageous orc massacre. They rode and rode and rode some more. Like sharks, the moment they stop moving forward is the moment they die. This desperate all-mid push worked well for their goal. Finally, they reached the spot where the largest banner flew. Sitting in his menacing throne and aura farming like a damn madman, the king of the dark green clan sits. Before they could get a bloody audience with the king, they must go through his personal guards first. Without wasting another second, Uncle Bale expertly maneuvered his horse to slit the throat of one of the guards in an instant. The only way out is through. The finest Black Spear cavalrymen marked the guards and focused their firepower on taking down the armored behemoths. Eventually, they destroyed the line of defense and reached the king. It's impossible to tell what the warlord was feeling underneath that mask. The moment he stood up to welcome the humans that dared to confront him in person, an explosion of burning battle spirit made the air thick with bloodthirst. It was so intense that even the count nearly fell off his mount. That was the sign to abandon their stallions. This is as far as they could go on horseback. Using his trusty mount as a hump pad, Unk moved like lightning and came face to face with the green-skinned overlord. His sword touched something unnaturally hard. His blade wasn't sharp enough to cut through that menacing mask. While Uncle Bale was using verticality in hopes of finding some spots he could cut, the cavalrymen were struggling to keep their horses steady. The exception was none other than the first prince. The guy who loaned him his white stallion wasn't bullshitting. This horse was fearless. While Uncle Balde holds the warlord's undivided attention, he thought he could sneak from the back. Once in range, he jumped out of the horse and targeted the back of the warlord's head. But the Elden Ring boss perfectly parried his sneak attack as if he had eyes at the back of his skull. Ian fell on his back and all the wind was knocked out of him. Concerned, some nearby cavalry boys moved to check on the prince. Thankfully, he wasn't stunned into unconsciousness. He remained lucid enough to get back up. He wanted to devise a different approach, but a head-splitting sound assaulted his ears. The fall must have left him susceptible to being consumed by the enemy's formidable battle spirit. He recognized the captain of the Black Spear Cavalry, Kuan Lichtheim, running up to him to make sure that he was all right. Ian thought the old man was simply squinting, but when he got a closer look, he saw that one of the captain's eyes was gouged out of its socket. Quan doesn't seem too bothered by all the blood coming out of his eye hole, though. He was more concerned about the first prince. It's a good thing the captain snapped him out of his daze. Ian felt clearer-headed thanks to that eyeball jump scare. Calm and ready to jump back into the fray, Prince Idrian joined his uncle on the big stage. Even in a life-or-death situation, Unk still ribbed him for being late. It was a bit delayed, but the game plan is still alive. They all agreed that a 2-on-1 would give them the greatest chance at taking the king's head. It felt like they were isolated from the outside world. In that bizarre state, the prince and the unk fought like absolute sickos. Despite the power of family, friendship, and anime being on their side, they were bound to lose miserably. The prince and the count tag-teamed that giant orc warlord like there's no tomorrow. Unk took the front, and nephew gave some nasty backshots. The synergy was off the charts. The count may be old, but he was moving like he was in his physical prime. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold the warlord's attention for the whole fight. Eventually, the big bastard switched targets to Ian. He clumsily dodged an incoming crush grip, barely evading a fatal attack. Uncle Bale covered for him while he recovered. The battle had raged on for far too long. He thought they had drained quite a bit of the monster's strength, but this behemoth might have been toying with them all along. Ian's mana supply had dwindled. He has been running on fumes for some time now. Count Valorhard can hardly say he's in any better shape. Just holding his blade steady had become a struggle. Finally, he made the boss call to ask Ian to lower his sword. The plan they bet everything on had failed. Naturally, the young prince refused to stand down. For him, it's not over till it's over. Although risky, he could force a soul release. Maybe going past his limit would turn the battle around. He was partially correct in believing that the fight is not over yet. But it would no longer be a 2 versus 1. The count gathered a decent bit of aura in his fist and sucker punched his nephew, knocking him out cold. From here on out, he intends to fight alone. Ian tried to fight the pain and stay conscious to no avail. After all is said and done, someone needs to stay behind and clean up this mess. Count Valorhard will be counting on him to be that person. Holding the unconscious prince, he called Sir Quayan to take over babysitting duty. Two old friends exchanged a few words, but the respect was palpable. For Sir Quayan, it had been an honor to serve Commander Bale all these years. With heavy hearts, they wished each other good luck. Knowing the likely outcome, the captain and his men paid their final respects to Commander Bale Valorhard. Tossing the prince on his shoulder, the captain and the survivors of Black Spear Cavalry made a hurried tactical retreat. Their priority was to keep the prince alive. A few moments later, Ian woke up but couldn't move any of his limbs. With all his remaining strength, he looked up and saw his uncle face the warlord all by himself. The view was quickly obscured by a legion of orcs swarming the escape crew from behind. Sir Quayan grabbed hold of the prince's nearby stallion and apologized for what he was about to do next. Carrying Ian like a princess, the grizzled captain mounted the horse in one masterful leap. Transport was secured. All that's left to do is run like they're running out of ground. The retreat was a grueling trial in itself. Out of the 200 knights that joined this final gambit, fewer than 50 remain. Their numbers continue to dwindle as they literally throw their exhausted bodies in front of blades to keep the first prince out of harm's way. Even though he doesn't have the strength to lift his own sword, Ian hated feeling useless. So, he grabbed the horn from the saddle and put it against his mouth. Even if it was just to raise morale, he wanted to help. Using the war horn as an amplifier, he recited the war song the Northerners have etched onto their hearts. The prince went from their main attacker to the group's support bard. Blocking their only way out of the battlefield was an entire orc battalion, complete with their very own banner. This battalion had some savage-looking wolf riders that could match their speed. With their reduced manpower, breaking through such a brutal blockade seemed impossible, at least until some helpers with pointed ears showed up to clear the way. Who would have thought that the only reinforcement Winter Castle would receive in this war would come from elves? Still, it would have been better if they had arrived a lot earlier. Everyone had cleared out of the main court, leaving only Count Valorhard and his nemesis in the spotlight. The old man appreciated the warlord's patience for letting him send his men on their way. It wasn't out of respect, but out of hubris. The king simply didn't give a fuck. Holding his spear, his sharp battle spirit surged, but Unk wasn't fazed. On the contrary, without anyone else to think about, he felt so free. It's been a long time since his heart felt so light. He's been effectively relieved of his duties as commander. He was liberated from the responsibilities and headaches that came with being the head of the family. His eyes were clear, and his body had never felt so nimble. Even the tip of his sword was alive, ready to thrust into anything. Most notably, his aura shone brighter than ever before. Freed from the shackles of day-to-day life, his much-desired breakthrough was finally consolidated. All his senses were enhanced, turning him into a sword-wielding machine made for destruction. He stepped into the supreme realm that all Knights of the Chain could only dream of. The legendary Pentachain. Uncle Bale's mana boiled over. He'd never felt so powerful in his life. It was a new and intoxicating sensation, but a part of him felt regret. If he had broken the barrier just a little earlier, things could have gone down much differently. He's been fighting the strongest enemy he's ever faced for hours now. His body sustained a lot of injuries. A broken body cannot possibly withstand this level of power. He could swing his sword once at most. In the end, it all comes down to one final clash. Knowing what would happen after wielding such power, Bale wanted to go out with a bang. His first and final strike as the Knight of Penta will be legendary. This sword swing, a culmination of an entire lifetime, is dedicated to his nephew, Prince Idrian Leonberger. Damn, Unk didn't even dedicate that shit to his own kid. It was the best swing he had ever unleashed. While the war in the north was reaching its crescendo, the sunny central plain was turning a blind eye. The nobles who could have prevented all the losses have gathered for their occasional meeting to discuss buying up more land instead of worrying about the impending orc invasion. The only noble who was stressing over what really matters was Count Shirtal Burt, a northern lord. When he suggested sending reinforcements to the Winter Castle, his fellow lords looked at him like he had shit in his mouth. Count Gurin basically told him to stop ruining the vibe. They all seemed to think that sending forces to the north would just strengthen the Valorhards. It won't be a good political move. Besides, the ambassador of the Montpellier Empire already told them to wait and see how things play out first. The kingdom is on the verge of a catastrophic crisis. Yet, these buffoons only care about what some foreign ambassador would think. Count Shirtle wanted to push back, but he remembered what happened to Count Eli's family. Once known as the kingdom's greatest sword family, they fell out of the empire's favor and were destroyed in the process. He can't let his own family suffer that same fate. Another lord added that Valorhard soldiers are known for their bravery, so they have nothing to worry about. Speaking of Valorhards, a messenger from Winter Castle had just arrived. Thinking that it was yet another reinforcement request, the greedy pigs grimaced. Ever since Count Bale declared support for the dastardly first prince, they've been critical of him. Just like they always do, they'll just make up an excuse and send the messenger back empty-handed. But Count Shirtle wanted to hear what the envoy had to say. The messenger came running to the central plain to relay a simple message. Winter Castle has fallen. The commander, Count Bale Valorhard, is missing in action. To elaborate, the messenger barges into the room to report directly to these filthy politicians. Count Gurin cursed out the grubby messenger to leave this gathering of noblemen unfit for foot soldiers. Ignoring his threats, the messenger rattled off the numbers bouncing in his head since he left the north. On the 3rd Legion alone, 343 rangers, 215 infantry warriors, 492 light infantry, 79 Black Spear cavalrymen, and 88 Winter Knights have fallen. Among the temporarily organized support legion, 198 heavy infantry, 323 light infantry, 172 archers, and 64 knights would never see the light of day again. As for the commander and lord of Winter Castle, head of the Valorhard family, Count Bale Valorhard died in action. The messenger fell on his knees. The remaining survivors are currently retreating. As the messenger tasked by the incumbent Count Vincent Valorhard, he came here to deliver an urgent warning. All nobles must assume a state of war and conscript as many soldiers as humanly possible. Make preparations to face the wrath of a monster legion 10,000 strong. When the walls of Winter Castle fell, the retreating soldiers who were slow on their feet were brutally massacred. Despite his reluctance, Vincent had to make the tough call to abandon their home. He made sure that those who can move won't stop running. Seeing Winter Castle burn and crack, something inside him broke. His emotions were in turmoil. One of his rangers had to snap him out of his daze. Abandoning the place his family had guarded with their lives for centuries was the hardest thing he's ever done. Valorhard warriors are prouder than any other knight order on the continent, yet they were reduced to being defeated straggler desperately fleeing for their lives. In place of Winter Castle's demoralized command, the Silver Fox mercenaries stepped up to guide the lost warriors along a retreat route prepared in advance. They bought plenty of time with traps and hidden troops placed before everything went to shit. Arwen and her unit were still fresh. They had the energy to slaughter every pursuer that broke through. The escape was so smooth that it felt like it had always been the plan from the very start. From thousands just a few weeks ago, the head count had shrunk exponentially. Once they were out of the danger zone, Vincent asked Commander Antoine when the traps were prepared. Antoine answered that the first prince gave him instructions to prepare the escape route before the final battle. Speaking of the first prince, he's still out of it at the moment. The days of nonstop killing and avoiding getting killed must have finally taken their toll on him. He has been unconscious for an entire week straight now. Idrian is in dire need of proper treatment from a professional sooner rather than later. If the trek goes smoothly, they are expected to reach the second defensive line prepared by the rear by the end of the day. There, they can reorganize their ranks, join forces with other northern troops, and plan a counterattack to slaughter the last one of those damned orcs ever. Until then, rest stops will be kept to a minimum. When they arrived at the supposed second defensive line, Vincent quickly realized that his plan to turn the tables was wishful thinking. In that camp, a pathetic display of the combined forces from the 5 families was gathered. Northern nobility is truly filled with incompetent animals, utterly unprepared for war. Judging by the troops hastily assembled in the camp, most were conscripted youths without proper training. The weapons they carried were rusty, nasty, and worn out. This whole camp won't even last a day on the front lines. To make matters worse, The welcoming committee was led by the same incompetent nobles who made this whole ordeal untenable in the first place. They had the gall to smile and shower the survivors of Winter Castle with praise, since second Prince Maximilian was among those who lived. Ignoring their fawning, Maximilian demanded that a professional healer see to his big brother's critical condition. Count Gurin promised to personally see to it that the first prince receives the best possible care to put Prince Maximilian's mind at ease. He picked out 3 soldiers from the dog-shit pile to carry Prince Idrian to one of the tents. When he thought no one was looking, he scowled and clicked his tongue. The second prince heard the disrespect loud and clear. He snapped and had to be pulled back before he could tear that ugly ass Count with his bare hands for sneering at his big brother's efforts. Vice Captain Erhim had to remind the young prince to hold it in and be cautious. Now is not the time to stir the pot. No matter how pathetic, they need the help of these rotten nobles. Out of the rotten lot, Count Shurtal approached the second prince to give a sincere assurance that a lot of the other nobles are using every available coin to recruit mercenaries to bolster the insufficient force. It's a good thing some people were actually trying to do something and acting properly. Prince Maximilian made sure to remember the names and faces of the majority who came only to play politics. They've received 5 accounts from different scouts reporting the same thing. The Orc army was spotted at the northernmost border. The resistance hadn't even gathered a full force yet. They are running out of time. Count Gurin didn't miss the chance to try to scam some soldiers directly from the prince's entourage. He noted that those who had experience fighting in Winter Castle would be a great asset in the upcoming battle. Before the young prince could respond, Sir Erhim stepped in and denied the request. They have many wounded in their ranks. Regrouping and recovering are priorities. Vincent said the same thing about his remaining soldiers and left the meeting, using fatigue as an excuse. Later, Maximilian asked his vice-captain why'd they refuse to call for support. Erhim had to explain to the young prince that those filthy nobles were trying to use them. Why should their men, who barely made it back alive from the jaws of death, die for the likes of Gurin? The northern lords still do not understand the crisis level in the slightest. They need to see the reality of the situation as soon as possible. There will be innocent casualties for sure, but this bloody path will prevent even greater sacrifices in the long run. It was hard to swallow, but Sir Erhim was right. The royal family dragged their feet, and the northern nobles are rotten to the core. Far too many talented and strong fighters, who would have been invaluable to the kingdom, needlessly died in that god-forsaken war. The devotion and sacrifice they showed for hundreds of years were thrown in the gutter. This was just the beginning. How much more will the kingdom lose in the future? Ian's unnaturally long slumber wasn't solely due to fatigue and injuries. His body was preparing to create a new epic poem. The last thing he remembered was being carted out of a burning castle while half awake. There's a pain in his chest. His heart throbbed as if it were being torn apart. His temperature rose, his body burning up. He thought this unbearable pain was punishment for his own stupidity. Admittedly, he had grown far too arrogant for his own good. He was drunk on past glories and looked down on the present. Of the countless deaths he witnessed in his first incarnation, not one of them was his own. Yet he had the gall to strut around as though he had transcended death. He was a foolishly conceited blind man. His actions directly caused the death of someone he deeply cared about. Seeing the first prince in pain while unconscious alerted Adelia, who had been watching and caring for him while he was unconscious. He slept for an entire week straight, yet exhaustion was apparent in his eyes. A new martial hymn and a new trait have been unlocked. He forced himself to sit up, worrying his loyal servant. Those orcs took a lot from him. The first prince now knows what must be done. While the survivors of Winter Castle were chilling in the camp since they abstained from deployment, the nearby territories were experiencing the full orc invasion experience. The forces of Count Gurin were easily annihilated. The orc horde continued its advance near Count Shurtal's territory. 5 counties have already been reduced to rubble. Central Command decided to establish another line of defense along the Raint River. The king even sent word that his favorite, the second Prince Maximilian, must retreat along with the young Count Valorhard. It was one way to say that the capital won't be sending reinforcements to the north. The dumbass nobles were finally getting a taste of their own incompetent medicine. Sir Erhim simplified the plan. The capital will shorten the front and concentrate its forces, but they won't step in while territories north of the river are being laid to waste. Count Shurtal regretted not acting with more conviction from the moment he received the first message from Winter Castle. If they had just sent troops back then, none of this would have happened. With his county on the cusp of decimation, Count Hestin lost his signature smugness. You know what rhymes with Hestin? He held on and begged Vincent to please lend them troops to salvage what they could in their doomed territories. Bro slapped the shit out of that filthy hand. When his family asked for help, they turned a blind eye. None of them reached out a hand. The bad blood runs too deep. Count Hestin looked around the room and shifted his beggar act on the magnanimous and naive second prince. He dropped to his knees and admitted his ignorance, which had led to a grave mistake. If given a chance, he vowed to devote his body and soul to contributing to the stability of the North. Prince Maximilian's blood boiled at hearing those promises. The kind and understanding young prince spewed poisonous words. calling the nobles disgusting bastards. Big Bro arrived just in time to see his little brother stand up to some trashy nobility. He had Adelia assist him to the command center. His steps are still wobbly and unstable. It's a good thing all the stupid bitches he wanted to meet were gathered in one tent for his convenience. He walked up to the spokesman of the wretched pack, Count Hestin. That man feigned relief upon seeing the first prince had woken up, but no one was buying that shtick. The first thing Prince Idrian did upon regaining consciousness was feign a slap and steal Hestin's sword right out of the sheath. The force behind the pull knocked the clumsy old noble down his ass. He demanded an explanation, but instead of words, he had half of his face cut off. Count Hestin was mercilessly decapitated from the neck up. He wasn't using his brain anyway. Not too much was lost. Hestin didn't kill himself. Vincent, Sir Quan, and everyone else in the room were stunned in place. Prince Maximilian was mortified. No matter how egregious the crime, they can't just publicly execute a nobleman in cold blood. But Prince Idrian didn't come here to play games and waste words. He told his little brother to move out of the way. Little bro kept on yapping about uniting forces to stop the encroaching threat, but the word unity was laughable in Ian's book. According to Vincent, they sent one messenger every 3 days for 3 months since the orcs ramped up their operation. They asked for help approximately 30 times. Count Gurin and his fellowship of ugly bastards asserted that they had their own circumstances to deal with at that time, and even if they're guilty, they demanded to be tried in the court of law. Everyone kept saying that Winter Castle fell, but Ian doesn't subscribe to that idea. Winter Castle was abandoned to die. There's a big difference. He turned to Vice Captain Erhim to pick out those who deserve it. Sir Erhim rattled off 4 names. Count Schertel, Baron Erton, Baron Cardane, and Baron Barheim were ordered to step aside. They are the only ones who have at least gathered funds, troops, and mercenaries to prepare for war. The rest are freeloading good-for-nothings getting fat in their luxurious mansions. Parasites who aren't even worthy of being called human. Gurin dropped the pretense of virtue and tried to command the royal guards to seize and subdue Count Hestin's murderer. He demanded protection, but none listened to his broke ass. His own guards posted outside the tent were quietly dealt with by the elven girls. If he's done opening his stinking pie hole, moaning for help that will never come, the first prince will now proceed with sentencing. Out of fear for their lives, some of the useless nobles tried to beg and bargain, only to get their throats slit open. Even if they tried to kiss his feet and plead, it was too late. Count Gurin was the last one alive. If you ask him to prostrate before the lousy first prince just a few days ago, he would have spat on your face. Yet here he was, pissing his pants in fear of the inevitable. With one clean swipe, Ian sliced off the count's face, giving him the bloodiest facial known to man. After killing 4 high-ranking nobles of the north, weariness instantly caught up to him. Thankfully, Adelia was there to give him a chair to sit on and rest. Ian relaxed and took a seat surrounded by the gore and corpses of his victim. Next, he tasked Antoine with having the mercenaries spread a rumor that the nobles had fled under cover of night to save only themselves. As for Erhim Killinger, he was assigned to select troops and seize the castles of the dead lords. For justification, they could just say that out of compassion for the lords who died dishonorably while fleeing their duty, the first prince had stepped in to protect their relatives. Once those holes were plugged, Ian asked Vincent for the current lay of the land. Judging by the orc army's position and route, their vanguard is expected to arrive in the second line of defense within 4 or 5 days. Prince Idrian called Count Schertel's name, and the poor old man nearly had a heart attack. Ian just wanted to clear the air. The kingdom and his father, the king, have abandoned the north. But he's built different. He will never abandon this ill-fated territory. With him at the helm, the 3rd Legion will remain and stand their ground against those green fuckers. The system is broken. Using the blood and bones of orcs, he shall begin anew upon these very lands. Prince Idrian's domineering proclamation rang with the majesty of a sovereign's decree.